Kenna, I'm gonna be honest. No, I didn't know that. I've never read these books. Legit, I've never read any of them. So this is going to be a first time reading even the first book. So there you go. Well, now you know. And all I have to say to that is, dude, there's like 40 of these.
Well, personally, I don't think
Oh.
much of anything aside
from
use
a bitch.
I
I don't know why, but saying just specifically that part seems targeted. Anyway, Kirsten, thank you for the hydrate, posture, and stretch. I shall do all three. Much. There's Kenna, everyone. That's right. It's Kenna, the one who says she's not a furry, having a favorite cat in the book that made furries. All right. Yo, I don't know. Kenna, you're not beating these allegations anymore. You're not allowed to beat these allegations anymore. You just simply are. You have a Sonic model. You have the fascination with like the werehog. You got a fascination with the warrior cats. I'm sorry, dude. It's over for you. There's no more. Anyways, that aside, YouTube, we're gonna be reading some a series called Warrior Cats. We're just starting on the first one. Don't know that we're gonna get through it all. I don't know that I'm ever gonna finish it all. And by that I mean this book, because there's 25 chapters, and I'm not sure how much of this I actually want to read. So we'll see. We'll see how long we go. See how long it is. Again, it's a nicer kind of chiller vibe right now because I just finished. Not just finished, but I basically just finished like a 48-hour stream with like a little bit on the side too. So that was an experience and it was fun, but I'm thinking maybe I need a little bit of a break. So I figured we'd do the reading stream this week, really switch it up, be like, okay, this is just a vibe. We're just going to chill and vibe and enjoy it as it were. There's going to be some music in the background. Hopefully it doesn't get copywritten or muted. I'm hoping. But anyways, YouTube, I hope you enjoy. Leave a like, subscribe if you're new, ring that notification bell to piss off YouTube, and comment your favorite cat. Not from this book, though. You can't comment any of the cats from this book. You have to comment from like a different book. So yeah. Hope you enjoy YouTube. Also, fun fact, for those who don't know, I'm going to be reading this kind of like however I feel. I'm not going to, we're going to see a character speak and I'm going to just say their shit. I don't know that I'm going to be putting voices to every character. I don't know that I'm going to be voices to any character. Or they'll all sound the same. One of them might be Irish. And Kenna can't stop me because it's not her stream. Which one did you say yours favorite? Scourge? Scourge is going to be Irish. I don't know where Scourge is in this series, but Scourge is going to be Irish. All right. We're going to get into this. I'm going to put on some music here. So hopefully, I don't think any of this is copywritten, so we should be fine. Move this out of the place. And it should be good. Possibly. You think any of their content is? Hang on, let's find out. Bye. No? Okay. Hey, you said all of your shit was, so. How long is this? An hour. Good. All right, well. All of this is copyright, or not copyright, so here we go. Wow, this is great music to have in the background. Techno kind of like dubstep beats while reading Warrior Cats. Let's go. All right. I'm gonna pull the book out. 1 second. Okay. Now that we're ready. I don't want to read this. Okay. Good God. Make it big for my horrible eyes that are legit perfect. So we're in the prologue right now. A half moon glowed on smooth granite boulders, turning them silver. The silence was broken only by the ripple of water of the swift black river and the whisper of trees in the forest beyond. There was a stirring in the shadows, and from all around lithe dark shapes crept stealthily over the rocks. Unsheathed claws glinted in the moonlight. Wary eyes flashed like amber. And then, as if on silent signal, the creatures leapt at each other, and suddenly the rocks were alive with wrestling, screeching cats. Cats. At the center of the frenzy of fur and claws, a massive dark tabby pinned a bracken-colored tom to the ground and drew up his head triumphantly. "Oakenheart," the tabby growled. "How dare you hunt in our territory? The Sunning Rocks belong to the Thunder Clan. After tonight, Tiger Claw, this will be just another River Clan hunting ground." The bracken-colored tom spat back. A warning yowl came from the shore, shrill and anxious. "Look out! More River Clan warriors are coming!" Tiger Claw turned to see the sleek wet bodies sliding out of the water below the rocks. The drenched River Clan warriors bounded silently up the shore and hurled themselves into battle without even stopping to shake the water from their fur. I'm fully reading Warrior Cats on stream. Anyway. I lost my place immediately. The dark tabby glared down at Oakenheart. Oakheart, my bad. I keep saying Oakenheart. It's not. It's Oakheart, my bad. "You may swim like otters, but you and your warriors do not belong in this forest." He drew back his lips and showed his teeth as a cat struggled beneath him. The desperate scream of a Thunder Clan she-cat rose above the clamor. A wiry River Clan tom had pinned down the brown warrior flat on her belly. Now he lunged toward her neck with jaws still dripping from his swim across the river. Hey, Beezus. Also, congrats on Kenna getting first. Also, I think everybody's streaks are starting to get going again, so I might be seeing a lot of those. God damn it. Tiger Claw heard the cry and let go of Oakheart. With a mighty leap, he knocked the enemy warrior away from the she-cat. "Quick, Mousefur, run!" he ordered, before turning on the River Clan tom who had threatened her. Mousefur scrambled to her paws, wincing at a deep gash on her shoulder, and raced away. Behind her, Tiger Claw spat with rage as the River Clan tom sliced open his nose, blood blinding him for an instant. But he lunged forward regardless and sank his teeth into the hind leg of his enemy. The River Clan cat squealed and struggled free. Lurking at work for now, but this is a good one to lurk and listen. You know what? It absolutely is. I hope you guys enjoy it. If you just put this on in the background, there's not a lot going on screen, so you don't really need to watch a whole lot. I could show the thing, I suppose. Could I show the... I was going to say, should I show the lyrics? Could I show the story on screen? I don't know if you guys want that. Let me know. You guys can read along. Tiger Claw! A yowl came from the warrior with the tail as red as fox fur. "This is useless. There are too many River Clan warriors." Oh, the classic book art of one. Okay, 1 sec. Gotta find it. Oh, fuck. Hang on. Gotta be a new image. Hang on. I got it. Fucking. Okay. There you go. That good? You guys know what book we're reading? I'll put it like over here. There you go. I don't know if that's a classic one or not. I just looked up. There was just a book cover, and I was like, I don't know, maybe that's it. Anyway, there's the book. This song is now actually done. That's not bad. 5 minutes. 5 minutes and I'm not even done this. I just can't believe it. No, Redtail. ThunderClan will never be beaten. Tiger Claw yelled back, leaping to Redtail's side. This is our territory. Blood was welling around his broad black muzzle, and he shook his head impatiently, scattering scarlet drops onto the rocks. ThunderClan will honor your courage, Tiger Claw, but we can't afford to lose any more of our warriors, Redtail urged. Blue Star would never have expected her warriors to fight these impossible odds. We'll have to find another chance to avenge this defeat. Stop you. He met Tiger Claw's amber-eyed gaze steadily, then reared away and sprang onto a boulder at the edge of the tree. Retreat, ThunderClan! Retreat! He yelled. At once his warriors squirmed and struggled away from their opponents, spitting and snarling. They backed toward Redtail for a heartbeat. The River Cats looked confused. Was this battle so easily won? Then Oakheart yelled a jubilant cry. As soon as they heard him, the RiverClan warriors raised their voices and joined their deputy in cat-warreling their victory. Sorry, these words are insane. Redtail looked down at his warriors. With a flick of his tail, he gave the signal at the ThunderClan cats dived down to the far side of the Sunning Rocks, then disappeared into the trees. Tiger Claw followed last. He hesitated at the edge of the forest and glanced back at the blood-stained battlefield. His face was grim, eyes furious slits. Then he leaped after his clan into the silent forest. Thundercats. Exactly. The original was like crappy fuzzy images of cats doing random shit. Oh yeah, no, I can't. Then guaranteed. Hang on. I don't know. Was it just a picture of 3 cats? Going back to 69 eventually. Hey, you know what? You get to say it twice now. Other people don't get to say it. Hang on, we'll try this one. What? Okay. Now I have to open Discord. I'll send it to you. Okay. Make sure you send it through Discord and not through Messenger, because that would be an extra step I don't need to do. While we wait for that, I'm gonna save this. You know, it's okay. People don't listen to me. It's cool. Don't worry about it. Whoop. Didn't mean to change all of that. Whoop. I'm sleeping. There we go. Don't use those because those are all my hotkeys. Which is nice to know that if I click on this, I can still just change all of these. Alright, anyway, click that now. That now. I'm glad I clicked on the right one. Alright, so is it the one that I found? Yeah, okay, it's the one I found. Don't call it fuzzy images. Don't fucking... That's not really what it is. Kinda not wrong. There. The OG one. Okay. We're good? You're happy now? It's just low fucking... It's just, you know, not HD. It's SD images. Standard definition, chat. Alright, in a deserted clearing, an old gray she-cat sat alone, staring up at the clear night sky. All around her in the shadows, she could hear the breathing and stirrings of sleeping cats. A small tortoiseshell she-cat emerged from the dark corner, her paws quick and soundless. The gray cat dipped her head in greeting. "How's mouse fur?" she meowed. Okay, don't have lyrics. Good. "Her wounds are deep, Blue Star," answered the tortoiseshell, sitting herself on the night-cool grass. "But she is young and strong. You will heal quickly. And the others? They will all recover too." Blue Star sighed. "We are lucky not to have lost any of our warriors this time. You are a gifted medicine cat, Spotted Leaf." She tilted her head again and studied the stars. "I am deeply troubled by tonight's defeat. ThunderClan has not been beaten in its own territory since I became leader," she murmured. These are difficult times for our clan. The season of New Leaf is late, and there have been fewer kits. ThunderClan needs more warriors if it is to survive. I don't know what side I'm supposed to be rooting for here yet. I assume this one because we're getting the most, like, exposition on these ones. But the year is only just beginning. Spotted Life pointed out calmly. "There will be more kits when Greenleaf comes." The gray cat twitched her broad shoulders. "Perhaps. But training our young to become warriors takes time. If ThunderClan is to defend its territory, it must have new warriors as soon as possible." "Are you asking StarClan for answers?" meowed Spotted Leaf gently, following Blue Star's gaze and staring up at the swath of stars glittering in the dark sky. Don't worry about it, just read it. Okay. "It is at times like this we need the words of ancient warriors to help us. Has StarClan spoken to you?" Blue Star asked. "Not for some moons, Blue Star." Suddenly, a shooting star blazed over the treetops. Spotted Leaf's tail twitched and the fur along her spine bristled. Blue Star's ears pricked, but she remained silent as Spotted Leaf continued to gaze upward. After a few moments, Spotted Leaf lowered her head and turned to Blue Star. "It was a message from StarClan," she murmured. A distant look came to her. "Fire alone cannot save our clan." "Fire?" Blue Star echoed. "But fire is feared by all clans. Or fire alone can save our clan. But fire is feared by our clans. How can it save us?" Spotted Leaf shook her head. "I do not know," she admitted. "But this is the message StarClan has chosen to share with me." The ThunderClan leader fixed her clear blue eyes on the medicine cat. "You have never been wrong before, Spotted Leaf," he meowed. If StarClan has spoken, then it must be so. Fire will save our clan." All right, with the prologue done, we're on to chapter 1. We might finish this today. I think we could get through all of it. Fortunately. It was very dark. Rusty could sense something was near. The young tomcat's eyes opened wide as he scanned the dense undergrowth. This place was unfamiliar, but the strange sense drew him onward, deeper into the shadows. His stomach growled, reminding him of his hunger. He opened his jaws slightly to let the warm smells of the forest reach the scent glands on the roof of his mouth. Why would you? It's so accurate. Musty odors of leaf mold mingled with the tempting aroma of a small, furry creature. Suddenly, a flash of gray raced past him. Rusty stopped still, listening. It was hiding in the leaves less than 2 tail lengths away. Rusty knew it was a mouse. He could feel the rapid pulsing of a tiny heart deep within his ear fur. He swallowed, stifling his rumbling stomach. Soon his hunger would be satisfied. Slowly, he lowered his body into a position, crouching for the attack. He was downwind of the mouse. He knew it was not aware of him. With one final check on his prey's position, Rusty pushed back hard on his haunches and sprang, kicking up leaves in the forest as he rose. The mouse dived for cover, heading toward a hole in the ground, but Rusty was already on top of it. He scooped it into the air, hooking the helpless creature with his thorn-sharp claws, flinging it up in a high arc onto the leaf-covered ground. The mouse landed dazed, but alive. It tried to run, but Rusty snatched it up again. He tossed the mouse once more, this time a little further away. The mouse managed to scramble a few paces before Rusty caught up with it. Playing with a mouse. Suddenly a noise... Okay. Suddenly a noise roared nearby. Rusty looked around, and as he did so, the mouse was able to pull away from his claws. When Rusty turned back, he saw it dart into the darkness among the tangled roots of the tree. Hang on. Grab text. Okay. Angry, Rusty gave up the hunt. He spun around, his green eyes glaring, intent on searching out the noise that had cost him his kill. The sound rattled on, becoming more familiar. Rusty blinked open his eyes. Forrest had disappeared. He was inside a hot, airless kitchen, curled in his bed. Moonlight filtered through the window, casting shadows on the smooth, hard floor. The noise had been the rattle of hard, dried pellets of food as they were tipped into his dish. Rusty had been dreaming. Lifting his head, he rested his chin on the side of his bed. His collar rubbed uncomfortably around his neck. In his dream, he had felt the fresh air ruffling the soft fur where the collar usually pinched. Rusty rolled onto his back, savoring the dream for a few more moments. He could still smell the mouse. It was the third time since the full moon that he had that dream, and every time the mouse had escaped his grasp. He licked his lips. From his bed, he could smell the bland odor of his food. His owners always refilled his dish before they went to bed. The dusty smell chased away the warm sense of his dream, but the hunger rumbled in his stomach. So, Rusty stretched the sleep out of his limbs and padded across the kitchen floor to his table. The food felt dry and tasteless on his tongue. Rusty reluctantly swallowed one more mouthful, then he turned away from the food dish and pushed his way through the cat flap, hoping the smell of the garden would bring back the feelings of his dream. Outside, the moon was bright. It was raining lightly. Rusty stalked down the tidy garden, following the starlit gravel path, feeling the stones cold and sharp beneath his paws. He made his dirt beneath a large bush with glossy green leaves and heavy purple flowers. How the song goes. Their sickly sweet scent cloyed the damp air around him, and he curled up his lip to drive the smell out of his nostrils. Afterward, Rusty settled down on top of one of the posts in the fence that marked the limits of the garden. It was a favorite spot of his, as he could see right into the neighboring gardens as well as the dense green forest on the other side of the garden fence. The rain had stopped. Behind him, the close cropped lawn was bathed in moonlight, but beyond his fence, the woods were full of shadows. Rusty stretched his head forward to take a sniff of the damp air. His skin was warm and dry under his thick, but he could feel the weight of the raindrops that sparkled on his ginger fur. He heard his owners were giving him one last call from the back door. If he went with them now, they would greet him with the gentle words and caresses and welcome him onto their bed, where he would curl, purring, warm, the crook of a bent. This time, Rusty ignored his owners' voices and turned his gaze back to the forest. The crisp smell of the woods had grown fresher after the rain. Suddenly, the fur on his spine prickled. Was there something moving out there? Was something watching him? Rusty stared ahead, but it was impossible to see or smell anything in the dark, free scented air. He lifted his chin boldly, stood up.
The practice of abstaining from something.
Damn you. Terrible. He lifted his chin boldly, stood up, and stretched, one paw gripping each corner of the fence post as he straightened his legs and arched his back. He closed his eyes and bathed in the smell of the woods once more. It seemed to promise him something, tempting him onward into the whispering woods. Tensing his muscles, he crouched for a moment, then leapt lightly down onto the rough grass on the other side of the garden fence. As he landed, the bell of his collar rang out through the still night air. "Where are you off to, Rusty?" meowed a familiar voice behind him. Rusty looked up. A young black and white cat was balancing ungracefully on the fence. "Hello, Smudge," Rusty replied. "You're not going to go into the woods, are you?" Smudge's amber eyes were hued. "Just for a look," Rusty promised, shifting uncomfortably. "You wouldn't get me in there. It's dangerous." Smudge wrinkled his black nose with distaste. "Henry said he went to the woods once." Cat lifted his head and gestured to the nose over the rows of fences toward the garden where Henry lived. "The fat old tabby never went into the woods," Rusty scoffed. He's hardly been beyond his own garden since the trip to the vet. All he wants to do is eat and sleep." "No, really, he caught a robin in there," Smudge insisted. "Well, if he did, then it was before the vet. Now he complains about birds because they disturb his dozing." "Well, anyway," Smudge went on, ignoring the scorn in Rusty's mew, "Henry told me that there are all sorts of dangerous animals out there. Huge wildcats who eat live rabbits for breakfast and sharpen their claws on old bones." "I'm only going for a look around," Rusty meowed. "Won't stay long." "Well, don't say I didn't warn you," purred Smudge. The black and white cat turned and plunged off the fence back down to the own garden. Rusty sat down in the coarse grass beyond the garden fence, gave his shoulder a nervous lick, and wondered how much of Smudge's gossip was true. Suddenly, the movement of a tiny creature caught his eye. He watched it scuttle under some brambles. Instinct made him drop into a low crouch. With one slow paw after another, he drew his body forward through the undergrowth. Ears pricked, nostrils flared, eyes unblinking. He moved toward the animal. He could see it clearly now. Sitting up among the barbed branches, nibbling on a large seed held between its paws. It was a mouse. Rusty rocked his haunches from side to side, preparing to leap. He held his breath in case his bell rang again. Excitement coursed through him, making his heart pound. This was even better than his dreams. The sudden noise of cracking twigs and crunching leaves made him jump. The bell jangled treacherously, and the mouse darted away into the thickest tangle of the bramble bush. Rusty stood very still and looked around. He could see the white tip of a red bushy tail trailing to the clump of the tall ferns up ahead. He smelled a strong, strange scent, definitely a meat eater, but neither a cat nor dog. Distracted, Rusty forgot all about the mouse and watched the red tail curiously. Wanted a better look. All of Rusty's senses strained ahead as he prowled forward. Then he detected another noise. It came from behind. It came from behind, but sounded muted and distant. He swiveled his ears backward to hear it better. Paw steps? He wondered. But he kept his eyes fixed on the strange red fur up ahead and continued to creep onward. It was only when the faint rustling behind him became loud and fast approaching leaf crackle that Rusty realized he was in danger. The creature hit him like an explosion, and Rusty was thrown sideways into a clump of nettles. Twisting and yowling, he tried to throw off the attacker, and he had fastened itself onto its back. It was gripping him with incredibly sharp claws. Rusty could feel the spiked teeth prickling at his neck. He writhed and squirmed from the whisker to tail, but he couldn't free himself. For a second, he felt helpless, then he froze. Thinking fast, he flipped over onto his back. He knew instinctively how dangerous it was to expose his soft belly, but there was his only chance. He was lucky. The ploy seemed to work. He heard a beneath him as the breath was knocked out from his attacker. Thrashing fiercely, Rusty managed to wriggle free. Without looking back, he sprinted toward his home. Behind him, a rush of paw steps told Rusty his attacker was giving chase. Even though the pain from his scratches stung beneath his fur, Rusty decided he would rather turn and fight than let himself be jumped upon again. He skidded to a stop, spun around, and faced his pursuer. It was another kitten, with a thick coat of shaggy gray fur, strong legs, and a broad face. A heartbeat, Rusty smelled then that it was a tom. And sensed the power in the sturdy shoulders underneath the soft coat. Then the kitten crashed into Rusty at full pelt. And say full tilt, you don't have to... Taken by surprise by Rusty's turnabout, it fell into a dazed heap. The impact knocked the breath out of Rusty, and he staggered. He quickly found footing and arched his back, puffing out his orange fur ready to spring onto the kitten. But his attacker simply sat up and began to lick a forepaw, all signs of aggression gone. Rusty felt strangely disappointed. Every part of him was tense, ready for battle. "Hey there, kitty pet," meowed the gray tom cheerily. "Put up quite a fight for a tame kitty." Rusty remained on tiptoe for a second, wondering whether to attack anyway. Then he remembered the strength he had felt in the kitten's paws, and he had pinned him to the ground. He dropped onto his pads, loosened his muscles, and let his spine unbend. And I'll fight you again if I have to, he growled. I'm Greypaw, by the way, the gray kitten went on, ignoring Rusty's threat. I'm training to be a ThunderClan warrior. Rusty remained silent. Didn't understand what this gray what's-it was meowing about, but he sensed the threat had passed. He hid his confusion by leaning down to lick his ruffled chest. What's a kitty pet like you doing out in the woods? Don't you know it's dangerous? Asked Greypaw. If you're the most dangerous thing the woods has to offer, then I think I can handle it, Rusty bluffed. Greypaw looked at him for a moment, narrowing his big yellow eyes. Oh, I'm far from the most dangerous. If I were even half a warrior, I'd have given an intruder like you some real wounds to think about. Rusty felt a thrill of fear at these ominous words. What did this cast me by intruder? Anyway, meowed Greypaw, using his sharp teeth to tug a clump of grass from between his claws. I didn't think it was worth hurting you. You're obviously not from one of the other clans. Other clans? Rusty echoed, confused. Greypaw let out an impatient hiss. You must have heard of the 4 warrior clans that hunt around here. I belong to the Thunder Clan. The other clans are always trying to steal prey from our territory, especially Shadow Clan. They're so fierce, they would have ripped you to shreds, no questions asked. Greypaw paused to spit angrily and continued. They come to take prey on what is rightfully ours. It is the job of the ThunderClan warriors to keep them from our territory. When I finish my training, I'll be so dangerous, I'll have other clans shaking in their flea-bitten skins. They won't dare come near us then. Rusty narrowed his eyes. This must be one of the wildcats Smudge had warned about, living rough in the woods, hunting and fighting each other for every last scrap of food. Yet Rusty didn't feel scared. In fact, it was hard not to admire the confident kitten. So you're not a warrior yet? He asked. Why? You think I was? Greypaw purred proudly. Then he shook his wide, furry head. I won't be a real warrior for ages. I have to go through training first. Kids have to be 6 moons old before they even begin training. Tonight was my first night out as an apprentice. Why don't you find yourself an owner in a nice cozy house instead? Your life would be much easier, Rusty meowed. There are plenty of house folk who take in a kitten like you. All you have to do is sit where they see you and look hungry for a couple of days. Sorry, had to cough. It was loud. And they'd feed me pellets that look like rabbit droppings and soft slop, Greypaw interrupted. No way. I can't think of anything worse than being a kitty pet. They're nothing but Twilug toys. 2-leg toys, my bad. Eating stuff that doesn't look like food, making dirt in a box of gravel, sticking their noses outside only when the 2 legs allow them? That's no life. Out here it's wild and it's free. We come and go as we please. He finished his speech with a proud spit, then meowed mischievously. Until you've tasted a fresh-killed mouse, you haven't lived. Have you tasted a mouse? Rusty admitted, a little defensively. Yet. Guess you'll never understand, Greypaw sighed. You weren't born wild. It makes a big difference. You need to be born with warrior blood in your veins or feel the wind on your whiskers. Kitties born in 2-leg nests could never feel the same way. Rusty remembered the way he had felt in his dream. That's not true, he mewed indignantly. Greypaw did not reply. He suddenly stiffened mid-lick, one paw raised and sniffed the air. I smell cats from my clan, he hissed. You should go. They won't be pleased to find you hunting in our territory. Rusty looked around, wondering how Greypaw knew any cat was approaching. He couldn't smell anything different on the leaf-scented breeze, but his fur stood on end at the note of urgency in Greypaw's voice. Quick! Hissed Greypaw again. Run! Rusty prepared to spring into the bushes, not knowing which way was safe to him. Too late. Voice meowed behind him, firm and menacing. What's going on here? Rusty turned to see a large gray she-cat strolling majestically out from the undergrowth. It was magnificent. White hair stroked her muzzle. An ugly scar parted the fur across her shoulders. But her smooth gray coat shone like silver in the moonlight. Blue Star! Beside Rusty, Greypaw crouched down and narrowed his eyes. He crouched even lower when a second cat, a handsome golden tabby, followed the gray cat into the clearing. You shouldn't be so near 2-leg, Greypaw, growled the golden tabby angrily, narrowing his green eyes. I know, Lionheart, I'm sorry, Greypaw looked down in his paws. Rusty copied Greypaw and crouched low into the forest floor, his ears twitching nervously. These cats had an air of strength that he had never seen from any of his garden friends. Maybe what Smudge had warned him about was true. "Who is this?" asked the she-cat. Rusty flinched as she turned her gaze upon him. Her piercing blue eyes made him feel even more vulnerable. "He's no threat," mewed Greypaw quickly. "Not another clan warrior, he's just a two-legged pet from beyond our territories." "Just a two-legged pet!" The words inflamed Rusty, but he held his tongue. The warning look in Blue Star's stare told him that she had observed the anger in his eyes, and he looked away. "This is Blue Star. She's the leader of my clan," Greypaw hissed to Rusty under his breath. "And Lionheart, my mentor. Which means he's training me to be a warrior." "Thank you for the introduction, Greypaw," meowed Lionheart cool. Blue Star was still staring at Rusty. "Quite well for a two-legged pet." Rusty and Greypaw exchanged confused glasses. "She know. We've been watching you both," Blue Star went on as she had read their thoughts. "We wondered how you would deal with our intruder, Greypaw. You attacked him bravely." Greypaw looked pleased at Blue Star's praise. "Sit up now, both of you." Blue Star looked at Rusty. "You too, kitty pet." He sat up immediately and held Blue Star's gaze evenly as she addressed him. "You reacted well to the attack, kitty pet. Greypaw is stronger than you, but you used your wits to defend yourself, and you turned to face him when he chased you. Not seen a kitty pet do that before. Can you stop saying kitty pet? No. In fact, they're going to say it multiple more times. Fuck. Okay. I hate it. Rusty managed to nod his thanks, taken aback by such unexpected praise. Her next words surprised him even more. "I have been wondering how you would perform out there beyond the two-leg place. We patrol this border frequently, so I have often seen you sitting on your boundary, staring out into the forest. Last, you have dared to place your paws here." Blue Star stared at Rusty thoughtfully. "You do seem to have a natural hunting ability. Sharp eyes. You would have caught that mouse had you not hesitated so long." "Really?" Rusty stammered. Lionheart spoke now. His deep meow was respectful but insistent. "Blue Star, this is a kitty pet. He should not be hunting in ThunderClan territory. Send him home to his two legs." Rusty prickled at Lionheart's dismissive words. "Send me home?" he meowed impatiently. Blue Star's word had only made him glow with pride. She had noticed him. She had been impressed by him. "But I've only come here to hunt for a mouse or two. I'm sure there's enough to go around." Blue Star turned her head to acknowledge Lionheart's word. Now her gaze snapped back to Rusty, her blue eyes blazing with anger. "There's never enough to go around," she spat. "If you didn't live such a soft, overfed life, you would know that." Rusty was confused by Blue Star's sudden rage. But one glance at the horrified look on Greypaw's face was enough to tell him that he had spoken too. Lionheart stepped to his leader's side. Both warriors loomed over him now. Rusty looked into Blue Star's threatening stare, and his pride dissolved. These were not cozy fireside cats he was dealing with. They were mean, hungry cats who were probably going to finish what Greypaw had started. Oh, Chapter 2. At some point here, chat, I'm going to have to take a small break, do a thing, and then I'll be back. "Well," hissed Blue Star, her face only a mouse length from him. Lionheart remained silent as he towered over Rusty. He flattened his ears and crouched on the Golden Warrior's cold stare, his fur prickled uncomfortably. "No threat to your clan," he mewed, looking down at his trembling paws. "You threaten our clan when you take our food," yowled Blue Star. "You have plenty of food in your own two-leg nest already. You come here to only hunt for sport, but we hunt to survive." The truth of the Warrior Queen's words pierced Rusty like a black thorn, and suddenly he understood her anger. He stopped trembling, sat up, and straightened his ears. He raised his eyes to meet hers. "I had not thought of that way before. Sorry," he meowed solemnly. "I will not hunt here again." Blue Star let her heckles fall and signaled Lionheart to step. "You're an unusual kitty pet, Rusty." Greypaw's sigh of relief made Rusty's ear twitch. He heard the approval in Blue Star's voice and noticed as she swapped a meaningful glance with Lionheart. That look made him curious. What flashed between the two warriors? Quietly he asked, "Is survival here really so hard?" "Our territory only covers a part of this forest, Blue Star. We compete with other clans for what we have. This year, late new leaf means prey is scarce." "Is your clan very big?" Rusty meowed, his eyes wide. "Big enough," replied Blue Star. "Our territory can support us, but there is no prey left over." Are you all warriors then? Rusty mewed. Blue Star's guarded answers were just making him more and more curious. Lionheart answered him. Some are warriors, some are too young or too old or too busy caring for kits to hunt. And you all live and share prey together? Rusty murmured in awe, thinking a little guilty of his own easy, selfish life. Blue Star looked again at Lionheart. The golden tabby stared back at her steadily. At last she returned her gaze to Rusty and meowed. Perhaps you should find out these things for yourself. Would you like to join the Thunder Clan? Rusty was so surprised he couldn't speak. Blue Star went on. If you did, you would train with Greypaw to become a clan warrior. But kitty pets can't be warriors, Greypaw blurted out. They don't have warrior blood. Sad look clouded Blue Star's eyes. Warrior blood, he echoed with a sigh. Too much of that has been spilled lately. Blue Star fell silent and Lionheart meowed. Blue Star is only offering to you training, young kit. There's no guarantee you will become a full warrior. It might prove too difficult for you. After all, you are used to a comfortable life. Rusty was stung by Lionheart's word. He swung his head around to face the golden tabby. Hey, offer me this chance then. But it was Blue Star who answered. You are right to question our motives, young one. The fact is, ThunderClan needs more warriors. Understand that Blue Star does not make this offer lightly, warned Lionheart. If you wish to train with us, we will have to take you back to our clan. You must either live with us and respect our ways, or return to your two-leg plate and never come back. You cannot live with a paw in each world. A cool breeze stirred the undergrowth, ruffling Rusty's fur. He shivered, not with the cold, but with the excitement at the incredible possibilities opening up in front of him. Are you wondering if it's worth giving up your comfortable kitty pet life? Asked Blue Star gently. But do you realize the price you will pay for your warmth and food? Rusty looked at her puzzled. Surely his encounter with these cats had proved to him just how easy and luxurious his life was. I can tell that you are still a Tom, despite the two-leg stench that clings to your fur. What do you mean, still a Tom? Haven't yet been taken by the two legs to see the cutter. Mewed Blue Star gravely. You would be very different then, not so keen to fight clan cat, I suspect. Rusty was confused. He suddenly thought of Henry, who became fat and lazy since his visit to the vet. Was that what Blue Star meant by cutter? You haven't had your balls taken. The clan may not have been able to offer you such easy food or warmth, continued Blue Star. In the season of leaf bare, nights in the forest can be cruel. The clan will demand great loyalty and hard work. You will be expected to protect the clan with your life if necessary. And there are many mouths to feed, but the rewards are great. You will remain a Tom. You'll be trained in the ways of the wild, will learn what it is to be a real cat. The strength and fellowship of the clan will always be with you, even when you hunt alone. Rusty's head reeled. Blue Star seemed to be offering him a life he had lived so many times and tantalized dreams. Could he live like that for real? Lionheart interrupted his thoughts. Come, Blue Star, let's not waste any more time here. We must be ready to join the other patrol at Moon High. We're just gonna play this song. No, it's fine and can be. I'm sorry, get used to this loop. It's 3 minutes, I apologize. Tiger Claw will wonder what has become of us. He stood up and flicked his tail expectantly. Wait, Rusty meowed. Can I think about your offer? Blue Star looked at him for a long moment and nodded. Lionheart will be here tomorrow at sun high. Give him your answer then. Blue Star murmured a low signal, and in a single movement, the three cats turned and disappeared into the undergrowth. He stared, excited, uncertain, up past the ferns that encircled him, through the canopy of leaves to the stars that glittered in the clear sky. The scent of the clan cat still hung heavy in the evening air, and as Rusty turned and headed home, he felt a strange sensation inside him, hugging him back into the depths of the forest. His fur prickled deliciously in the light wind, and the rustling leaves seemed to whisper his name. Chapter 3. I like the worried face as I talked. Good. I like that. That morning, as Rusty slept off his night wanderings, the mouse dream came again, even more vivid than before. Free of his collar, beneath the moon he stalked the timid creature. But this time he was aware of being watched. Shining from the shadows of the forest, he saw dozens of yellow eyes. Clan cats had entered his dream world. Rusty woke, blinking in the bright sunshine that was streaming across the kitchen floor. His fur felt heavy and thick with warmth. His food bowl had been topped up, his water bowl rinsed out and filled with bitter-tasting two-leg water. Rusty preferred drinking it from puddles outside. When it was hot, very thirsty, he had to admit it was easier to lap up in the water indoors. Could he really abandon this comfortable life? He ate, then pushed his way out of the cat flap into the garden. They promised to be warm in the garden with a heavy smell of early blossoms. "Hello, Rusty," mewed a voice from the fence. Smudge. "You should have been awake an hour ago. The baby sparrows out here were stretching their wings." "Did you catch any?" Rusty asked. Smudge yawned and licked his nose. Couldn't be bothered. I'd already eaten enough at home. Anyway, why weren't you out earlier? Yesterday you were complaining about Henry sleeping away his time, and today you're not much better yourself." Rusty sat down on the cool earth beside the fence and curled his tail neatly over his front paws. "I was in the woods last night," he reminded his friend. At once he felt his blood stir in his veins and his fur stiffen. Smudge looked down at him, his eyes wide. "Oh yeah, I forgot. How was it? Did you catch anything? Or did anything catch you?" Rusty paused, not sure if he should tell his old friend what happened. "I met some wildcats," he began. "What?" Smudge was clearly shocked. "Did you get into a fight?" "Sort of." Catch these paws. Rusty could feel the energy surging through his body again as he recalled the strength and power of the clan cats. "Were you hurt? What happened?" Smudge prompted him eagerly. "There were 3 of them, bigger and stronger than any of us." "And you fought all 3 of them?" Smudge interrupted, his tail twitching with excitement. "No," Rusty mewed hastily. "Just the youngest one. The other 2 came later." "How come they didn't shred you to pieces?" "They just warned me to leave their territory. Then..." "What?" mewed Smudge impatiently. "They asked me to join their clan." Smudge's whiskers quivered disbelievingly. "Kenna with the hydrate, plastic, and stretch. I need that hydrate, actually. Smudge's whiskers quivered disbelievingly. They did, Rusty insisted. "Why would they do that?" "I don't know," Rusty admitted. "I think they need extra paws in their clan." "It sounds a bit odd to me," Smudge mewed doubtfully. "I wouldn't trust them if I were you." Rusty looked at Smudge. His black and white friend had never shown any interest in venturing into the woods. He was perfectly content living with the housefolk. He would never understand the restless longing that Rusty's dreams stirred in him night after. "But you trust them," he heard softly. "And I've made up my mind. I'm gonna join them." Smudge scrambled down from the fence and stood in front of Rusty. "Oh, please don't go, Rusty," he mewed in alarm. "I might never see you again." Rusty nudged him affectionately with his head. "Don't worry. My housefolk will get another cat. You'll get on fine with him. You get along with everyone." "Ow, but it won't be the same," Smudge wailed. Rusty twitched his tail impatiently. "That's just the point. If I stay around here till they take me to the cutter, I won't be the same either." Smudge looked puzzled. "The cutter?" he echoed. "The vet," Rusty explained. "To be altered like Henry was." Smudge shrugged and stared down at his paws. "But Henry's all right," he mumbled. "I mean, he's a bit lazier now, but he's not unhappy. We can still have fun." Rusty felt his heart fill with sadness at the thought of leaving his friend. "I'm sorry, Smudge. I'll miss you, but I have to go." Smudge didn't reply, but stepped forward and gently touched Rusty's nose with his own. "Fair enough. I can see I can't stop you, but at least let's spend one more morning together." Rusty found himself enjoying the morning even more than usual, visiting his old haunts with Smudge, sharing words with the cats he had grown up with. Every one of his senses felt supercharged, as if he was poised before a huge jump. As Sunhigh approached, Rusty grew more and more impatient to see if Lionheart would really be waiting for him. The idle buzz of meows from his old friends seemed to fade in the background as all his senses strained toward them. Rusty jumped down from the garden fence for the last time and crept into the woods. He had said his goodbyes to Smudge. All his thoughts were focused on the forest and the cats who lived in it. As he approached the spot where he had met with the clan cats the night before, he sat down and tasted the air. Tall trees shielded the ground. All the encode. From what, OBS? Nothing's open. I have one thing open. Actually, hang on. I can change it. I can fix it. Surely that'll fix it. Anyway. As he approached the spot where he met the clan cats the night before, he sat down and tasted the air. Tall trees shielded the ground from the midday sunshine, making it comfortably cool. Here and there, a patch of sunlight shone through the gap in the leaves and lit up the forest floor. Rusty could smell the same cat scents as last night. He had no idea whether it was old. He lifted his head and sniffed uncertainly. A lot to learn, meowed a deep voice. Even the tiniest clan kid knows when another cat is near. Rusty saw a pair of green eyes glinting from beneath a bramble bush. Now he recognized the scent. Lionheart. Can you tell if I'm alone? Asked the golden tabby, stepping into the light. Hastily, Rusty sniffed again. The scents of Blue Star and Greypaw were still there, but strong as the previous night. Hesitantly, he mewed. Star and Greypaw aren't with you this time. Right. Someone else is. Rusty sniffed as a second clan cat strode into the clearing. This is Whitestorm, heard Lionheart, one of the Thunder Clan's senior warriors. Whitestorm? What a cool fucking name. God damn. These motherfuckers have some cool name, and then it's just Rusty. I feel kind of bad for him. Rusty looked at the Tom and felt his spine tingle with cold fear. Was this a trap? Long-bodied and muscular, Whitestorm stood out in front of Rusty and gazed down at him. His white coat was thick and unmarked. His eyes were the yellow of a sun-baked sand. Rusty flattened his ears warily and tensed his muscles in preparation for a fight. Relax, or your fierce scent brings unwanted attention, growled Lionheart. You're only here to take you to our camp. Rusty sat very still, hardly daring to breathe. As Whitestorm stretched his nose forward and gave him a curious sniff. Oh, young one, murmured the white cat. I've heard a lot about you. Rusty dipped his head in greeting. Come. We can speak more once we're in camp, ordered Lionheart, and without pausing, he and Whitestorm leaped away into the undergrowth. Rusty jumped to his paws and followed as quickly as he could. The two warriors made no allowances for Rusty as they sped through the forest. And before long, he was struggling to keep up. Their pace barely slowed as they led him over fallen trees that cleared in a single leap. But Rusty had to scramble over paw by paw. They passed through sharply fragrant pine trees where they had to jump across deep gullies churned up by a two-legged tree eater. From the safety of his garden fence, Rusty had often heard it roaring and snarling in the distance. One gully was too wide to jump, half filled with slimy, foul-smelling water. The clan cats waded through it without. Rusty had never put a paw in water before, but he was determined not to show any signs of weakness. So he narrowed his eyes and followed, trying to ignore the uncomfortable wetness that soaked his belly fur. Bro, I just wait for the names. Oh god. I'm concerned. Also, I'm glad you liked the voice for Smudge. I was like, he seems like a, you know? He seems like that kind of guy. I don't know. It seemed like it. At last, Lionheart and Whitestorm paused. Rusty skidded to a halt behind them and stood panting while the two warriors stepped onto a rock and rested on the edge of a small ravine. We are very close to our camp now, Lionheart. Rusty strained to see any signs of life, moving leaves, a glimpse of fur among the bushes below. His eyes saw nothing except the same undergrowth that covered the rest of the forest floor. It's your nose. You must be able to scent it, Whitestorm. Rusty closed his eyes and sniffed. Right. The scents here were very different from the cat scent he was using. The air smelled stronger, speaking of many, many different cats. He nodded thoughtfully and announced, "Smell cats." Lionheart and Whitestorm exchanged amused looks. There will come a time, if you are accepted into the clan, where you will know each cat scent by name, Lionheart meowed. Follow me. He led the way nimbly down the boulders to the bottom of the ravine, and pushed his way through the thick patch of gorse. Gorse? Rusty followed, and Whitestorm took up the rear. Oh no, dude, you're being... I don't like that. Be in front of me, not behind me, you bitch. As the side scraped against the prickly gorse, Rusty looked and noticed that the grass beneath his paws was flattened into a broad, strong-smelling stack. This must be the main entrance to the camp, he thought. Beyond the gorse, a clearing opened up. The ground at the center was bare, hard earth shaped by many generations of paw steps. This camp had been here for a long time. The clearing was dappled by sunshine, and the air felt warm and still. Rusty looked around, his eyes wide. There were cats everywhere, sitting alone or in groups, sharing food or purring quietly as they groomed one another. Just after sun high, when the day is hottest, it's the time for sharing tongues. Great phrasing. Lionheart explained. Sharing tongues? Rusty echoed. Lion cats always spend more time grooming each other and sharing. Lion cats always spend time grooming each other and sharing the news of the day, Whitestone told. We call it sharing tongues. It's a custom that binds the members of the clan together. The cats had obviously smelled Rusty's foreign scent. Their heads began to turn and stare curiously in his direction. Suddenly, shy of meeting any cat's gaze directly, Rusty looked around the clearing. It was edged with thick grass dotted with fallen tree. A thick curtain of ferns and gorse shielded the camp from the rest of the wood. Over there, mewed Lionheart, flicking his tail toward an impenetrable-looking tangle of brambles, is the nursery, where the kits are cared for. Rusty swiveled his ears toward the bushes. Couldn't see through the thick knot of prickly branches, but he could hear the mewling of several kittens somewhere inside. As he watched, a ginger she-cat squirmed out through the small gap in the front. That must be one of their queens, Rusty thought. A tabby queen with a distinctive black markings appeared around the bramble bush. The two she-cats exchanged a friendly lick between the ears before the tabby slipped inside the nursery, murmuring to the squealing kits. And with that, we're going to take a small break. I have to be right back. I have to do a thing. But once I'm back, we'll be ready to do more. And hopefully, just, finish this off. We're at 30 out of 160, so we definitely should be able to finish this today. We're only an hour in, so yeah, we got this. I go an hour every 30 pages. Yeah, we'll get there eventually. Anyways, I'll be right back. Enjoy some music and such, and I guess get ready for more of this. Chapter 3 is still another 5 pages. All right, I'll be back. I return! Also, I hope you guys aren't super tired of this music. Like I said, it's just kind of like the only music I know that is going to be fine and not piss off Twitch. I guess we could always do game music. Always an option. Do we oh, hang on. I know what we're gonna do. Me play Ender Lilies? No way! Anyway. Okay, I think we're at the end of this page. Yeah, we're good. Okay. The care of our kits is shared by all of the queens, meowed Lionheart. All cats serve the clan. Loyalty to the clan is first law in our warrior code. A lesson you must learn quickly if you wish to stay with us. Here comes Blue Star, meowed Whitestorm, sniffing the air. Rusty sniffed the air too, and he was pleased to be able to recognize the scent of the gray she-cat a moment before she appeared from the shadow of a large boulder that lay beside them at the head of the clearing. He came, Blue Star purred, addressing the warriors. Whitestorm replied, Lionheart was convinced he would not. Rusty noticed the tip of Blue Star's tail twitch immediately. Well, what do you think of him? She asked. He kept up well on his journey, despite his puny size, Whitestorm admitted. He certainly seems strong for a kitty pet. So it is agreed? Blue Star looked at Lionheart and Whitestorm. Both cats nodded. Then I shall announce his arrival to the clan. Blue Star leaped up into a boulder and yelled, Let all cats old enough to catch their own prey join here beneath the high rock for a clan meeting. Her clear call brought all the cats trotting toward her, emerging like liquid shadows from the edges of the clearing. Rusty stayed where he was, flanked by Lionheart and Whitestorm. The other cats settled themselves below the high rock and looked expectantly to their leader. Rusty felt a rush of relief as he recognized Grey Paw's thick gray fur among the cats. I found a new best friend, Smudge. He replaced you, Smudge. So cruel. I hope Smudge comes back. Oh my god, does Smudge die? Alright, getting ahead of myself. A large, dark gray tabby crouched behind them. Black stripes on his fur looking like shadows on a moonlit forest floor. When the cats were still, Blue Star spoke. ThunderClan needs more warriors, she began. Never before have we had so few apprentices in training. It has been decided that ThunderClan will take in an outsider to train as a warrior. Rusty heard an indignant mutterings erupt among pine cats. The Blue Star silenced them with a firm yowl. I have found a cat who is willing to become an apprentice of ThunderClan. Lucky to become an apprentice, caterwauled a loud voice in a ripple shock that spread through the cats. Rusty craned his neck and saw a pale tabby cat standing up and glaring defiantly at the leader. Blue Star ignored the tabby and addressed all of her clan. Lionheart and Whitestorm have met this young cat. They agree with me that we should train him with the other apprentices. Rusty looked up at Lionheart and then back to the clan, to find all eyes were now on him. His fur prickled and he swallowed nervously. There was silence for a moment. Rusty was sure he must be able to hear his heart pulsing and smell his fear scent. Now a deafening crescendo of caterwauling rose from the crowd. Where does he come from? Which clan does he belong to? What a strange scent he carries. That's not a scent from any clan I know. Then one yowl in particular sounded above the rest. Look at his collar! He's a kitty pet! It was the pale tabby again. What's a kitty pet? Always a kitty pet. This clan needs wild-born warriors to defend it, not another soft mouth to feed. Lionheart bent down and hissed into Rusty's ear. That tabby is Longtail. He smells your fear. They all do. You must prove to him and the other cats that your fear won't hold you back. Alright. But Rusty couldn't move. How could he ever prove to these fierce cats that he wasn't just a kitty pet? The tabby continued to jeer at him. Your collar is a mark of the two legs, and that noisy jingling will make you a poor hunter at best. At worst, it will bring the two legs into our territory looking for their poor lost kitty pet who fills the woods with his pitiful tinkling. All the cats howled in agreement. Longtail went on, well aware that he had the support of his audience. The noise of your treacherous bell will alert to our enemies, even if your two-legged stench doesn't. Lionheart hissed into Rusty's ear once more. Do you back down from a challenge? Rusty still did not move. This time he was trying to pinpoint Longtail's position. There he was, just behind a dusky brown queen. Rusty flattened his ears, narrowed his eyes, and hissing, leapt through the startled cats to fling himself onto his tormentor. Longtail was completely unprepared for Rusty's attack. He staggered sideways, losing his footing onto the hard-baked earth. Filled with rage and desperate to prove himself, Rusty dug his claws deep into the tabby cat's fur and sank into his... No subtle rituals of swiping or boxing preceded this fight. The two cats were locked in a screaming, writhing tussle that flipped and somersaulted around the clearing in the heart of the camp. The other cats had sprang out of the way to avoid the screeching whirlwind of fur. As Rusty scratched and struggled, he was suddenly aware that he felt exhilaration. Through the roaring of the blood in his ears, he could hear the cats around them wailing with excitement. Then Rusty felt his collar tighten around his neck. Longtail had gripped it between his teeth and was tugging hard. Rusty felt the terrible pressure at his throat. Unable to breathe, he started to panic. He writhed and twisted, but each moment only made the pressure worse. Retching and gulping for air, he summoned up all his strength and tried to pull away from Longtail's grab. Suddenly, with a loud snap, he was free. Longtail tumbled away from him. He scrambled to his paws and looked around. Longtail was crouching 3 tail lengths away. And dangling from Longtail's mouth, Rusty saw his collar, mangled and broken. At once, Blue Star leaped down from the high rock and silenced the noisy crowd with a thunderous caterwaul. Meow. Rusty and Longtail remained fixed to the spot, gasping for breath. Clumps of fur hung from their ruffled coats. Rusty could feel the cut stinging above his eye. Longtail's left ear was badly torn, and blood dripped down his lean shoulders on the ground. They stared at each other, their hostility not yet spent. Blue Star stepped forward and took the collar from Longtail. She placed it on the ground in front of her and meowed. The newcomer has lost his 2-leg collar in the battle of his honor. StarClan has spoken its approval. This cat has been released from its hold of its 2-leg owners, and is free to join ThunderClan as an apprentice. Rusty looked at Blue Star and solemnly nodded his acceptance. He stood up and stepped forward onto a shaft of sunshine, welcoming the warmth onto his sore muscles. The pool of light blazed bright on his orange pelt, making his fur glow. Rusty lifted his head proudly and looked at the cats that surrounded him. This time, no cat argued or jeered. He had shown himself worthy to be a worthy opponent in battle. Blue Star approached Rusty and placed the shredded collar on the ground in front of him. She touched his ear gently with her nose. You look like a brand of fire in this sunlight, she murmured. Her eyes flashed briefly, as if her words had more meaning for her than Rusty knew. You fought well. Then she turned to the clan and announced, From this day forward, until he has earned his warrior name, this apprentice will be called Firepaw, in honor of his flame-colored coat. Oh shit! He's gonna save the clan! Anyway. Sorry, I'm taking the shit out of this. She stepped back and with the other cats waited silently for his next move. Without hesitating, Rusty turned and kicked dust and grass over his collar, as though burying his dirt. Longtail growled and limped to the clearing toward a fern-shaded corner. The cats split into groups, murmuring to each other excitedly. Hang on. Hey, Firepaw! He heard Greypaw's friendly voice behind him. Firepaw. A thrill of pride surged through him at the sound of his new name. He turned to greet the Grey apprentice with a welcoming sniff. Great fight, Firepaw, mewed Greypaw, especially for a kitty pet. Longtail is a warrior, although he only finished his training 2 moons ago. That scar you left on his ear won't let him forget you in a hurry. You've spoiled his good looks, that's for sure. Thanks, Greypaw, Firepaw replied. He put up quite a fight, though. He licked his front paw and began to wipe clean the deep scratch that stung above his eye. As he washed, he heard his new name again, echoing from among the meows of cats. Firepaw! Hey, Firepaw! Welcome, young Firepaw! Firepaw closed his eyes for a moment and let the voices wash over him. Good name, too. Greypaw mewed approvingly, jolting him awake. Firepaw looked around. Where did Longtail creep off to? I think he was heading towards Spotted Leaf's den. Greypaw tipped his head toward the fern-enclosed corner. Longtail had disappeared. She's our medicine cat. Not bad looking either. Younger and a lot prettier than most. A low yowl next to the 2 cats stopped Greypaw's mid-speech. They both turned, and Firepaw recognized the powerful Grey Tabby who had sat behind Greypaw earlier. Dark Stripe, mewed Greypaw, dipping his head respectfully. The sleek Tom looked at Firepaw for a moment. Lucky your collar snapped when it did. Longtail is a young warrior, but I can't imagine him being bitten by a kitty pet. He spat the word kitty pet scornfully, then turned and stalked off. Now, Dark Stripe, Greypaw hissed to Firepaw in his breath, is neither young nor pretty. Firepaw was about to agree with his friend when his new friend, when he was interrupted by a warning yowl from an old gray cat sitting at the edge of the clearing. Molly smells trouble, Greypaw meowed, suddenly immediately alert. Firepaw barely had time to look around before the young cat crashed through the bushes and into the camp. He was skinny, and apart from the white tip of his thin tail, jet black from head to toe. Greypaw gasped, "That's Ravenpaw! Why is he alone? Where's Tiger Claw?" Firepaw looked at Ravenpaw. Jesus, there's a lot of paws. And claws. Makes sense, they're cats. Staggering across the floor of the clearing. He was panting heavily. His coat was ruffled and dusty, and his eyes were wild with fear. "Who are Ravenpaw and Tiger Claw?" Firepaw whispered to Greypaw, as several other cats raced past to greet the new arrival. "Ravenpaw's an apprentice. Tiger Claw is his mentor," Greypaw explained quickly. "Ravenpaw went out with Tiger Claw and Redtail at the Sunrise mission against the River Clan at the Lucky Furball." "Tail?" Firepaw echoed, thoroughly confused by all these names. "Blue Star's deputy," hissed Greypaw. "But why on earth was Ravenpaw come back alone?" he added to himself. He lifted his head to listen as Blue Star stepped forward. "Ravenpaw?" The she-cat spoke calmly, but a look of worry clouded her blue eyes. The other cats drew back, curling their lips with anxiety. "What has happened?" Blue Star jumped onto the high rock and looked down at the trembling cat. "Speak, Ravenpaw!" Ravenpaw was still struggling for breath, and his sides heaved fitfully when the dust around him turned red with blood. But he still managed to scramble up to the high rock and stand beside Blue Star. He turned to a crowd of eager faces that surrounded him, and summoned enough breath to declare, "Redtail is dead!" Shit. Chapter 4. Shocked yowls rose from the clan cats and echoed through the forest. Ravenpaw staggered slightly. Right foreleg glistened, wet with blood that flowed from the deep gash on his shoulder. We met 5 River Clan warriors beside the stream, not far from Sunning Rocks," he went on shakily. "Oakhart was among them." "Oakhart?" Greypaw whispered, gasped before Firepaw. "He's the deputy chief of River Clan. He's one of the greatest warriors in the forest. Lucky Ravenpaw. Wish it could have been me. I'd have really..." Greypaw was silenced by a fierce gaze from an old grey Tom who had first sensed Ravenpaw's return. Firepaw turned his attention back to Raven. Good God. Redtail warned Oakhart to keep his hunting parties out of ThunderClan territory. The next River Clan warrior to be caught in ThunderClan territory would be killed. But Oakhart would not back down. He said his clan had to be fed, whatever we threatened. Ravenpaw paused to wheeze for breath. His wound was still bleeding heavily. He stood awkwardly to keep the weight off his shoulder. That's when the River Clan cats attacked. It was hard to see what was happening. The fighting was vicious. I saw Oakhart and Redtail pinned to the ground, but then Redtail... Suddenly, Ravenpaw's eyes rolled in his head and he lurched sideways. Half scrambling, half falling, he slithered off High Rock and collapsed onto the ground below. A ginger queen bounded toward him and crouched by his side. She licked the cheek briefly and called out, "Spotted Leaf!" Out of the fern-shaded corner trotted the pretty tortoiseshell Firepaw had noticed sitting beside Greypaw earlier. She hurried over to Ravenpaw and mewed for the queen to stand back. Then she used her small pink nose to roll the apprentice over so that she could take a good look at the wound. He glanced up and meowed. "It's all right, Golden Flower. His wounds aren't fatal, but I'll need to fetch some cobwebs to stop the bleeding." As Spotted Leaf sprinted back to her den, the hushed silence in the clearing was broken by a mournful howl. All eyes turned in the direction it came from. A massive dark brown tabby staggered through the gorse tunnel. Between his sharp teeth, the warrior held not prey, but the lifeless body of another cat. He dragged the tatted creature to the center of the clearing. Firepaw craned his neck and glimpsed the flash of bright ginger tail hanging limply in the dust. Shock rippled through the clan like a chill breeze. Beside Firepaw, Greypaw dropped to the crouch as grief swept over him. "Redtail! How did this happen, Tiger Claw?" "How did this happen, Tiger Claw?" demanded Blue Star from her position on High Rock. Tiger Claw let the scruff of Redtail's neck fall from his mouth. He looked steadily back at Blue Star. "He died with honor. Struck down by Oakhart. I couldn't save him, but I managed to take Oakhart's life while he was still gloating over his victory." Tiger Claw's voice was strong and deep. "Redtail's death was not in vain, or I doubt we'll see the River Clan hunters in our territory again." Firepaw glanced at Greypaw. The apprentice's eyes were dark with sadness. After a moment's pause, several of the cats moved forward to lick Redtail's bed-wriggled fur, as they groomed and purred his hushed phrases to the dead warrior. Firepaw whispered into Greypaw's ears, "What are they doing?" Greypaw didn't take his eyes off the dead and the cat as he replied, "His spirit may have left to join StarClan, but the clan will share tongues with Redtail this time." "Clan?" Firepaw echoed. "It's the tribe of heavenly warriors that watches over all cats, all clan cats. You can see them in the silver pelt." Firepaw looked confused, so Greypaw explained. Silver Pelt is the thick brand of stars you see each night stretching across the sky. Each star is a Star Clan warrior. Redtail will be among them tonight. This is... I'm hearing a lot of similarities to a certain thing, so I'm just gonna keep going, but... Okay. Firepaw nodded, and Greypaw stepped forward to share tongues with his dead deputy. Blue Star had remained silent when the first cats came to pay their respects to Redtail. Now she leaped down from High Rock and walked slowly toward Redtail's body. The other cats retreated and watched as their leader crouched down to share tongues with their old comrade one last time. When she finished, she raised her head and spoke. Her voice was low and thick with grief. The clan listened in silence. Redtail was a brave warrior. His loyalty to the Thunder Clan could never be doubted. I always relied on his judgment, for it bore witness to the needs of the clan, and was never swayed by self-interest or pride. Made a fine leader. Then she lowered herself onto her belly, her head bowed, her paws stretched neatly before her, and silently she grieved for her lost friend. Several other cats came to lay down beside her, their bowed heads and hunched backs echoing their mournful pose. Firepaw watched. He had not known Redtail, but he couldn't help but feeling moved as he witnessed the clan mourn. Greypaw came and stood beside him again. Dustpaw will be sad, he remarked. Dustpaw? Redtail's apprentice. That brown striped tabby over there. Or who his new mentor would be. Okay. Firepaw glanced over to the small Tom who squatted near Redtail's body. Staring unseeing at the ground, Firepaw looked past him to the... How long will Blue Star sit with him? Probably the whole night. Redtail and her deputy for Redtail was her deputy for many, many moons. She won't want to let him go too quickly. He was one of the best warriors. Not as big and powerful as Tiger Claw or Lionheart, but quick, clever. Oh, Redtail was absolutely gonna fucking train Rusty or Firepaw. That would have been the ideal. There. Firepaw looked at Tiger Claw, admiring the strength that swelled in his powerful muscles and broad head. His massive body showed signs of his warrior life. One of his ears was split into a deep V shape, and a thick scar sliced the bridge of his nose. Suddenly, Tiger Claw stood up and stalked over to Ravenpaw. Spotted Leaf was crouched beside Tiger Claw's wounded apprentice, using her teeth and front paws to press wads of cobweb onto his shoulder wound. Firepaw leaned toward Greypaw and asked, "What's Spotted Leaf doing?" "Stopping the bleeding. It looked like a nasty cut, and Ravenpaw seemed really shaken up. He's always been a bit jumpy, but I've never seen him this bad before. Let's go and see if he's woken up yet." They made their way through the grieving cats toward the spot where Ravenpaw lay, settled themselves a respectful distance away to wait until Tiger Claw had finished speaking. "So, Spotted Leaf," Tiger Claw addressed the tortoiseshell with a confident meow. "How is he? You think you can save him? Spent a lot of time training him up, and I don't want my efforts to be wasted at the first battle." Spotted Leaf didn't look up from her patient as she replied, "Yes, a pity if, after all your valuable training, he dies in his first fight, eh?" Firepaw could hear the teasing purr and a soft meow. "Will he live?" Tiger Claw demanded. "Of course. He needs rest." Tiger Claw snorted and looked down at the motionless black shape. He jabbed Ravenpaw with one of his front claws. "Come on then, get up!" Ravenpaw didn't move. "Look at the length of that claw," Firepaw hissed. "You're right," replied Greypaw with a feeling. "I know I wouldn't want to get in a fight with him." "Not so fast, Tiger Claw." Spotted Leaf placed her paw over Tiger Claw's sharp talon and gently moved it away. "His apprentice needs to keep as still as possible until the cut is healed. You don't want him opening his wound by jumping out and just trying to please you." Leave him alone. Firepaw found himself holding his breath as he waited for Tiger Claw's reaction. He guessed that few cats dared to give orders to the warrior like that. The big tabby stiffened and seemed about to speak when Spotted Leaf mewed teasingly. Even you know better than to argue with a medicine cat, Tiger Claw. Tiger Claw's eyes flashed at the little tortoiseshell's words. I wouldn't dare argue with you, Spotted Leaf. Heard. He turned to leave and caught sight of Greypaw and Firepaw. Who's this? He asked Greypaw, towering above them. He's the new apprentice, Greypaw mewed. He smells like a kitty pet, snorted the warrior. I was a house cat, Firepaw meowed boldly. I'm going to train to be a warrior. Tiger Claw looked at him with sudden interest. Ah, yes. Now I remember. Blue Star mentioned that she had stumbled across some stray kitty pet. Oh, she's actually going to try you out, is she? Firepaw sat up very straight, anxious to impress the distinguished clan warrior. That's right, mewed respectfully. Tiger Claw eyed him thoughtfully. I shall watch your progress with interest. Firepaw puffed out his chest proudly as Tiger Claw stalked away. You think you liked me? I don't think Tiger Claw likes any apprentices, whispered Greypaw. Just then, Ravenpaw stirred and twitched his ears. Has he gone? He mumbled. Who? Tiger Claw? Replied Greypaw, trotting toward him. Yeah, he's gone. Hi there. Firepaw began to introduce himself. Go away, both of you, Spotted Leaf protested. How am I meant to keep this cat with all these interruptions? Or how am I meant to help this cat with all these interruptions? She impatiently flicked her tail at Greypaw and Firepaw to pushed her way between them and her patient. Firepaw realized she was serious despite the lively glimmer in her warm amber eyes. Come on then, Firepaw, mewed Greypaw. I'll show you around. See you later, Ravenpaw. The two cats left Spotted Leaf with Ravenpaw and walked across the clearing. Oh, their names being Paw every 5 seconds is driving me insane. Greypaw looked thoughtful. He was clearly thinking about his duties as a guide, taking his duties as a guide very seriously. You know the high rock already, he began, flicking his tail toward the big smooth rock. Blue Star always addresses the clan from there. Her den is down there. He lifted his nose toward the hollow on the side of the high rock. Her den was carved out many moons ago by an ancient stream. Hanging lichen draped the entrance, sheltering the leader's nest from wind. Warriors sleep over here. Great. Firepaw followed him through a large bush and a few paces away from the high rock. There was a clear view from right down to the gorse entrance to the camp. Branches of the bush hung low, but Firepaw could see a sheltered space inside where the warriors made their nests. The senior warriors sleep nearest to the center, where it's the warmest. They usually share their fresh kill together over the clumps of nettles. The younger warriors eat nearby. Sometimes they are invited to join the senior warriors for eating, which is... What about the other clan cats? Firepaw asked, fascinated but feeling rather overwhelmed by all the traditions and rituals of clan. Well, the queens share warrior quarters when they work as warriors, but when they're expecting kits or nursing them, they stay in the nest near the nursery. The elders have their own place on the other side of the clearing. Come on, I'll show you. Firepaw trotted after Greypaw across the clearing and past the shadowy corner where Spotted Leaf had her den. They stopped beside a fallen tree in a sheltered patch of lush grass. Crouched among the soft greenery were 4 elder cats, tucking into a plump young rabbit. There, Dustpaw and Sampaw, who would have brought that to them, whispered Greypaw. One of the apprentice's duties is catching fresh kill for the elders. Hello, youngster, one of the elders greeted Greypaw. Hello, small ear, mewed Greypaw, nodding respectfully. This must be our new apprentice Firepaw, isn't it? Mewed a second Tom. His patchy fur was dark brown, and there was only a stump where his tail should have been. That's right, Firepaw replied, copying Greypaw's polite nod. I'm Half-Tail, purred the brown Tom. Welcome to the clan. Have you two eaten? Meowed Small Ear. Firepaw and Greypaw both shook their heads. Well, there's enough here. Dustpaw and Sampaw are turning into fine hunters. Would you mind if these youngsters shared the mouse one eye? The pale gray queen who laid beside them shook her head. Firepaw noticed one of her eyes was clouded and sightless. What about you, Dappletail? The other elder, a tortoiseshell she-cat with a gray muzzle, meowed in a voice cracking of old age. Of course not. Thank you, mewed Greypaw eagerly. He stepped forward and took the mouse in the pile of the prey, and then dropped it at Firepaw's feet. You've still not tasted mouse? He asked. No, Firepaw admitted. He suddenly felt excited by the warm smells that were rising from this piece of fresh kill. His whole body quivered at the thought of sharing his first real food as a clan member. In that case, you can have the first bite. Just save me some. Greypaw dipped his head and stood back and gave Firepaw room. Firepaw crouched down and took a large bite from the mouse. It was juicy and tender, sang with the flavors of the forest. Oh, what do you think? Asked Greypaw. Fantastic, mumbled Firepaw, his mouth still full. Move over then, mewed Greypaw, stepping forward, bending to take his head to take a bite. As the two apprentices shared the mouse, they listened to the others talk amongst themselves. How long before Bluestar appoints a new deputy? Asked Smallear. What did you say, Smallear? Mewed One Eye. Just old people. I think your hearing has become poor as your eyesight, snapped Smallear impatiently. I said, how long before Bluestar appoints a new deputy? One Eye ignored Smallear's irritated reply and spoke instead to the Tortoiseshell Queen. Appletail, do you remember the day many moons ago when Bluestar herself was appointed deputy? Dappletail mewed earnestly. Oh yes, it was not long after she lost her kits. Will not be happy appointing a new deputy, Smallear observed. Redtail served her long and well, but she'll need to make up her mind quickly. According to clan custom, the choice has to be made before Moonhigh after the death of a old deputy. At least this time, the choice is obvious, meowed Halftail. Firepaw raised his head and looked around the clearing. Who could Halftail mean? Firepaw, all the warriors looked worthy of becoming deputy. Perhaps he meant Tigerclaw, after all? He had avenged Redtail's death. Tigerclaw was sitting not far off, his ears angled toward the elders' conversation. As Firepaw stretched his tongue to lick the last traces of mouse from his whiskers, thank God I've not been muted, Bluestar's voice called from the high rock. Redtail's body lay still in the clearing below, pale gray into the fading night. I don't know who's speaking. It doesn't tell me. It just says she. I'm assuming... I'm gonna assume her, I guess. Oh, Bluestar. My bad. I'm stupid. I can't read. A new deputy must be appointed, she mewed. But first, let us give thanks to the Star Clan for the life of Redtail. Tonight he sits with his fellow warriors among the stars. Silence fell as all the cats looked up into the sky, which was beginning to darken as evening crept over the forest. And now I shall name ThunderClan's new deputy, Bluestar continued. I say these words before the body of Redtail, so that his spirit may hear and approve my choice. Firepaw looked at Tigerclaw. He couldn't help but noticing the hunger in the big warrior's amber eyes as he stared at the high rock. Lionheart, mewed Bluestar, will be the new deputy of ThunderClan. Firepaw was curious to see Tigerclaw's reaction, but the Dark Warrior's face revealed nothing as he moved to congratulate Lionheart with a nudge so hearty that it almost pushed the Golden Tabby off balance. Why didn't she make Tigerclaw the deputy? Firepaw whispered to Greypaw. Probably because Lionheart's been a warrior longer, so he has a lot more experience, Greypaw murmured back to Bluestar. Bluestar spoke again. Redtail was also the mentor of the young Dustpaw. Since there must be no delay in training of our apprentices, I shall appoint Dustpaw's new mentor immediately. Darkstripe, you are ready for your first apprentice. So, we will continue Dustpaw's training. You had a fine mentor in Tigerclaw, and I expect you to pass on some of the excellent skills you were taught. So, it wasn't... Oh no, that's not Darkstripe. That was, what's his face? The other guy. Longtail? No. I'm remembering names. Why? The Tabby warrior swelled with pride as he showed his acceptance with a solemn nod. He strode over to Dustpaw, bent his head, and rather awkwardly touched noses with his new apprentice. Dustpaw flicked his tail respectfully, but his eyes were still dull with grief for his lost mentor. Bluestar raised her voice. I shall keep a vigil with Redtail's body tonight, before we bury him at sunrise. She jumped down from the high rock and walked over to lie beside Redtail's body once more. Many other cats joined her, Dustpaw and Smallear among them. Could go sit with them too, Firepaw suggested. He had to admit the idea didn't appeal to him much. It had been a busy day and he was beginning to feel tired. All he wanted to do was find somewhere warm and dry and curl up and sleep. And Greypaw shook his head. No, Only those who were closest to Redtail will share his final night. I'll show you where we will sleep. The apprentice's den is over there. Firepaw followed Greypaw to a thick brush of ferns that lay beneath a mossy tree stump. All the apprentices share their fresh kill by this stump, Greypaw told him. How many apprentices are there? Firepaw asked. Not as many as usual. Just me, you, Ravenpaw, Dustpaw, and Sandpaw. Oh my god, when they become warriors, their fucking claws. So stupid. Love it. It makes sense, actually. The naming scheme makes sense. I can't wait till he's Fireclaw. Grim text. Okay. As Greypaw and Firepaw settled themselves beside the tree stump, the young she-cat crawled out from beneath the ferns. Her coat was ginger, like Firepaw's, much paler, with barely visible stripes of darker fur. So, here comes the new apprentice, she mewed, narrowing her eyes. Hello, Firepaw mewed. The young cat sniffed rudely. He smells like kitty pet. Don't tell me I'm going to have to share my nest with that revolting stench. Firepaw felt rather taken aback. Since his fight with Longtail, all the cats had been quite friendly. Maybe they had just been distracted by Ravenpaw's news, he thought. You'll have to excuse Sandpaw, apologized Greypaw. I think she must have a furball stuck somewhere. She's not usually this bad temper. Psst! Spat Sandpaw crossly. God. Hold on, youngsters. The deep voice of White Storm sounded behind the apprentices. Sandpaw, my apprentice. As my apprentice, I expect you to be a little bit more welcoming to this newcomer. Sandpaw held up her head and looked defiant. Sorry, White Storm, she purred, not sounding sorry at all. I just didn't expect to be training with a kitty pet, that's all. I'm sure you'll get used to it, Sandpaw, meowed White Storm calmly. Now it's getting late, and training starts early tomorrow. You three should get some sleep. He gave Sandpaw a stern look, and she nodded obediently. As he walked off, she spun around and vanished into the clump of ferns, sniffing once more as she brushed past. With a flick of his tail, Greypaw invited Firepaw to follow him, and led the way after Sandpaw inside of the sleeping area. The ground was lined with soft moss, and the pale moonlight turned everything into a delicate. The air was fragrant with a fern scent, and warmer than outside. Where do I sleep? Firepaw asked. Anywhere, just so long as it's not near me, snarled Snappaw, who was prodding some moss with her paw. Sorry, that's fine, whatever. Greypaw and Firepaw exchanged glasses. Firepaw raked together a pile of moss with his claws. When he had gathered his bed into a cozy nest, he circled it until he was comfortable and settled down. His whole body felt drowsy with contentment. He was home now. He was a member of the Thunderclan. Chapter 5. Hey, Firepaw, wake up! Greypaw's meow broke into Firepaw's dream. He had been chasing a squirrel up and up into the topmost branches of the tall oak. Training begins at sunrise. Dustpaw and Sandpaw are already up, Greypaw added urgently. Firepaw stretched sleepily and then remembered today was his first day of training. He leapt to his paws. His drowsiness evaporated as excitement surged through his veins. Greypaw was giving himself a hastily wash. Between licks he meowed. I just spoken with Lionheart. Ravenpaw won't be training us with us till his wound is better. Probably stay at Spotted Leaf's den for another day or two. Dustpaw and Sandpaw are on hunting duty. The Lionheart thought you and I could train with him and Tigerclaw this morning. You better hurry though, they'll be waiting. Greypaw led Firepaw quickly through the gorse entrance to the camp and up to the side of the rock-strewn valley. Oh shit! Hey guys! Welcome in. Thanks for the raid. Welcome on in. How you doing, Luna? Hope you did well. Oh, you're streaming? Oh, Sky, hey! Was it fun? Did you... I still vaguely know what goes on in the game. Did you fly a lot? Did you do funny emotes? Did you meet some cool people? But welcome in, Raiders. Hope you guys are doing well. We're currently reading, as you can see here, Warrior Cats. I've never read it, and I thought it would be funny to read a book on stream, or not funny to read a book on stream, but I wanted to read something on stream. And this was the first thing that was kind of suggested by the people I was talking to at the time. So here we are. But anyways, Welcome on in, Raiders. If you guys need to eat, sleep, or just feel like vibing elsewhere, please go and do that. Your health is what matters. And I understand if you need to head out. No hard feelings. And genuinely, just, you won't get any hate from that. And if anybody gives you hate for that, I'll smack them because they're terrible people. Otherwise, if you feel like sticking around and listening to me read Warrior Cats for I don't know how long, we're probably going to finish the book today. Welcome on in. My name's Mihko. I usually play a variety of games, although lately it's been Dragon's Dogma 2. As a quick aside, just say Mihko. It's easier to spell, easier to say. Trust me on that one. Other than that, thanks so much for watching, and I hope you guys stick around and enjoy some light reading. Had a fellow Canadian Sky streamer on today, Worm. Oh, nice. Accidental twin discovery. Oh, nice. I said Mohican before the raid. I really wanted to. I believed... You know what? I gotta go back and I gotta see. Did you say it right? I hope you did. I know you did. I've said it so many times at this point. But, like I said, trust me. The Mihko part is easier to say and easier to spell. But you can... If you want to say Mohican or you want to spell out Mohican, you totally can. But by no means am I forcing anybody to try and figure that one out. Again, it's technically not English, so... That is where we are. Also, we are on chapter 5. We just started chapter 5 of this book, so we're into it now. Okay, we're here. Yeah, we're about here. Oh, they keep saying Gorse, like Gorse, and I can't help but say it as goofy, like Gorge. I don't know why. But it's just every time I see it, I'm just like, that's the funniest word to me. What if I only just call you Mohican from now on? I mean, you can. It's a lot of extra letters to spell, though. That is 100% up to you. Also, do you guys like my book hand? Don't worry. It's definitely the Warriors. Don't question it. I can't, like, tilt the picture or do anything because OBS is very limited in what I can do. Honestly, yeah, kind of a power move, but also I wanted to say hello to Worm as well, because Worm chatted and said hi, so welcome in. I'm glad you've arrived. Beezus with a posture, stretch, and hydrate. I shall do all three. Definitely need to hydrate. Okay. Yeah. As they climbed over the crest of the ravine, a cool breeze ruffled their fur.
You want to be a good boy for mommy? Make me feel good?
You're a bottom! You're not allowed to talk like that!
You gonna keep being a good boy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, oh yeah.
Thanks, Beezus. Alright, music's back on. As they climbed over the crest of the ravine, a cool breeze ruffled their fur. Fat, white clouds raced across the blue sky overhead. Firepaw felt a fierce joy well up inside him as he followed Greypaw down a tree-shaped slope into a sandy hollow. Tiger Claw and Lionheart were indeed waiting, sitting a few tail lengths apart from the sun-warmed sand. In the future, I expect both of you to be punctual, growled Tiger Claw. Don't be too severe, Tiger Claw. It was a busy night last night. In fact, they were tired, Lionheart gently. You have not yet been assigned a mentor, Firepaw, he went on. For now, Tiger Claw and I will share your training. Firepaw nodded enthusiastically, his tail held high, unable to disguise his delight of having two such great warriors as his mentors. Come, meowed Tiger Claw impatiently. Today we are going to show you the edges of our territory, so that you know where you will be hunting and what boundaries you need to protect. Greypaw, it won't do you any harm to remind yourself of the clan's outer limits. Without another word, Tiger Claw leaped up and bounded from out of the sandy hollow. Lionheart nodded softly to Greypaw, and they took off with equal speed. Firepaw scrambled after them, his paws slipping on the soft sand. The trees were thick in this part of the forest. Birch and ash trees shadowed the mighty oaks. The ground was carpeted with crisp dead leaves that rustled beneath their paws. Tiger Claw paused to spray his scent on a thick clump of ferns. The other cat stopped beside him. There's a two-leg path here, murmured Lionheart. Use your nose, Firepaw. Can you smell anything? Firepaw sniffed. There was a faint scent of a two-leg. God, he adapted so well to that terminology. They were just people. You knew her as Sharon. Like, come on. And the stronger smell of a dog, familiar to him from his old home. A two-leg walked his dog along here, but they are gone now, he mewed. Good. Meowed Lionheart. Oh, thanks, sound alerts. Do you think it's safe for us to cross? Firepaw sniffed again. The odors were weak and seemed overlaid with fresher forest smells. Yes, he replied. Tigerclaw nodded, and the four cats stalked out from behind the ferns and crossed the sharp stones of the narrow two-leg path. The trees beyond were pine. They grew tall and straight, row after row. It was easy to walk silently here. The ground was thick with layers of dead needles, which pricked against Firepaw's pads, but felt spongy underneath. There was no undergrowth here to hide in, and Firepaw sensed the tension in the other cats as they stalked unprotected. Two legs put these trees here, meowed Tigerclaw. They cut them down with the foul-smelling creatures, which spewed enough fumes to make a kit go blind. And then they take the fallen trees to the tree-cut place that lies near here. Firepaw stopped and listened to the roar of the tree eater. She had heard before. The tree-cut place will be silent for a few moons more, until the time of Greenleaf, explained Greypaw, noticing his pause. The cats padded through the pine forest. Damn it. Hang on, I gotta... 1 sec. I keep trying to not, push a cough, but it's just, stuck there, Horrible. Two-leg place lies in that direction, Tiger, licking his thick tail from one side. No doubt you can smell it, Firepaw. Today, however, we will head the other way. Eventually, they reached another two-leg path that marked the far edge of the pine forest. They quickly crossed over into the safe bushes of the oak woods beyond. But Firepaw still sensed anxiety in the other cat. Pinch the cough out. Does that work? Never tried. I just push it. So when you cough, you push and it makes you cough worse. But still. Thanks, bees. We're approaching RiverClan territory. Sounding rocks are over there. Pointed with a soft muzzle to the treeless mound of boulder. Firepaw felt his fur stand on end. This was where Red Tall had been slain. Lionheart stopped by a flat gray rock. This is the boundary between ThunderClan and RiverClan territory. RiverClan rules the hunting grounds beside the Great River, he meowed. Breathe deeply, Firepaw. Pungent smell of unfamiliar cats hit the roof of Firepaw's mouth. He was surprised at how different it smelled from the warm cat scents of ThunderClan. He was also surprised to just realize how familiar and comforting the ThunderClan scents have seemed to him already. That is the smell of RiverClan, Tigerclaw growled beside him. Remember it well. It will be the strongest at the boundary because their warriors will have scent marked the trees along here. These words, the dark tabby lifted his tail and sprayed his own mark on the flat rock. Do we have to? Anyway. There's so many more words in this story still. Fuck. We'll follow this boundary line as it leads straight to the four trees, Lionheart meowed. He set off quickly away from the sounding rocks, followed by Tigerclaw. Greypaw and Firepaw trotted after them. What's the four trees? Firepaw panted. Where the territories of all four clans meet, replied Greypaw. There are 4 great oaks there, as old as the clans. Quiet! Ordered Tigerclaw. Don't forget how close we are to enemy territory. The 2 apprentices fell silent. Firepaw concentrated on walking silently. They crossed the shallow stream, keeping their paws dry from leaping from boulder to boulder across the pebbly riverbed. By the time they reached the four trees, Firepaw was feeling completely out of breath and his paws ached. He wasn't used to traveling so far and so fast. He was quite relieved when Lionheart and Tigerclaw led them out of the thick woods and stopped at the brow of a bush-covered slope. It was sun-high now. The clouds had cleared and the wind had dropped. Below, in the dazzling sunlight, stood 4 enormous oaks, their dark green crowns reaching almost to the top of the steep slope. As Greypaw told you, meowed Lionheart to Firepaw, this is 4 trees. where the territories of all 4 clans meet. Wind Clan governs the high ground ahead of us, where the sun sets. You won't be able to catch their scent today. The wind is blowing toward them, but you'll learn it soon enough. And Shadow Clan holds the power over there, in the darkest part of the forest, added Greypaw, flicking his head sideways. The others say that the cold winds from the north blow over the Shadow Clan's cats and chill their hearts. How many clans? Firepaw exclaimed. There's 4! So well organized, he added to himself, remembering Smudge's lurid tales of wildcats wreaking terror in the forest. There's 4 clans. It's not that many. There's a lot of cats. But there's only like 4. You can't remember, just it's Wind Clan, River Clan, Shadow Clan, and Thunder Clan. How do you not remember that? Oh, and Star Clan. I guess technically there's 5. Fucking, come on. Keep up. Sorry, Firepaw. I didn't mean it. You see now why prey is so precious, meowed Lionheart. Why we must fight to protect what little we have. But that seems foolish. Why can't the clans work together and share their hunting grounds instead of fighting each other? Firepaw suggested boldly. A shocked silence greeted his words. Tigerclaw was the first to reply. That is treacherous thinking, kitty pet. You're too fierce, Tigerclaw warned Lionheart. The ways of the clans are new to this apprentice. He looked to Firepaw. You speak from your heart, young Firepaw. This will make you a stronger warrior one day. Tigerclaw glowered. Or it might make him give into kitty pet weakness right in the moment of attack. I butchered that line. So sorry, Tigerclaw. Lionheart glanced briefly at Tigerclaw before he continued. The 4 clans do come together peacefully in a gathering of each moon. Here, he bent his head toward the 4 mighty oaks below, is where they meet. The truce lasts for as long as the moon is at its fullest. Then, there must be a meeting very soon, Firepaw suggested, remembering how bright the moonlight had been here before. Indeed there is, answered Lionheart, sounding impressed. Tonight, in fact. The gatherings are very important because they allow clans to come together in peace for one night. But you must understand, the longer alliances bring more trouble than they're worth. It is our clan loyalty that makes us strong, Tigerclaw meowed in agreement. If you weaken that loyalty, you weaken our chances of survival. Firepaw nodded. Understand, he mewed. Come on, mewed Lionheart, standing up. Let's keep moving. They paced along the ridge of the valley where the 4 trees stood. Now they were headed away from the sun as it began to sink into the afternoon sky. They crossed the stream to a place narrow enough to leap over in one jump. Firepaw sniffed the air. A new cat scent touched his mouth glands, strong and sour. Which clan is that? Shadow Clan, answered Tigerclaw grimly. We are traveling along their border. Keep your wits about you, Firepaw. Fresher scents mean that Shadow Clan patrol is in the area. As Firepaw... I want to be sure I'm not too close to the bottom here. We have a lot of... This is a 2-hour fucking... Let's go. As Firepaw nodded, he heard a noise. He stiffened, but the other cats kept up their pace, heading straight for the ominous rumbling. What's that? He called, trotting to catch up with them. You'll see in a moment, replied Lionheart. Firepaw peered to the trees ahead. They seemed to get thinner and thinner, letting in broad band of sunlight. Be at the edge of the woods? He asked. Then he stopped and took a deep breath. Green forest scents were overlaid with other strange, dark smells. This time it was not cat scent, but an odor that reminded him of his old 2-leg home. The rumbling was getting louder. A ceaseless roar that made the ground tremble and ached in Firepaw's ears. This is the Thunder Path, mewed Tigerclaw. Firepaw followed as Lionheart led toward... I was going to call him Fireheart, damn. As Lionheart led them toward the edge of the forest. Then he sat down and all 4 cats looked out. Firepaw could see a gray path like a river, cutting its way through the forest. The hard gray stone stretched ahead of him so far that the trees on the other side seemed blurry and tiny. Firepaw shuddered at the bitter smell that rose from the path. It's a road. Next moment he leaped back, his fur bristling as a gigantic monster roared past. Branches of the trees on either side flapped madly as the wind that chased the speeding monster. Firepaw stared around at the other cats, his eyes wide, unable to speak. He had seen paths like this before near his old 2-leg home, but never this wide, nor with monsters so swift and fierce. Scared me the first time too, remarked Greypaw. But at least it helps keep Shadow Clan warriors from crossing into our territory. The Thunder Path runs for many paw steps along our boundary line. And don't worry, those monsters never seem to leave the Thunder Path. They'll be fine as long as you don't go too near. It's time we return to camp, meowed Lionheart. You have seen all our boundaries now, but we'll avoid snake rocks, even though the way around is longer. An untrained apprentice would be easy prey for an adder, and I expect you are getting tired, Firepaw. Firepaw couldn't help but feel relieved at the thought of returning to camp. Head was spinning with all the new smells and sights, and Lionheart was right. He was tired and hungry. He fell in behind Greypaw as the cats turned from the thunder path and headed back into the dewy sense of evening filled the air as Firepaw made his way through the Gore's entrance into the ThunderClan camp. Fresh kill was waiting for them. Firepaw and Greypaw took their share from the pile that lay in a shady part of the clearing and carried it to the tree stump outside the court. Dustpaw and Sandpaw were already there, munching hungrily. Hi there, kitty pet, mewed Dustpaw, narrowing his eyes scornfully at Firepaw. Enjoy the food we caught for you? Who knows? You might even learn to catch your own one day, sneered Sandpaw. Are you two still on hunting duty? Greypaw asked instantly. Never mind, we've been controlling our territory borders. You'll be glad to know it's all safe. I'm sure the other clans were terrified when they smell you two coming, yelled Dustpaw. They didn't even dare show their faces, retorting Greypaw, unable to hide his anger. Well, we'll ask them tonight when we see them at the clan gathering, mewed Sandpaw. Are you going? Firepaw blurted out, impressed in spite of the apprentice's hostility. Of course, replied Dustpaw loftily. Cats. Yep. Hey, Mac Wolf, how you doing? It's warrior cats today. We're only on like chapter 5, I think. So I got a lot of this to go. We're a little more like we're like a quarter of the way there. Glad you're doing okay. This is kind of more of a chill stream. I'm just, like I said, I'm just reading. So just vibe, grab some snacks, relax. It's basically just an audiobook. Every once in a while I swear and I fuck up words. But I'm doing my best. Dyslexic is a bit. I couldn't resist. I took a bite of food. I'm so sorry. Bump it up. It's a great honor, you know. But don't worry. We'll tell you all about it in the morning. Greypaw ignored Dustpaw's gloating and started eating his fresh kill. Firepaw was hungry too and crouched down to eat. Couldn't help feeling a twinge of envy that Dustpaw and Sandpaw were actually going to meet the other clans tonight. A loud call from Bluestar made Firepaw look up. He watched several of the clan warriors and elders gathering in the clearing. It was time for the clan party to leave for the gathering. Dustpaw and Sandpaw leaped to their feet and trotted off to join the other cats. Bye, you two, called Sandpaw over her shoulder. Have a nice, quiet evening. The assembled cats stalked out of the camp in the entrance in a single file, with Bluestar at the head. Her fur glowed like silver in the moonlight, and she looked calm and confident as she led her clan to the brief truce between old enemies. Have you ever been to a gathering? Firepaw asked Greypaw wistfully. Not yet, replied Greypaw, crunching loudly on a mouse bone. But it won't be long now. Just you wait. All the apprentices get to go sometime. Hey, we're on page 46. I think somehow... I don't think you're going to get it. Somehow. Just a feeling. Just a vibe. The two apprentices ate the rest of their meal in silence. When they had finished, Greypaw wandered over to Firepaw and began to groom his head. Together they washed, sharing tongues as Firepaw had seen the other cats do when he first arrived. Then, tired after a long trek, they pushed their way into their den, they settled down to their nest, and quickly fell asleep. The following morning, Greypaw and Firepaw arrived early in the sandy hollow. They had crept out before Sandpaw and Dustpaw woke. Firepaw had been eager to hear about the gathering, but Greypaw had dragged him away. Hear all about it later. I know this too, he mewed. It promised to be another warm day. And this time, Ravenpaw came to join them. Thanks to Spotted Leaf, his wound was healing well. Greypaw played around, scooping leaves into the air and leaping after them. Firepaw watched, his tail twitching with amusement. Ravenpaw sat quietly on one side of the hollow, looking tense and unhappy. Cheer up, Ravenpaw, called Greypaw. I know you don't like training, but you're not usually this miserable. One second. God damn it. The sense of Lionheart and Tigerclaw warned their apprentices of their approach, and Ravenpaw mewed hastily. I suppose I'm just worried about my shoulder getting hurt again. At that moment, Tigerclaw emerged from the bushes, closely followed by Lionheart. Warriors should suffer their pain silently, growled Tigerclaw. He looked Ravenpaw straight in the eye. You need to learn to hold your tongue. Ravenpaw flinched and dropped his eyes to the ground. Tigerclaw's a bit grumpy today, Greypaw whispered in Firepaw's ear. Lineclaw glanced at his apprentice sternly and announced, Today, we are going to practice stalking. Now, there is a big difference between creeping up on a rabbit and creeping up on a mouse. Any of you tell me why? Firepaw had no idea, and Ravenpaw seemed to have taken Tigerclaw's comment to heart and was... Come on! Snorted Tigerclaw. It was Greypaw who answered, Because a rabbit will smell you before he sees you, but a mouse will feel your paw steps to the ground before he smells you. Exactly, Greypaw. So what must you bear in mind when hunting mice? Step lightly, Firepaw suggested. Lionheart looked approvingly at him. Quite right, Firepaw. You must take all your weight into your haunches so that your paws make no impact on the forest floor. Let's try it. Firepaw watched as Greypaw and Ravenclaw immediately dropped into the stalking crouch. Nicely done, Greypaw, meowed Lionheart as the two apprentices began to move forward stealthily. Keep your rear down, Ravenpaw, or Tigerclaw, so it's more aggressive. Keep your rear down, Ravenpaw. You look like a duck, spat Tigerclaw. Now you try, Firepaw. Firepaw crouched down and began to creep across the forest floor. He felt himself fall instinctively into the right position. As soon as he stepped forward, as silently and lightly as he could, he felt a glow of pride that his muscles responded so smoothly. I like how proud he is of himself, and here's Tigerclaw. Well, it's obvious you know nothing of softness. Or it's obvious you know nothing but softness, growled Tigerclaw. You stalk like a lumbering kitty pet. You think dinner is going to come to you, lie down into your food dish and wait to be eaten? Firepaw sat up quickly as Tigerclaw spoke, a little taken aback by his harsh words. He listened carefully to the warrior, determined to get everything right. His pace and forward movement will come later, but his crouch is perfectly balanced, Lionheart pointed out. Which is better than Ravenpaw, I suppose, complained Tigerclaw. He cast a scornful look at the black cat. Even after 2 moons of training, you're still putting all your weight on your left side. Ravenpaw looked at him, looked even more dejected. Firepaw couldn't stop himself from blurting out. His injury is bothering him, that's all. Tigerclaw whipped his head around and glared at Firepaw. Injuries are a fact of life. You should be able to adapt. Even you, Firepaw, have learned something this morning. If Ravenpaw picked up things as quickly as you, he'd be a credit to me instead of an embarrassment. Imagine being shown up by a kitty pet, he spat angrily at his apprentice. Firepaw felt his fur prickle with discomfort. He couldn't meet Ravenpaw's eyes, so he looked down at his paws. Well, I'm more lopsided than a one-legged badger, mewed Greypaw, breaking off from his carefully stalking to stagger comically across the clearing. I think I'll have to settle for hunting stupid mice. They won't stand a chance. I'll just wander up to them and sit on them until they surrender. Concentrate, young Greypaw. This is no time for your jokes, meowed Lionheart sternly. Perhaps you might focus better if you try your stalking for real. All 3 apprentices looked up brightly. I want each one of you to try catching real prey, meowed Lionheart. Ravenpaw, you look beside the owl tree. Greypaw, there might be something in that big bramble patch over there. And you, Firepaw, follow that rabbit track over the rise. You'll find a dry bed of winter stream. You may find something there. The 3 apprentices bounded away, even Ravenpaw finding an extra energy for this challenge. With blood pounding in his ears, Firepaw crept slowly over the rise. Sure enough, a stream bed cut through the trees ahead of him in leaf fall. He guessed it would carry the rainwater away from the forest and into the great river that cut through the River Clan territory. Now it was dry. Firepaw crept quietly... Firepaw crept quietly down the bank and crouched on the sandy floor. Every sense felt on fire with tension. Silently, he scanned the empty stream for signs of life. He watched for any tiny movement, his mouth open so he could pick up on the smallest scent, his ears twisted forward. Then he smelled mouse. He recognized the odor instantly, remembering his first taste from the night before. Wild energy surged through him, but he remained motionless, and trying desperately to pinpoint the prey. He straightened his ears forward until he picked up a rapid pulsing of a tiny mouse heart. Then a flash of brown caught his eye. The creature was scrambling through the long grass and draped at the edges of the stream. Firepaw shifted closer, remembering to keep his weight on his haunches until he was within striking distance. Then he pushed back hard on his hind paws and sprang, kicking up the sand as he rose. The mouse raced away, but Firepaw was quicker. He scooped it into the air with one paw and threw it to the sandy stream bed, and lunged on top of it. He killed it quickly with one sharp bite. Firepaw carefully lifted the warm body between his teeth and returned his tail held high in the hollow, where Tiger Claw and Lionheart waited. He had made his first kill. He was a true ThunderClan apprentice now. 6. Early morning sunlight streamed down onto the forest floor as Firepaw roamed in search of prey. 2 moons had passed since he had begun his training. He felt at ease with his environment now. Senses had been awoken and educated in the way of the wood. Firepaw paused to sniff the earth and cold, blind things that moved within it. He caught the scent of a 2-leg that had wandered the forest recently. Now that Greenleaf was here, leaves were thick on the branches, and tiny creatures were busy beneath the carpet of leaves. Firepaw made a lean, strong shape as he moved silently through the trees, all his senses alert for the scent trail that would end in a swift kill. Today, he had been set his first solo task. He was determined to do well, even if his task was only to bring back a fresh kill for the clan. He headed for the stream that he had crossed on the first trek through the ThunderClan hunting ground. It gurgled and spattered as it ran downhill over the smooth, round pebbles. Firepaw paused briefly to lap at the cold, clear water, then lifted his head and tested the air again for any scent of prey. The stench of fox lay heavy in the air here. The smell was stale, so the fox must have dunked in earlier the day. Firepaw recognized the odor. He'd smelled it on his first visit to the forest. Since then, Lionheart had taught him that it was fox scent, but apart from the glimpse of the fox's brush that he had caught in the first outing, Firepaw had still never seen one properly. He struggled to screen out the fox stench and concentrate on prey scent. Suddenly his whiskers prickled as he honed in on the warm blood beat of the prey. A water vole busy about its nest. Vole? A moment later he saw the vole. A fat brown body was darting back and forth along the banks as it gathered grass stalks. Firepaw's mouth watered in anticipation. Last meal had been many hours ago, but he dared not hunt for himself until the clan had been fed. He remembered the words repeated by Lionheart and Tiger Claw time and time again. The clan must be fed first. Dropping into a crouch, Firepaw began to stalk the little creature. His orange belly fur brushed against the damp grass. He crept closer, his eyes never leaving his prey. Almost there. Another moment he would be enough to spring. Suddenly there was a loud rustle behind in the ferns behind him. Watervole's ears twitched and disappeared down a hole into the bank. Firepaw felt the few hackles rousing along his spine. Whatever had ruined his first good chance of catching the prey would have to pay. He sniffed the air. He could tell it was a cat, but he realized with a jolt that he couldn't identify which clan it belonged to. The stale stench of fox still confused his smell sense. A growl rose in his throat and he began doubling back in a wide circle. He pricked his ears and opened his eyes wide, seeking out any movement. He heard the undergrowth rustle again. It was louder now, off to one side. Firepaw edged closer. He could see the ferns moving. Fronds still hid the enemy from view. Twig snapped with a sharp cracking noise. From the noise it's making, it must be big, Firepaw thought, preparing himself for a fierce battle. He leapt for the trunk of an ash and climbed swiftly and silently up into an overhanging branch. Below him, the invisible warrior came closer and closer still. Firepaw still held his breath, judging his moment as the ferns were pushed aside and a large grayish shape emerged. Urgh! The battle cry rumbled in Firepaw's throat. Claws unleashed, he launched himself at the enemy and landed squarely on a set of furry, muscular shoulders. He dug in hard, gripping the thorn-sharp claws, ready to deal a powerful warning bite. Ah! What's that? The body below him shot straight up into the air, carrying him with it. Greypaw? Firepaw recognized the astonished voice and caught his friend's familiar smell, but he was too fired up to loosen his grip. Ambush! Meow! spat Greypaw, not realizing the cat gripping onto his back was Firepaw. He rolled over in an attempt to dislodge the attacker. Ugh. Firepaw rolled with him, squashed flattened beneath the heavy body. It's me, Firepaw! He yelled, struggled to pull free and sheath his claws. Rolling away, he sprang free to his feet. He sprang to his feet and gave himself a shake, which rippled all the way along his body to the end of his tail. Greypaw, it's me! He repeated. I thought you were a warrior. An enemy warrior. Greypaw rose to his feet and he winced and shook himself. It felt like it, he grumbled, twisting his head and licked his sore shoulders. You've raked me to shreds. Sorry, Firepaw mumbled. What was I supposed to think with you creeping up on me like that? Creeping up? Greypaw's eyes were round with indignation. That was my best stealth crouch. Stealth? You stalk like a lopsided badger, Firepaw teased, his flattened ears playfully. Greypaw finally gave a hiss of delight. I'll show you lopsided. The cats leaped at each other and began rolling around over in a play fight. Greypaw swiped at Firepaw with a hefty paw, and the young apprentice's head buzzed with stars. Oof! Firepaw shook his head to clear it and launched a counterattack. He managed to get in a couple of good paw strikes before Greypaw overpowered him and held him down. Firepaw let his body go limp. Give up too easily, mewed Greypaw, loosening his grip. As he did so, Firepaw sprang to his feet, firing Greypaw off his back and into the undergrowth. Firepaw leaped up after him, pinned him to the ground. Surprise is the warrior's greatest weapon, he crowned, quoting one of Lionheart's favorite phrases. He jumped nimbly off Greypaw and began to squirm around in the leaf litter, enjoying his easy victory and the warmth of the earth against his back. Greypaw seemed unbothered by his second defeat of the morning. It was too fine a day for a bad temper. So, how are you getting on with your task? He asked. Firepaw sat up. Well, I was doing fine until you came along. I was about to catch a vole when your noisy trampling frightened it off. Oh, sorry, mewed Greypaw. Firepaw looked at his crestfallen friend. It's okay. You didn't know, he purred. Anyway, shouldn't you be heading to meet the patrol on the Wind Clan border? Thought you had to give them a message from Blue Star. Yeah, but there's plenty of time. I was going to do a little hunting first. I'm starving. Me too. But I've got to hunt for the clan before I can hunt for myself. I bet Dustpaw and Sandpaw used to swallow a shrew or two when they were hunting duty, snorted Greypaw. I wouldn't be surprised if they did, but this is my first solo assignment. And you want to do it right. I know, Greypaw sighed. What's the message from Blue Star anyway? Firepaw asked, changing the subject. She wants to go on patrol. She wants the patrol to wait at the Great Sycamore until she joins them at the Sun High. Seems that some Shadow Clan cats are prowling around. Blue Star wants to check them out. Let's get going then, Firepaw reminded him. The Wind Clan hunting grounds aren't too far from here. There's plenty of time, answered Greypaw confidently. And I suppose I should help out after losing you that vole. Doesn't matter, Firepaw mewed. I'll find another. It's such a warm day that there should be quite a few out and about. True, but you still have to catch them. Greypaw nibbled at the front claw, stripping off a piece of the outer sheath thoughtfully. You know, that could take you until way past sun high, maybe even until sunset. Firepaw nodded with enthusiasm as his belly gave a rumble. You'd probably have to make 3 or 4 hunting trips before he caught enough prey. Silver pelt would be in the sky before he got a chance to eat. Greypaw stroked his whiskers. Come on. I'll help you get started. I owe you that at least. We should be able to catch a couple of voles before I have to get going. Firepaw followed Greypaw upstream, glad of the company and the help. The fox stench was still in the air, but suddenly it smelled stronger. Firepaw paused. Can you smell that? He asked. Greypaw stopped and sniffed the air. Fox. Yeah, I smelled it earlier. Doesn't it smell fresher to you now, though? Firepaw asked. Greypaw sniffed again, opening his mouth slightly. Right, he murmured, lowering his voice. He swiveled his head to look across the stream of bushes in the woods beyond. Look, he whispered. Firepaw looked and saw something red and thick-haired moving amongst the bushes. It stepped into a clearing in the undergrowth, and Firepaw saw a low body glinting red in the dappled sunlight. Its tail was heavily furred, and it had a long, narrow snout. It's a fox? Firepaw whispered. An ugly muzzle. You can say that again, agreed Greypaw. I was following one of those when we first met, whispered Firepaw. More likely it was following you, you idiot, hissed Greypaw. Never trust a fox. Looks like a dog, behaves like a cat. Anyway. We must warn the queens that one is straight into our territory. Foxes are as bad as badgers when it comes to killing young kits. I'm just glad you didn't catch up with one the last time when. Wow, I fucked that up wholly. I'm just glad you didn't catch up with the one that you saw last time. He'd have made mouse meat out of a tiny scrap like you. Firepaw looked a little put out, and Greypaw added, "You'd stand a better chance these days, though." Anyway, Blue Star will probably send a warrior patrol to scare it off. put the queen's minds at rest. Fox had not noticed them, so the two apprentices continued along the stream. Quiet, you! Fox had not noticed them, so two apprentices continued along the stream. So, what does a badger look like? Firepaw asked as they prowled along, sniffing either side. Black and white, short legs. You'll know one when you meet one. They're bad-tempered, lumbering animals. They're less likely to raid the nursery than a fox, but they have a vicious bite. How do you think old Halftail learned his name? He hasn't been able to climb a tree since the badger bit his tail off. Why not? Scared of falling. A cat needs his tail if he wants to land on his feet. Helps him spin in midair. Firepaw nodded in understanding. That's a balance thing for sure, but I don't know that's correct. But in reverse? Okay. Alright. How dare. As Firepaw had predicted, hunting was good that day. Before long, Greypaw had pounced on a small mouse and Firepaw had caught a thrush. It quickly took its life. No time to practice killing techniques today. There were too many hungry mouths waiting back at camp. Firepaw kicked the earth over the prey so that it would be safe from the predators until he came back for it. Suddenly, a squirrel broke cover. Firepaw burst in action. After it, he called, pelting at full stretch over the springing woodland floor with Greypaw at his heels. They slid to his halt as the squirrel scampered upward into a birch. Lost it, Greypaw growled in disappointment. Panting, the two cats stopped to catch their breath. The acrid stench that hit their mouth and noses surprised them. The thunder path, Firepaw mewed. Didn't realize we'd come so far. The two cats edged forward to peer out to the forest of the great dark path. It was the first time they had been here alone. The trail of noisy creatures growled along the surface, their dead eyes staring straight ahead. Ugh, Greypaw snorted. These monsters really stink. Firepaw twitched his ears in agreement. Choking smell made his throat sting. Have you ever been across the thunder path? He mewed. Greypaw shook his head. Firepaw took a step out of cover to the forest. The border of oily grass lay between the trees and the thunder path. He crept slowly out onto it. Then he shrunk back as a stinking monster hurled past. Hey, where you going? Greypaw mewed. Firepaw didn't reply. He waited till there were no monsters in sight, and he edged forward again, across the grass, right to the edge of the path. Cautiously, he reached out to the paw to touch it. It felt warm, almost sticky. Heated by the sun, he looked up, staring across the thunder path. Was that a pair of eyes glinting with the forest on the other side? He sniffed the air, but smelled nothing except the stench of the great gray path. The eyes on the other side were still shining and yellow. They blinked. Slowly. Firepaw was sure now. It was a Shadow Clan warrior, staring right at him. Firepaw! Greypaw's voice made Firepaw jump, just as a huge monster taller than a tree roared past his nose. The wind from it almost toppled him over. Firepaw turned around as fast as he could back into the safety of the forest. You mouse-brained fool! Spat Greypaw, his whiskers trembling with fear and anger. What were you doing? I just wondered what the thunder path felt like, Firepaw muttered. His whiskers were trembling too. Come on, hissed Greypaw edgily. Get out of here. Firepaw followed Greypaw as he leapt away back into the forest. Once they were a safe distance from the thunder path, Greypaw stopped to catch his breath. Firepaw sat down and began to lick his ruffled fur. I think I saw a Shadow Clan warrior, he mewed between licks. In the forest, on the other side of the thunder path. A Shadow Clan warrior? Echoed Greypaw, his eyes wide. Really? Pretty sure. Oh, it's a good thing that monster came past when it did, retorted Greypaw. Where there's one Shadow Clan warrior, there's more, and we're no match for them yet. Better get out of here. He looked up at the sun, which was almost directly overhead. I better get a move on if I want to meet the patrol on time, he mewed. See you later. He sprang away into the undergrowth, calling as he went, You never know. Lionheart might let me come and help you with hunting once I've delivered this message. Firepaw watched him go. He envied Greypaw, wishing he were off to join a warrior patrol. But at least he'd have something to tell Dustpaw and Soundpaw when he returned to camp. Today he'd seen his first Shadow Clan warrior. Chapter 7. Firepaw retraced his steps and headed back toward the stream. He thought of those eyes burning from the darkness of the Shadow Clan territory. Suddenly he caught a faint smell in the breeze. Stranger! Perhaps that Shadow Clan warrior? Instantly a growl rumbled in Firepaw's throat. The scent message told him many things. The stranger was a she-cat, not young, and definitely not from ThunderClan. She carried no distinct scent from any of the clans. But Firepaw could tell she was tired, hungry, and sick. She was in an ugly mood. Dropping low, Firepaw moved forward, heading toward the scent. Then he paused in puzzlement. The warrior scent was fainter now. He sniffed again. Suddenly, with a lightning movement and a snarling ball of fur burst out from the bushes behind him. Firepaw screeched in shock as the she-cat slammed into him, knocking him sideways. 2 heavy paws clamped down onto his shoulders, and iron jaws closed around the back of his neck. "Meow!" he grunted, already thinking fast. If the other cats were to sink fangs too deep, it would be all over. He forced himself to go limp, relaxing his muscles as if in submission. He let out a pretended howl of alarm. The she-cat opened her mouth to give a triumphant yowl. "Ah, a puny apprentice. Easy prey for a yellow fang," she hissed. At the insult, Firepaw felt a surge of fury. Just wait. He'd show the coughed-up furball what kind of warrior he was. Not yet, he told himself. Wait until you feel her teeth again. Yellowfang bit down. Firepaw surged upward and in all the strength of his powerful young body. The she-cat gave a snarl of surprise as she was thrown clear. She tumbled back into the gorse bush. Firepaw shook himself. Not such easy prey, huh? Yellowfang hissed defiance as she tore herself free from the clinging branches. Not bad, young apprentice, she spat back. But she'll need to do a lot better. Firepaw blinked when he saw his opponent clearly for the first time. The she-cat had a broad, almost flat face and round orange eyes. Her dark gray fur was long and matted into smelly clumps. Her ears were torn and ragged, and her muzzle was traced with the scars of many old battles. Firepaw stood his ground. He puffed his chest and glared the challenge into the intruder's face. You are in ThunderClan hunting ground. Move on. Who's gonna make me? Yellowfang drew her lip back defiantly, exposing stained and broken teeth. I will hunt, then I will leave. Or maybe I'll just stay a while. Enough talk, Firepaw spat, feeling the stir of ancient cat spirits deep inside him. You've been here for like a couple of weeks. What do you mean? Anyway, there was no trace of the house cat in him now, except for mentioning that there was no trace of the house cat. His warrior blood was up. He was itching to fight, to defend his territory and protect his clan. Yellowfang seemed to sense the change in him. Her fierce orange eyes sparkled with new respect. Gripping her head and breaking eye contact, she started to back off. No need to be hasty now, she purred in a silky tone. Firepaw wasn't fooled by her trickery. Claws extended on the fur end, and fur on end, he leapt forward, his war cry ringing out. Rah! With a hiss of rage, and the other cat responded, snarling and spitting. Young cat and old cat locked together. They rolled over and over, teeth and claws flashing, ears pressed flat into his head. Firepaw fought to get a grip. The she-cat's clumpy fur snagged on his claws, and he couldn't break through the skin. Then Yellowfang reared up on her back legs. With her filthy tail bristling, she looked even bigger. Firepaw sensed Yellowfang's huge jaws lunged toward him. He leaned backward just in time. Snap! Bared teeth closed in the air next to his ear. Instinctively, Firepaw lashed out with a back swipe. His paw caught the side of Yellowfang's head, and the force of it sent shockwaves up his front legs. Ow! Stunned, Yellowfang dropped on 4 paws. She shook her head to clear it. In a single heartbeat before the she-cat recovered, Firepaw saw his chance. He threw himself forward, crouching low, and clamped his jaws tight onto Yellowfang's back leg. Rawr! The taste of matted fur was horrible, but he chomped down hard. Ow! Ow! Yellowfang screamed in agony and whipped around to snap at Firepaw's tail. Her teeth connected and the pain lanced up Firepaw's spine. My bad. But it only made him angrier. He ripped his tail from his opponent's grip and lashed back and forth in rage. Yellowfang crouched, ready for a fresh attack. Her breath seemed to wheeze from her foul-smelling lungs. Scent blasted Firepaw's nose. Up close, the message of desperation and weakness and the aching void of the she-cat's hunger was almost painful. Something stirred inside him, an unwarrior-like feeling he didn't want. Pity. He tried not to dwell on this instinct. He knew his loyalty must be to his clan, but he couldn't shake free of it. You speak from your heart, young Firepaw. Lionheart's words echoed in his head once more. This will make you a stronger warrior one day. Then Tigerclaw's warning rang in his ears. Or it might make him give in to kitty pet weakness right at the moment of attack. Yellowfang lunged forward and Firepaw jerked instantly back into aggression. The bigger cat tried to reach up onto his shoulders and get a killing grip, but this time she was hampered by her wounded leg. Rough! Firepaw arched his spine, but Yellowfang managed to dig in her claws and hung on tight. The bigger cat's weight forced him to the ground. Firepaw tasted the earth on his tongue and spat out a mouthful of grit. Twisted nimbly to avoid Yellowfang's thrashing back legs and thorn-sharp claws that were trying to rake his soft underbelly. Over and over they rolled, biting and snapping. Moments later, they broke apart. Firepaw was gasping for breath now, but he sensed that Yellowfang was weakening. The she-cat was badly wounded, and her back legs could barely support her scrawny body. Had enough yet? Firepaw growled. If the intruder gave way, he'd let her go with a warning bite and remember him by. Never! Yellowfang hissed back bravely, but her injured leg gave way and she slumped to the ground. She tried to get up, failed. Her eyes were dull as she hissed at Firepaw. I wasn't so hungry and tired, I would have shredded you into mouse dust. The she-cat's mouth twisted in pain and defiance. Finish me off. I won't stop you. Firepaw hesitated. He'd never killed another cat before. Perhaps in the heat of battle he would, but mercy killing? Cold blood? This was something different. What are you waiting for? Yellowfang taunted. You're a dithering like a kitty pet. Firepaw smarted at the she-cat's words. Could she smell the scent of two legs on him, even now, after all this time? I'm an apprentice warrior of the ThunderClan, he snapped. Yellowfang narrowed her eyes. She'd seen Firepaw flinch at her words, and she knew he'd hit a nerve. She snorted. Don't tell me the ThunderClan is so desperate they have to recruit kitty pets now. The ThunderClan is not desperate, Firepaw. Prove it then. Act like a warrior and finish me off. You'll be doing me a favor. Firepaw stared at her. He would not be goaded into killing this miserable creature. He felt his muscles relax as curiosity pricked him. How had a clan cat gotten in such a state? ThunderClan elders were looked after better than kits. You seem in an awful hurry to die, he meowed. Yeah? Well, that's my business, mouse fodder, Yellowfang snapped at him. What's your problem, kitty? Trying to talk me to death? Her words were brave, but Firepaw could smell the hunger and sickness that were coming off the other cat in waves. She was going to die anyway if she didn't eat soon, and since she could hardly hunt for herself, perhaps he should kill her now? The two cats looked at each other, uncertainty in both cases. Wait here, Firepaw ordered at last. Yellowfang seemed to deflate. Her hackles smoothed out and her tail lost its gorse bush stiffness. Are you kidding, kitty? I'm going nowhere, grunted, limping painfully toward the patch of soft heather. She flopped down and began licking her leg wound. Firepaw glanced briefly over his shoulder at her and hissed quietly in exasperation before heading for the trees. As he padded silently along the ferns, the sun-warmed odors filled his nose, and he caught a sour reek of a long-dead rat. He heard the scratching of insects beneath the bark, the rustling of furry things scurrying over leaves. His first thought had been go and dig up the thrush that had killed her, but that would take too long. Maybe he should go and stoop up the rat carcass. Easy meat, but a starving cat needed a fresh kill. Only when times were very hard would a warrior eat crow food. Just then he paused, scenting a young rabbit ahead. A few more steps, he saw it. Flattening himself down, he stalked the creature. He was barely a mouse length away before it detected him. But by then, it was too late. The white bobtail darting away sent the thrill of chase into surging Firepaw's veins, a rush of speed and a flash of claws. At it. He held the wriggling body fast and finished it off properly. Yellowfang looked up tiredly as Firepaw dropped the rabbit on the ground beside her. Her grizzled jaw dropped. Well, hello again, kitty. I thought you'd gone to fetch the little warrior friends. Yeah? Well, I might still do that. Don't call me kitty, Firepaw growled, shoving the rabbit nearer with his nose. He felt embarrassed by his kindness. Look, if you don't want this... No, Yellowfang meowed hastily. I do want it. Firepaw watched as the she-cat ripped open the prey and started to swallow it down. His own hunger rose up and his mouth filled with water. He knew he shouldn't even be thinking about eating. He still had to take back enough prey for the clan, but the fresh kill smelled delicious. A few minutes later, Yellowfang gave a huge sigh and flopped onto her side. First fresh kill I've had in days. She licked her muzzle and clean and settled down to herself with a thorough wash. As if one wash was enough to make a difference, Firepaw thought, his nose twitching. She was an arch cat of stench. He eyed the tattered remains of the prey. There wasn't much left to line the growing cat's belly, but the growing cat's belly. But his fight with Yellowfang had sharpened his appetite even more. He gave into his hunger and gulped down the scraps. Delicious. He licked his lips, savoring every last taste, tingling from head to paw. Yellowfang watched him closely, showing her stained teeth. Better than the muck two legs feed better than the muck's 2 legs feed some of our brothers, isn't it? She mewed slyly, knowing she had found his sore spot. She was trying to antagonize him. Firepaw ignored her and began to wash. It's poison, Yellowfang went on. Rat droppings. Only a spineless bag of fur would accept such a disgusting frog spawn. She broke off intense. Shh. Warrior's coming. Firepaw was also aware the cat's approach. He could hear the soft paw fall on the leaf litter and the sound of fur swishing through the branches. He smelled the wind brushing against their coats. Familiar scents. These were ThunderClan warriors. Confident enough in their own territory not to care about the noise they made. Firepaw licked his lips guiltily, hoping to wash away any traces of the scraps he'd just swallowed. Then he looked at Yellowfang and the fresh pile of rabbit bones laid beside her. The clan must be fed first. Lionheart's voice rang through his head once more. But surely he would understand why Firepaw had to feed this wretched creature. His mind reeled, suddenly fearful of what would happen to him. His first apprentice task, and he ended up breaking the warrior code. Chapter 8. God, we're like genuinely so far from the end, and we're 3 hours in. Okay. Hey, you know what? Oh God, this is like a long stream. Fuck me. I was just reading, though, it's fine. Yellowfang growled in defiance at the approaching paw steps. But Firepaw could sense her panic. The she-cat struggled to her feet. So long. Thanks for the meal. She tried to limp away on 3 legs and then winced in pain. This leg stiffened up while I've been resting. Now it was too late for her to run. The silent shadows slipped through the trees, and in a heartbeat, the ThunderClan patrol had encircled Firepaw, Yellowfang. Firepaw recognized them. Tigerclaw, Darkstripe, Willowpelt, and Bluestar. All of them lean and hard-muscled. Firepaw smelled Yellowfang's fear at the sight of them. Oh, fuck, she's super dead. But wait. Wait, hang on. Greypaw followed close behind. He bowed in out of the bushes and stood beside the warrior patrol. Firepaw mewed at a hasty greeting to his clan, but only Greypaw returned it. Hi, Firepaw, he called out. Silence, Tigerclaw growled. Firepaw glanced at Yellowfang and growled inwardly. He could still smell the fear scent on her, but instead of cowering in submission, the scruffy creature was glaring in defiance. Firepaw? Bluestar's question was cool and measured. What have we here? An enemy warrior? And recently fed by the smell of both of you. Her eyes burned into him and Firepaw dropped his head. She was weak and hungry, he began. And what about you? Was your hunger so bad that you had to feed yourself before you gathered prey for your clan? Bluestar went on. I assume you have a very good reason for breaking the warrior code. Firepaw was not fooled by the leader's soft tone. Bluestar was furious. Rightfully so. He crouched lower to the ground. Before he could speak, he found a loud hiss from Tigerclaw. Once a kitty pet, always a kitty pet. Can we fucking stop using the word, please? Just let it go. No, it's there again at the end of the page. Okay, never mind. I hate this word. Bluestar ignored Tigerclaw and looked instead at Yellowfang. Suddenly she looked surprised. Well, well, Firepaw. It seems you've captured us a Shadow Clan cat. And one I know well. You are Shadow Clan's medicine cat, aren't you? She meowed to Yellowfang. What are you doing so far in ThunderClan territory? I was Shadow Clan's medicine cat. Now I choose to travel alone, hissed Yellowfang. Firepaw listened, astonished. Had you heard right? Yellowfang was a Shadow Clan warrior? Her filthy condition had mastered territorial scent. He might have enjoyed tackling her more if he'd known. Yellowfang, Tigerclaw meowed mockingly. It looks like you've fallen on hard times, if you can be beaten by this apprentice. Now Darkstripe spoke. This old cat is of no use to us. Let's kill her now. As for this kitty pet, he has broken the warrior code by feeding an enemy warrior. He should be punished. Keep your claws in, Darkstripe, Bluestar purred calmly. All of the clans speak of Yellowfang's bravery and wisdom. It may help us to hear what she has to say. Come, we'll take her back to camp. Then we'll decide what to do with her. And with Firepaw... Can you walk? She asked Yellowfang. Or do you need help? I've still got 3 good legs, the grizzled she-cat snapped back, limping forward. Firepaw saw that Yellowfang's eyes glazed with pain, but she seemed determined not to show any weakness. He noticed a look of respect flicker across Bluestar's face before the ThunderClan leader turned and slowly led the way through the trees. The other warriors took up positions on either side of Yellowfang, and the patrol moved off, carefully keeping pace with the lame prisoner. Firepaw and Greypaw fell into step together at the back of the group. Have you heard of Yellowfang? Firepaw asked to Greypaw. A bit. Apparently, she was a warrior before she became a medicine cat, which is unusual. I can't imagine her as a loner, though. She's lived her whole life in Shadow Clan. What's a loner? Grandpa glanced at him. A loner is a cat that isn't a part of a clan or cared by for two legs. Tiger Claw says they're untrustworthy and selfish. They often live around two-legged dwellings, but belong to no one and catch their own food. I might end up a loner if Blue Star is finished with me, Firepaw mewed. Blue Star is very fair, Greypaw reassured him. She won't throw you out. She certainly seemed pleased to have such an important Shadow Clan as a prisoner. I'm not sure she's going to make a fuss about your feeding poor old maid the mange bag. Oh, hey, Ghosty. You can't sleep, so nice story time. This is very, you know what? Welcome to story time. We're 60 pages in out of 160. Although I do think the last couple pages are probably like credits. Yeah. Technically, the last page is 155, so still got plenty of story to go. But hopefully, you're cozy and comfy and ready for more of just reading. With a bit of Elder Lilies in the background for music. I don't know if you guys can hear it that well, but it is in the background. But hello, hello. I hope you're doing well. I'm sorry you can't get some sleep, but hopefully, with some story time, you'll be able to get some good rest. But they keep moaning about the prey being scarce. Oh, why did I eat that rabbit? Firepaw felt shame burn through his fur. Made tea so very cozy and nice. There we go. This is good to be lulled to sleep. Well, hopefully, if you are being lulled to sleep, you are in a cozy spot and not like at work or something. Hopefully. Well, yeah, Greypaw knows his friends. That was mouse-brained. It really broke the warrior code there. But no cat is perfect. Firepaw didn't answer, but trekked onward with a heavy heart. This was not the way he'd hoped his first solo task would end. As the patrol passed, the sentries who guarded the camp entrance, the rest of the Thunder Clan came running to welcome their warriors home. Very nice stories. Very kind. Queens, kits, and elders crowded on either side. They peered curiously at Yellowfang as she was led into the camp. Some of the elders recognized the old she-cat. Word spread quickly through the clan that this was the Shadow Clan's medicine cat, and a steady jeering hum rose around them. Yellowfang seemed deaf to the taunts. Firepaw couldn't help but admiring the way she limped with dignity through the corridor of stares and insults. He knew she was in a great deal of pain, and hungry, in spite of the rabbit he'd caught her. When the patrol reached the high rock, Blue Star nodded toward the dusty ground in front of it. Yellowfang followed the Thunder Clan leader's silent command, sinking gratefully into the earth, still ignoring the hostile stares around her. She began licking her wounded leg. Firepaw noticed Spotted Leaf emerge from a corner. He must have scented the presence of an injured cat in the camp. He watched the crowd part and let the young tortoiseshell through. Yellowfang glared at Spotted Leaf and hissed, I know how to take care of my own wounds. I don't need your help. Spotted Leaf said nothing but nodded respectfully and stepped back. Some of the cats had been out hunting, and fresh kill was brought to the returning warriors to eat. They each took some food and carried it away to the nettle patch to eat it. Then the other clan cats crowded forward to take their own share. Firepaw paced hungrily around the clearing and watched his cats crouched in their usual groups, chewing and gulping. He'd longed for a morsel, but didn't dare take didn't take anything from the pile. He'd broken the warrior code. He guessed that this meant he was forbidden his share in the fresh kill. He paused beside High Rock where Blue Star was sharing words with Tiger Claw. Uncertain, Firepaw looked to his leader for a signal that he was allowed to eat, but the Grey Cat and her senior warrior were busy murmuring at one another in low tone. Firepaw wondered if they were talking about him. Desperate to know his fate, he strained his ears to hear what they were saying. Tiger Claw's yowl sounded impatient. It's just too dangerous to bring an enemy warrior into the heart of the Thunder Clan. Now that she knows the camp, even the youngest Shadow Clan kit will hear of it. We will have to move. Calm down, Tiger Claw, Blue Star purred. Why should we move? Yellowfang says that she's traveling alone now. There is no reason for Shadow Clan to hear of it. Do you really believe that? What on earth was that foolish kitty pet thinking of? Tiger Claw. Think for a moment, Tiger Claw, mewed Blue Star. Why would a Shadow Clan medicine cat choose to leave her clan? You seem to be afraid that Yellowfang will share her clan secrets with Shadow Clan, but have you thought about how many Shadow Clan secrets she might share with us? Firepaw could see the way Tiger Claw's fur began to flatten and Blue Star's word made sense. The warrior nodded briefly, and then stalked off to take his share of the fresh kill. Blue Star remained where she was. She looked out across the clearing where some of the younger kits were fighting and tumbling playfully in the dust. Then she stood up and began to walk toward Firepaw. His heart lurched. What was she going to say to him? But Blue Star walked right past him. She did not even glance at him. Her eyes were clouded with unknown distant thoughts. Frostfur, she called out as she approached the nursery. A pure white cat with dark blue eyes slipped out into the brambles. Inside, the noise of mewling grew louder. Hush, kits, heard the white cat reassuringly. I won't be long. Then she turned to her leader. Yes, Blue Star? What is it? One of our apprentices has seen a fox in the area. Warn the other queens to guard the nursery carefully. And make sure all the kits less than 6 moons stay inside the camp until our warriors have driven it away. Frostfur nodded. I will pass on the warning, Blue Star. Thank you. Then she turned and squeezed back into the nursery. Quiet the cry. At last, Blue Star strode over to the pile of fresh kill, took her share. A plump wood pigeon had been left for her. Firepaw looked on longingly as she carried it away to eat with her senior warriors. Finally, his hunger drove him forward. Greypaw was with Ravenpaw, wolfing down the small finch beside the tree stump. He saw Firepaw approach the pile and flicked his head encouragingly. Firepaw bent his neck, ready to take a small wood mouse in his teeth. Not for you, Tigerclaw growled, standing up behind him and pawing the mouse away. You didn't bring back any prey. The elders will eat your share. Take it to them. Firepaw looked over to the Blue Star. She nodded silently. Says. Obediently, Firepaw picked up the mouse and carried it across the small ear. The delicious smell of it wafted up Firepaw's nose. He wanted nothing more than to crunch it up with his strong teeth. He could almost feel its life energy flooding into his young body. With great self-control, he laid the prey down in front of the gray tom and then backed away politely. He expected no thanks and was offered none. Now he was glad that he had gobbled up the remains of the rabbit he caught for Yellowfang. There would be nothing else for him to eat until he went out hunting again tomorrow. Firepaw wandered over to Greypaw. His friend had eaten his fill and lay with Ravenpaw outside the apprentice's den. He was stretched out on his side, rhythmically washing his foreleg. Greypaw saw Firepaw approach. Greypaw saw Firepaw approach and paused in his licking. Has Blue Star mentioned your punishment yet? He asked. Not yet, Firepaw replied gloomily. Greypaw narrowed his eyes sympathetically and said nothing. Blue Star's call sounded across the clearing. Let all those cats old enough to catch their own prey join together for the meeting of our clan. Most of the warriors had finished eating, like Greypaw, were busy grooming themselves. They lifted themselves gracefully to their paws and walked over to High Rock, where Blue Star waited to speak. Come on, yelled Greypaw. He leapt up. Ravenpaw and Firepaw followed him as he scampered over and nudged his way forward into a good position. I'm sure you have all heard about the prisoner we brought back with us today, Blue Star began. But there is something else you need to know. She glanced down at the rattlesnake cat who lay very still beside the High Rock. Can you hear me from there? She asked. I may be old, but I'm not deaf, Yellowfang spat in reply. Blue Star ignored the prisoner's hostile tone and continued. I'm afraid I have some very grave news. Thank you for the hydrate. The posture check. Will you get the stretch? Ghosty got the stretch. All 3, let's go. Thank you so much. I've done all 3. Sorry, Beezus is in chat. Usually he likes to try and snag them. You never know. Okay. I'm afraid I have some very grave news. Today, I have traveled with the patrol in the Wind Clan territory. The air was filled with the scent of Shadow Clan. Almost every tree had been sprayed by Shadow Clan warriors, and we met no Wind Clan cats even though we journeyed deep into their heartland. Uh-oh. I looked away for a second. Fair. But it's ghosty, though. You can't still ghosty stuff. Oh, is this the fucking... We'll do this one instead. That one's the weird one. All right. Her words were met with silence. Firepaw saw confusion in the face of the clan cats. You mean that Shadow Clan has chased them out? Called Smaller hesitantly. We can't be sure, Blue Star meowed. Certainly the scent of the Shadow Clan was everywhere. We found blood too. Fur. There must have been a battle, but we found no bodies from either clan. A shocked yowl rose from the crowd in a single voice. Firepaw felt the cuts around him stiffen with shock and fury. Never before had one clan driven out another from its hunting grounds. How can the Wind Clan be driven out? One-Eye croaked hoarsely. Shadow Clan is fierce, but Wind Clan is many. They have lived in the uplands for generations. Why have they been chased out now? She shook her head anxiously, her whiskers trembling. I don't know the answers to any of your questions, meowed Bluestar. It is well known that Shadow Clan has recently appointed a new leader, following the death of Ragged Star, their leader, Broken Star. Their new leader, Broken Star, gave no hint of any threat when we met him at the last gathering. Perhaps Yellowfang has answers, snarled Darkstripe. After all, she is of Shadow Clan. I am no traitor. Nothing would make me share the secrets of Shadow Clan with a brute like you, growled Yellowfang, glaring aggressively at Darkstripe. The ThunderClan warrior moved forward, ears flat, eyes close to slits, ready for fight. Stop! Yelled Bluestar. Darkstripe immediately halted in his tracks, even though Yellowfang goaded him on with blazing eyes and a ferocious hiss. That's enough, Bluestar growled. The situation is too serious for us to be fighting amongst ourselves. ThunderClan must prepare itself. For this moonrise onward, warriors will travel in larger groups. Other clan members will remain close to camp. Patrols will travel to the boundary edges more frequently, and all kits will stay in the nursery. The cats below her nodded in agreement. Bluestar continued. Our need for warriors is our greatest obstacle. We shall get around this by speeding up the training of our new apprentices. They need to be ready even sooner to fight for our clan. Firepaw saw Dustpaw and Sandpaw exchange a thrilled glance. Greypaw was gazing up at Bluestar, his eyes wide with excitement. Ravenpaw just shuffled his paw anxiously. Black Apprentice's wide eyes showed worry rather than excitement. Bluestar went on. One young cat has been sharing mentors with Greypaw and Ravenpaw. By teaching him, I shall speed up the training on all three apprentices. He paused and looked down at her clan. I shall take on Firepaw as my own apprentice. Firepaw opened his eyes wide in amazement. Bluestar would be his mentor? Beside him, Greypaw gasped, unable to hide his surprise. What an honor! It's been moons since Bluestar had an apprentice. Usually she only trains the kits of deputies. Then a familiar voice rang from the crowd. It was Tigerclaw. So Firepaw is to be rewarded, not punished, for feeding an enemy warrior when he should have been feeding his own clan. Firepaw is my apprentice now. I will deal with him, answered Bluestar. She stared into Tigerclaw's fierce eyes for a moment before lifting her head to address the whole clan once more. Yellowfang will be allowed to stay here until she has recovered her strength. We are warriors, not savages. She is to be treated with respect, courtesy. But the clan cannot support Yellowfang, Darkstripe protested. We have too many mouths to feed already. Yeah, Greypaw whispered into Firepaw's ears, and some of them are bigger than others. I don't need anyone to care for me, spat Yellowfang, and I'll split open anyone who tries. Friendly, isn't she? Greypaw murmured. Firepaw flicked the tip of his tail in silent agreement. There were muffled meows from other warriors as they grudgingly recognized the enemy warrior's fighting spirit. Bluestar ignored the murmuring. We shall kill two prey with one blow, as it were. Firepaw, as punishment for breaking warrior code, it will be your responsibility to care for Yellowfang. You will hunt for her and tend to her wounds. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Whew. Da-da-da. Oh. You will fetch her fresh bedding and clear away her dirt. Yes, Bluestar, mewed Firepaw, his head bowed in submission. Clear away her dirt? He thought to himself. Ugh. I also sneezed. Oh, bless you as well, Ghosty. Mocking yowls came from Dustpaw and Sandspaw. Good idea, hissed Dustpaw. Firepaw had better be good at cracking fleas. And hunting, added Silentpaw. That sack of bones is going to need feeding up. Enough, Bluestar interrupted them. I hope Firepaw will find no shame in caring for Yellowfang. She is a healer. And she is his elder. For those reasons alone, he should respect her. He shot a sharp glance at Sandpaw and Dustpaw. And there is no humiliation in caring for another cat when it is unable to take care of itself. This meeting is over. And I would like to speak to my senior warriors alone now. With that, she jumped down from High Rock and marched toward her den. Lionheart followed her. The other clan cats began to move away from High Rock. One or two congratulated Firepaw on being chosen as Bluestar's apprentice. Others mockingly wished him luck on looking after Yellowfang. Firepaw was so dazed by Blue Star's announcement, he just nodded blankly. Longtail padded up to him. The V-shaped nick in the Firepaw had cut out of the tip of his ear still showed. The warrior drew back his whiskers in an ugly snarl. Well, I hope you'll think twice about bringing strays back to the camp next time, he sneered. Like I said, outsiders always bring trouble. Chapter 9. Sing sneezing, let's go. I'd go and see Yellowfang if I were you, whispered Greypaw as Longtail strode away. She doesn't look very happy. Firepaw glanced over at the old she-cat. She was still laying beside High Rock. Greypaw was right. He was glaring at him. Well, here goes, he mewed. Me luck. Oh, you'll need the whole of StarClan on your side for this one, answered Greypaw. Call out if you need a hand. If she looks like she's gonna have you, I'll sneak up behind her and whack her on the head with a stiff rabbit. Firepaw purred with amusement and trotted off toward Yellowfang. His cheerfulness quickly evaporated as he neared the injured queen. The old cat was clearly in a terrible mood. She hissed a warning and showed her teeth. Stop right there, kitty pet. Firepaw sighed. It seemed he was in for a fight. He was still hungry and beginning to feel tired. He longed to curl up in his nest for an afternoon nap. The last thing he wanted was to argue with this pitiful clump of fur. You can call me what you like, he mewed wearily. I'm just following Blue Star's orders. You are kitty pet, though, aren't you? Yellowfang wheezed. She's tired too, Firepaw thought. There was less fire in her voice, although her spite was as strong as ever. I used to live with 2 legs when I was a kitten, Firepaw replied calmly. Your mother a kitty pet? Your father a kitty pet? Yes, they were. Firepaw looked down at the ground, feeling resentment burn inside him. It was bad enough that members of his own clan still viewed him as an outsider. He certainly didn't have to answer this foul-tempered prisoner. Yellowfang seemed to take his silence as an invitation to go on. Kitty pet blood is not the same as warrior blood. Why don't you run home to your 2 legs now instead of looking after me? It's humiliating being fussed over by a low-born cat like you. Please never. I'm gonna ban the word kitty pet. I'm gonna get rid of it. I hate it. I'm serious. Damn it. Hate it. I hate it so much. I hate the word. And it's said so many times in here. I know what it means, but like, come on. Firepaw's patience ran out. He snarled. You'd still feel humiliated if I were warrior born. You'd feel ashamed whether I was a precious she-cat from your own clan or a wretched 2-leg that you picked off from the ground. He lashed his tail from side to side. It's the fact that you need to rely on any cat that you find so humiliating. Yellowfang stared at him, her orange eyes very wide. Firepaw carried on fiercely. You're just gonna have to get used to being cared for until you're well enough to look after yourself, you spiteful old bone bag. He stopped as Yellowfang began to make a low, harsh wheezing sound. Alarmed, Firepaw took a step toward her. The she-cat was trembling all over, her eyes narrowed into tiny slits. Was she having some kind of fit? Look, I didn't mean to... He began before suddenly realized that she was laughing. Ow, 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 ow. He mewed, a purr rumbling from deep inside her chest. Firepaw didn't know what to do. No! Stop that! Anyway. This is supposed to be a calming experience. Stop! I refuse to let this become a thing. When I make the tweet later today, kitty pet's probably going to be the thing in all bold letters, isn't it? That's fine. You have spirit, kitty pet, Yellowfang croaked, stopping at last. Now I'm tired and my leg hurts. I need sleep and something to put on this wound. Go and find me that pretty little medicine cat of yours and ask her for some herbs. If you think you'll find a goldenrod poultice would help. I think you'll find a goldenrod poultice will help. And, while you're at it, I wouldn't mind a few poppy seeds to chew on. The pain is killing me. Stunned by her change of mood, Firepaw turned quickly and sprinted toward Spotted Leaf's den. He had never been in this part of camp before. With his ears pricked, he padded through a cool green tunnel of ferns that led into a small grassy clearing. A tall rock stood to one side, split down the middle by a crack wide enough for a cat to make its den inside. Out of the opening trotted Spotted Leaf. As usual, she looked bright-eyed and friendly, her dappled coat gleaming 100 shades of amber and brown. The love interest? Honestly, I don't know that there can be a love interest. Cats. I don't know what's going on. Anyway. Shades of brown. Yeah, there we go. Firepaw. Just in case that is copyright because she's singing. Firepaw shyly mewed a greeting and reeled off Yellowfang's list of herbs and seeds. I've got most of those in my den, replied Spotted Leaf. I'll fetch some marigold leaves too. If she dresses her wound with that, it'll keep off any infection. Wait here. Thanks. Firepaw mewed as the medicine cat disappeared back into her den. He strained his eyes, trying to catch a glimpse of her inside, but the den was too dark to see anything. He could only hear the sound of rustling and the smell of heady scents of unfamiliar herbs. Spotted Leaf emerged from the gloom and dropped a bundle of folded leaves by Firepaw's feet. Tell Yellowfang to go easy on the poppy seeds. I don't want her to deaden the pain entirely. A little pain can be useful, as it will help me judge how well she is healing. Firepaw nodded and picked the herbs up with his teeth. Thanks, Spotted Leaf. He mewed through the mouthful of leaves and headed back through the fern tunnel toward into the main clearing. Tigerclaw was sitting outside the warrior's den. The warrior's den? For anybody who didn't play For Honor, that's funny. I don't know why that specifically this time that they got me. I don't. Watching him closely, as Firepaw trotted over to Yellowfang carrying the herbs, he could feel the amber-eyed stare burning to the furrows back of his neck. He turned his head and looked at Tigerclaw curiously. The warrior narrowed his eyes and looked away. Firepaw dropped the bundle beside Yellowfang. Good, he mewed. Now, before you leave me, in peace, find me something to eat. I'm starving. The sun had risen 3 times since Yellowfang had entered the camp. Firepaw woke early and nudged Greypaw, who was still sleeping beside him, his nose tucked under his tail. Wake up, Firepaw mewed, or you'll be late for training. Firepaw lifted his head sleepily and growled in a reluctant agreement. Firepaw prodded Ravenpaw. Black Cat opened his eyes immediately and leapt to his feet. What is it? He mewed, looking around wildly. Calm down, Ravenpaw. It's time for training soon. Firepaw soothed. Dustpaw and Sandpaw began to stir too in their mossy nest at the far side of the den. Firepaw stood up and pushed his way out of the fern. The morning was warm. Firepaw could see a deep blue sky through the leaves and the branches that overhung the camp. Today, however, the heavy dew glistened on the fern fronds and sparkled on the grass. Firepaw sniffed the air. Greenleaf was drawing to a close. Soon it would start to feel colder. He lay down and rolled the earth beside the tree stump, stretching his legs and tipping his head back to rub it on the cool ground. Then he flipped over onto his side, looked across the clearing to see if Yellowfang was awake yet. She'd been giving a resting place on the other end of the fallen tree where the elders gathered to eat. Her nest lay tucked against its mossy trunk, out of hearing for the elders, but in full view of the warrior's den across the clearing. Firepaw could see a mound of pale gray fur rising and falling in time of a gentle. Greypaw trotted out to the den behind him, followed by Sandpaw and Dustpaw. Ravenpaw appeared last, with a nervous glance around the clearing before it finally emerged in the open. Another day looking after that mangy old flea bag, eh, Firepaw? Mewed Dustpaw. I bet you wish you were out training with us. Firepaw sat up and shook the dust from his fur. He wasn't going to let himself get annoyed by Dustpaw's taunts. Don't worry, Firepaw, murmured Greypaw. Bluestar will have you back in training before long. Perhaps she thinks a kitty pet is better off staying in camp tending to the sick, mewed Sandpaw rudely, tossing her sleek ginger head and throwing a scornful look. Firepaw decided to ignore her barbed comments. What is Whitestorm teaching you today, Sandpaw? He mewed. We're doing battle training today. He's going to teach me how to real warrior fights, Sandpaw replied proudly. Lionheart's taking me to the Great Sycamore, he mewed Greypaw. Practice my climbing. I'd best go. He'll be waiting. I'll come with you to the top of the ravine, mewed Firepaw. I have to catch breakfast for Yellowfang. Coming, Ravenpaw? Tigerclaw must have something planned for you. Ravenpaw sighed and nodded, and followed Greypaw and Firepaw as they trotted out of the camp. Even though his injury was completely healed, he still seemed to have little enthusiasm for warrior training. Probably because he's not a warrior cat. He's like a medic or some shit. Give him a different role. Or a different teacher, like something. He seems really ill-suited for warrior. God, I love Ender Lily's music. I don't know if you guys can hear it that well, but so good. Here, mewed Firepaw. He dropped a large mouse in front of and a chaffinch onto the ground beside Yellowfang. About time, she growled. The she-cat had still been sleeping when Firepaw had entered the camp. But the smell of fresh kill must have woken her, for now she had pulled herself into a sitting position. She dropped her head and hungrily gulped down Firepaw's offerings. She developed a massive appetite as her strength returned. Her wound was healing, but her temper remained as fierce and unpredictable as ever. She finished her meal and complained. The base of my tail itches like fury, but I can't reach it. Give it a wash, will you? With an inward shudder, Firepaw crouched down and set to work. As he cracked the plump fleas between his teeth, he noticed the gang of small kits tumbling in a dusty earth nearby. They were mauling each other and play fighting, sometimes quite viciously. Yellowfang, who had her eyes closed as Firepaw groomed her, half opened one eye to observe the kits as they played. To his surprise, Firepaw felt her spine stiffen beneath his teeth. He listened for a moment in the tiny yelps and squeak of kits. Feel my teeth, Broken Star, mewed one small tabby. He leapt into the back of the gray and white kit, who was pretending to be the Shadow Clan leader. The two kits blundered toward the high rock suddenly, and the gray and white kit, who gave a mighty heave, flung the tabby from his back. With a startled squeak, the little tabby cannoned into Yellowfang's side. Instantly, the old she-cat leapt to her feet, fur on end, spitting violently. Stay away from me, you scrap of fur, she hissed. The tabby kit took one look at the furious cat, turned tail, and ran. He hid himself behind the tabby queen, who was staring furiously across the clearing at Yellowfang. The gray and white kit froze where he stood, then paw by paw, he cautiously backed away toward the safety of the nursery. Probably take a shower soon. If food isn't done soon, I'll listen to... Really? You know what? Fair. It's good shit to listen to. I cannot wait to hear more of it in Ender Magnolias. So excited. Anyway, I got distracted. Ooh, it's over. Yellowfang's reaction had shocked Firepaw. He thought he'd seen her most vicious when he fought her at their first meeting, but her eyes burned with a new rage now. I think the kits are finding it hard to be confined to camp, he mewed cautiously, getting restless. I don't care how restless they are, growled Yellowfang. Just keep them away from me. You like kits? Firepaw asked, curious in spite of himself. You ever have kits of your own? Don't you know medicine cats don't have kits? Hissed Yellowfang furiously. But I heard you were a warrior before that, Firepaw mentioned. I have no kits, Yellowfang spat. She snatched her tail away from him and sat up. Anyway, her voice suddenly lowered. And she sounded almost wistful. Accidents seem to happen to kits when I'm around them. Oh no. Her orange eyes clouded with emotion. She laid her chin flat on her forepaws and stared ahead. Firepaw watched her shoulders sink. She released a long, silent sigh. Firepaw looked at her curiously. What did she mean? Was the old she-cat being serious? It was hard to tell. Yellowfang seemed to swing from mood to mood so quickly. He shrugged to himself and went on with the grooming. There are a couple of ticks I couldn't pull out, he told her as he finished. I should hope you didn't even try, you idiot, snapped Yellowfang. I don't want any tick heads embedded in my rear, thank you very much. Ask Spottedly for a little mouse bile to rub on them. A splash of that in their breathing holes, and they'll soon loosen their grip. I'll get some now, Firepaw offered. He was glad to get a chance to get away from the grumpy cat for a while. And it was certainly no hardship to go and see Spottedleaf again. He walked toward the fern tunnel, Cats crossed the clearing around him, carrying sticks and twigs in their teeth. While he'd been grooming Yellowfang, the cat had grown active. It'd been like this every day since Blue Star had announced Wind Clan's disappearance. The queens were weaving twigs and leaves into a dense green wall around the sides of the nursery, making sure that narrow entrance was only way in and out of the bramble patch. Other cats were working at the edges of the camp, filling in any spaces in the thick undergrowth. Even the elders were busy, scraping out a hole in the ground. Warriors filed steadily past, piling pieces of fresh kill beside them, ready to be stored inside a newly dug hole. There was an air of quiet concentration, a determination to make the clan as secure and as well supplied as possible. If the Shadow Clan made a move on their territory, ThunderClan would shelter inside the camp. They would not let themselves be driven from their hunting grounds as easily as the Wind Clan had been. Darkstripe, Longtail, Willowpelt, and Dustpaw were all waiting silently at the camp entrance. Their eyes were fixed on the opening of the Gorse Tunnel. A patrol was just returning. Dusty and Pawsore. As soon as the warriors entered the camp, Darkstripe and his companions approached and exchanged words with them. Then they slipped quickly out of camp. What are you laughing at? What? ThunderClan's borders were not being left unguarded. ThunderClan's borders were not being left unguarded for a moment. Firepaw headed down the fern tunnel and led to Spotted Leaf's den. As he entered the clearing, he could see Spotted Leaf was preparing some sweet-smelling herbs. Oh, the gorsh. Okay, tell me I'm wrong, right? That's Gorfy's gorsh, like gorsh, you know, like it's spelled Gorsh. So every time I see it, I'm like, oh, gorsh. Like I can't stop myself. I can't. Whew. Anyway, sweet-smelling herbs. Can I have some mouse bile for Yellowfang's ticks? Firepaw mewed. In a moment, replied Spotted Leaf, pawing 2 piles of herbs together, mixing the fragrant heap with 1 delicately extended claw. Busy? Firepaw asked, sitting down in a warm patch of earth. I want to be prepared for any casualties, Spotted Leaf murmured, glancing up at him with the clear amber eyes. Firepaw met her gaze for a moment, then looked away. An uncomfortable feeling prickling his fur, Spotted Leaf turned her attention back to the herbs. Firepaw waited, happy to sit quietly and watch her work. Right, she mewed at last. What was it you wanted? Mouse bile? Go see. Millie is the it's the person behind Ender Lily's soundtrack, what we're listening to right now. Person, the people, the team, the band. I'm not sure if it's one person or many, but either way, their name is all over this soundtrack. So, also the soundtrack is 2 hours long, so we're still not done it. I think we're getting close. Oh yeah, only 9 more songs. Cool. Very relaxing. Oh yeah, very. Poser, that's what it is. Mouse bile? Yes, please. Firepaw stood up and stretched enough to back learn. The sun had warmed his fur and made him sleepy. Spotted Leaf bounded into her den and brought it something out. He held it gingerly in her mouth. It was a small wad of moss dangling at the end of the thin strip of bark. He passed it to Firepaw. He tasted her warm, sweet breath as he took the bark strip between his teeth. The moss is soaked in bile, Spotted Leaf explained. Don't get any in your mouth, or you'll have some foul taste for a few days. Press it into the ticks and then wash your paws in the stream. Not with your tongue. Firepaw nodded and trotted back to Yellowfang, feeling suddenly cheery and tingling with energy. Hold still, he mewed to the old she-cat. Carefully, he used his forepaws to press the moss onto each tick. You may as well clear away my dirt now. Your paws are already foul. She meowed and then had when he had finished. I'm gonna take a nap, she yawned, and revealing her blackened and broken teeth. The warmth of the day was making her sleepy too. Then you can go and do whatever it is you apprentices do, she murmured. Firepaw had cleared away Yellowfang's dirt. He left her dozing and made his way to the Gorse tunnel, and he was keen to get to the stream and rinse his paws. Firepaw! Oh, my person? Cool. Firepaw! A voice called from the other side of the clearing. Firepaw turned. It was Halftail. Where are you off to? Mewed the old cat curiously. Gotta be helping with the preparations. I've just been putting mouse bile on Yellowfang's ticks, replied Firepaw. Amusement flickered through Halftail's whiskers. Oh, you're off to the nearest stream. Well, don't come back without a fresh kill. We'll need as much as we can find. Yes, Halftail, Firepaw replied. Long shower. Not even gonna... Nope. He made his way out of the camp and up to the side of the ravine. He trotted down to the stream where he and Greypaw had hunted the day he found Yellowfang. Without hesitating, he jumped down into the cold, clear water. Came up to his haunches, his wet his belly fur. The shock made him gasp, and he shivered. Rustle in the bushes about him made him look up, although the familiar scent that reached his nose told him there was nothing to be alarmed about. What are you doing in there? Greypaw and Ravenpaw were standing looking at him as if he was mad. Mouse bile. Firepaw grimaced. Don't ask. Where are Lionheart and Tiger? Oh, they've gone to join the next patrol, answered Greypaw. They ordered us to spend the rest of the afternoon hunting. Halftail told me the same thing, Firepaw mewed, flinching as the chilly current of the water rushed around his paws. Everyone's busy back at camp. You'd think we were about to be attacked at any moment. He climbed up to the bank, dripping. And who says we won't be? Mewed Ravenpaw, his eyes flicking side to side as if he expected enemy patrol to leap out of the bushes at any time. Firepaw looked at the heap of fresh kill that was piled beside the 2 apprentices. Like you've done all right today, he mewed. Yeah, mewed Greypaw proudly. And we've still got the rest of the afternoon to hunt. You want to join us? You bet, Firepaw purred. He gave himself a final shake, then bounded toward the undergrowth with his friend. Firepaw could tell that the cats back at camp were impressed with the amount of prey the 3 apprentices had managed to catch during their afternoon hunt. They were welcomed back with high tails and friendly nuzzles. It took them 4 journeys to carry their bumper catch to the storage hole the elders had dug. Lionheart and Tigerclaw had just returned from the patrols as Firepaw, Greypaw, and Ravenpaw carried the last of their load. "Well done, you 3, meowed Lionheart. "I hear you've been busy. The store is almost full. You might as well add the last lot to the pile of fresh kill for tonight, and take some of it back to your den with you. You deserve a feast." 3 apprentices flicked their tails with delight. "I hope you've not been neglecting Yellowfang with all this hunting, Firepaw," Tigerclaw growled warningly. Firepaw shook his head impatiently, eager to get away. He was starving. He'd obeyed the warrior code this time and not eaten a morsel while he was hunting for the clan. Nor had Greypaw or Ravenpaw. They trotted away and dropped the last of their catch on the fresh kill that they'd already lay at the center of the clearing. Then each of them took a piece and carried it back to their tree stump. Then was empty. "Where are Dustpaw and Sandpaw?" asked Ravenpaw. "Oh, they must still be out on patrol." "Good," meowed Greypaw. "Peace and quiet." They ate their fill and lay back to wash. Cool evening air was a welcome after the heat of the day. "Hey, guess what?" mewed Greypaw suddenly. "Ravenpaw managed to squeeze a compliment out of old Tigerclaw this morning." "Really?" Firepaw grasped. "What on earth did you do to please Tigerclaw? Fly?" "Well," Ravenpaw began shyly, looking at his paws. "Not a crow." "How'd you manage that?" Firepaw mewed, impressed. It was an old one," Ravenpaw admitted modestly. "But it was huge," added Greypaw. "Even Tigerclaw couldn't find fault with that. He's been such a bad mood since Bluestar took you on as an apprentice." He licked his paw thoughtfully through it for a moment. "Hang on. Make that since Lionheart was made deputy?" "He's just worried about ShadowClan and the extra patrols," mewed Ravenpaw hastily. "You should try not to annoy him." Their conversation was interrupted by a loud yowl from the other side of the clearing. "Oh no," Firepaw groaned at his paws. "I forgot to take Yellowfang her share." "You wait here," mewed Greypaw, leaping up. "I'll take her something." "No, I better go," Firepaw protested. "This is my punishment, not yours." "No one will notice," argued Greypaw. "They're all busy eating. You know me, quiet as a mouse, quick as a fish. Wait here." Firepaw sat down again, unable to hide his relief. He watched his friend trot away from the tree stump to the pile of fresh kill. As if he were carrying out orders, Greypaw confidently picked up 2 of the juiciest-looking mice. Quickly, he began to pad his way across the clearing toward Yellowfang. "Stop, Greypaw!" A loud growl rumbled through the entrance of the warrior's den. Tigerclaw strode out and marched over to Greypaw. "Where are you taking those mice?" he demanded. With a sinking feeling in his stomach, Firepaw watched helpless from the tree stump beside him. Beside him, Ravenpaw froze mid-chew and crouched over his meal with his eyes wider than ever. Greypaw dropped the mice and shuffled his paws uncomfortably. "Not helping young Firepaw by feeding that greedy traitor over there, are you?" Firepaw watched Greypaw study his paws for a moment. Finally, he replied, I was just feeling hungry. I was going to take them off and eat them by myself. If I let that pair get a look in, he glanced at Firepaw and Ravenpaw, they'll leave me with nothing but bones and fur." "Oh, really?" mewed Tigerclaw. "Well, if you're so hungry, you might as well eat them here and now." "But," Greypaw began, looking at a senior warrior in alarm. "Now!" growled Tigerclaw. Greypaw bent his head quickly and began to eat the mice. He demolished the first one in a couple of bites and swallowed it quickly. The second mouse took a little longer for him to eat. Firepaw thought he'd never manage to swallow it, and his own stomach clenched in sympathy. But eventually, Greypaw gave a final difficult gulp and the last bit of the mouse disappeared. "Better now?" asked Tigerclaw, his voice smooth with mock sympathy. "Much," replied Greypaw, stifling a burp. "Good." Tigerclaw stalked off again back to his den. Greypaw slunk uncomfortably back to Firepaw and Ravenpaw. "Thanks, Greypaw," Firepaw mewed gratefully, nudging his friend's soft fur. "That was quick thinking." The noise of Yellowfang's howl rose into the air once more. Firepaw sighed, got to his paws. He would make sure he took her enough to see her through the night. He wanted to turn in early. His stomach was full and his paws were tired. "Are you okay, Greypaw?" he asked to turn to leave. Moaned Greypaw. He was hunched in a low crouch, squinting in pain. "I've eaten too much." "Go and see Spotted Leaf," Firepaw suggested. "I'm sure she'll find something to help." "I hope so," mewed Greypaw, tottering away slowly. Firepaw wanted to watch him go until another angry yowl from Yellowfang sent him sprinting across the clearing. Chapter 10. By the following morning, a thin drizzle soaked the treetops and dripped down into the camp. Firepaw woke up feeling damp. It had been an uncomfortable night. He stood up and shook himself vigorously, fluffing out his fur. Then he left the apprentice's den and trotted across the clearing to Yellowfang's nest. Yellowfang was just stirring. She lifted her head and squinted at Firepaw as he approached. My bones ache this morning. Has it been raining all night? It's just after moon high, Firepaw replied. He reached out and prodded her mossy nest cautiously. Bedding is soaking wet. Why don't you move nearer to the nursery? It's more sheltered there. What? And be kept awake by all those mewling kits? I'd rather get wet, Yellowfang growled. Firepaw watched her circle stiffly on the mossy bed. And at least let me fetch you some dry bedding, he offered, keen to drop the subject of kits if it upsets the she-cats. Thank you, Firepaw, replied Yellowfang quietly. Firepaw felt stunned. He wondered if Yellowfang was feeling all right. It was the first time she had thanked him for anything, and the first time he had not been called kitty pet. Well, don't just stand there like a startled squirrel. Go and fetch some moss, she snapped. Firepaw's whiskers twitched in amusement. This was more like the Yellowfang he was used to. He nodded and sprinted off. Okay. I don't know how I'll keep up doing her voice. Hopefully she's not a main character. Anyway. He almost crashed into Speckletail in the middle of the clearing. This was the queen who had watched Yellowfang's angry outburst at the tabby kitty the day before. Sorry, Speckletail, Firepaw mewed. Are you on your way to see Yellowfang? What would I want with that unnatural creature? Replied Speckletail crossly. Actually, it's you I was looking for. Bluestar wants to see you. Firepaw hurried toward the High Rock and Bluestar's den. Bluestar was sitting outside, her head bobbing rhythmically as she licked the gray fur below her throat. She paused when she noticed Firepaw. How is Yellowfang today? She meowed. Her bedding is wet, so I was going to fetch her more, Firepaw replied. I'll ask one of the queens to see to that. Bluestar gave her chest another lick, then eyed Firepaw carefully. Is she fit enough to hunt for herself yet? She asked. I don't think so, Firepaw meowed. But she can walk well enough now. I see. Yeah. Meowed Bluestar. Meowstarred. Meowstar Blue. She looked thoughtful for a moment. It is time for you to return to your training, Firepaw. But you'll need to work hard to make up for the time you've lost. Great! I mean, thank you, Bluestar, Firepaw stammered. I didn't realize he was stammering through that. I kind of... That improvisatively... VA? Oh, actually, fuck. Well, it'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Anyway. You will go with Tigerclaw, Greypaw, and Ravenclaw this morning, Bluestar continued. I've asked Tigerclaw to assess the warrior skills for all our apprentices. Don't worry about Yellowfang. I'll make sure someone sees to her while you're gone. Pro reading. Thanks. Almost like your Firepaw. Almost. Anyway. But also, no, stop it. Don't say the fucking words. I haven't seen them in so long. I have, but he wasn't like, it was just like he was saying like, oh, I didn't hear it. Crazy. Nice. Firepaw nodded. Now, join your companions, Bluestar ordered. I expect they're waiting for you. Thank you, Bluestar, Firepaw mewed. He turned with a flick of his tail and darted toward his den. Bluestar was right. Greypaw and Ravenpaw were both waiting for him by their favorite tree stump. Greypaw looked stiff and uncomfortable, his long fur clumped by the dampness of the air. Ravenpaw was pacing around the tree stump, lost in thought, white tip of his tail twitching. Oh, you're joining us today, Greypaw called as Firepaw approached. Announced? Fuck was I trying to say? Anyways, Greypaw called as Firepaw approached. Someday, huh? He shook himself roughly to get rid of the clinging wetness. Yeah, Bluestar told me that Tigerclaw is going to assess us today. Are Sandpaw and Dustpaw coming too? Whitestorm and Darkstripe took them out to the Warrior Patrol. I suppose Tigerclaw is going to later? Greypaw answered. Come on, we should get going, urged Ravenclaw. Ravenpaw. He had stopped pacing now and hovered beside them. Yeah, fine by me, mewed Greypaw. Hopefully, some exercise will help me warm up a bit. The three cats trotted through the gorse track and out of the camp. They hurried into the sandy hollow. Tiger Claw had not arrived, so they hung around in the shelter of the pine tree, their fur fluffed up against the chill. Are you worried about the assessment? Firepaw asked Ravenpaw as the young cat padded backward and forward with quick paw steps. There's no need to be. You're Tiger Claw's apprentice after all. When he reports back to Blue Star, he's going to want to tell you how good you are. You can never tell with Tiger Claw, mewed Ravenpaw, still pacing. For goodness sake, sit down, Ravenpaw grumbled. At this rate, you'll be worn out before we even begin. By the time Tiger Claw arrived, the sky had changed. Clouds looked less thick gray fur and more like soft white balls of down than the queens used to line the nests of the newborns. Blue skies couldn't be far behind, but the breeze that brought the softer clouds carried a fresh chill. Tiger Claw greeted them briskly and launched straight into the exercise details. Lionheart and I have spent the last few weeks trying to teach you how to hunt decently. Today, you'll have a chance to show me how much you've learned. Each of you will take a different route and hunt as much prey as possible. Whatever you catch will be added to the supplies in camp. The three apprentices looked at one another, nervous and excited. Oh my god, no, it's this one. I think we have one more, and then I have to go back to the top, so. But we'll be good. Pay attention. Okay. Da-da-da. The three apprentices looked at one another, nervous and excited. Firepaw felt his heart begin to beat faster at the prospect of a challenge. Ravenpaw, you will follow the trail beyond the Great Sycamore as far as the Snake Rocks. That should be easy enough for you to get your pitiful skills. You, Greypaw, Tiger Claw continued, will take the route along the stream as far as Thunderpath. Great, mewed Greypaw. Wet paws for me. Tiger Claw stared, silenced him. And finally you, Firepaw. What a shame your great mentor couldn't be here today to witness your performance for herself. You shall take the route through the tall pines past the tree-cut place, the woods beyond. Firepaw nodded, frantically tracing the route in his head. And remember, Tiger Claw finished, fixing them all with his pale-eyed stare. I shall be watching all of you. Ravenpaw was the first one to sprint away toward the Snake Rock. Tiger Claw, who took a different track into the first woods, leaving Greypaw and Firepaw alone in the hollow, trying to guess who Tiger Claw would follow first. I don't know why he thinks Snake Rocks is an easy route, mewed Greypaw. That place is crawling with adders. Birds might stay away from there because there are so many snakes. Ravenpaw will have to spend his whole time trying not to get bitten, Firepaw agreed. He'll be okay, mewed Greypaw. Not even an adder would be fast enough to catch Ravenpaw at the moment. He's so jumpy. I better get going. I'll see you back here later on. Luck. Greypaw raced off toward the stream. Firepaw paused to sniff the air, then bounded up the side of the hollow and began to head toward the tall pine. It felt strange to be going in this direction, toward the two-leg place he'd been raised in. Cautiously, Firepaw crossed the narrow path into the pine forest. He looked through the straight rows of trees across the flat forest, alert for any sight, scent of prey. A movement caught his eye. It was a mouse. Scrabbling through the pine needles, remembering his first lesson, Firepaw dropped into a stalking position. Keeping his weight on his haunches, his paws light on the ground. The technique worked perfectly. The mouse didn't even detect Firepaw until his final leap. He caught it with one paw and killed it swiftly, and he buried it. Thought he could pick it up on his return journey. I imagine at this point they're this innovative with medicine and shit like that. Why wouldn't they create backpacks? Right? Just bags and shit. It's crazy that they haven't. Anyway. Okay. Firepaw traveled a little further into the tall pines. The ground here was deeply rutted by tracks of huge two-legged monster tore down the forest. Firepaw took a deep breath, his mouth open. The monster's acid breath had not touched the air here for a while. Firepaw followed in the deep tracks, jumping across the ruts. They were only half filled with rain, which made him feel thirsty. He was tempted to stop and take a few mouthfuls, but he hesitated. One lap of that muddy trench water, and he'd taste the monster's foul-smelling tracks for days. He decided to wait. Perhaps there would be rainwater puddle in the tall pines. He hurried onward through the trees and crossed the two-legged path of the far boundary. Or have cats that are just porters and wait to carry prey? Yeah, exactly. That should be a thing. I'm making your society better. It's got to be more efficient. Anyway. He was back amid the thick undergrowth of the oak woods. He moved onward until he found a puddle and lapped it up a few mouthfuls of fresh water. Firepaw's fur began to prickle with some extra awareness. Oh, we still have this one. Never mind. Okay, we're good. I want to make sure that I'm not like, because I know the last song is like fully like muted and copywritten, so we're gonna do that. Or I guess just copywritten, not muted. But anyway. He recognized sounds and scents familiar from his old watching place of the fence post. He knew instantly where he was. These were the woods that bordered the two-leg place. He must be very close to his old home now. A better cat clan will make the... I mean... maybe not a better one, but like definitely I'll help make it more efficient. Ahead, Firepaw could smell the two legs and hear the voices. Loud, raucous like crows. It was a group of young two-legs playing in the woods. Firepaw crouched and peered ahead into through the ferns. The sounds were distant enough to be safe. My bad. Fucking said that wrong. The sounds were distant enough to be safe. He changed direction, skirting the noises, making sure he was not to be seen. Firepaw stayed alert and watchful, but not just for two legs. Tiger Claw might be somewhere nearby. He thought he'd heard a twig snap in the bushes behind him. He sniffed the air but smelled nothing new. Was he being watched? Oh, he wondered. Out of the corner of his eyes, Firepaw sensed movement. At first he thought it was Tiger Claw's dark brown fur, but when he saw a flash of white, he stopped, crouched, and inhaled deeply. The smell was unfamiliar. It was a cat, but not of the Thunder Clan. Firepaw felt his fur bristle with instincts of clan warrior. He would have to chase the intruder out of the Thunder Clan territory. Oh no. No! I know who it is! Stop! Wait! No, it's Smudge. Firepaw watched the creature moving through the undergrowth. He could see its outline clearly as it skidded between ferns. Firepaw waiting for it to wander nearer, he crouched lower, his tail waving back and forth in a slow rhythm. Yeah, ooh, it's about to get bad. He crouched lower, his tail waving back and forth in a slow rhythm. As the black and white cat neared, Firepaw rocked his haunches from side to side as he prepared to spring. One more heartbeat. Then he leaped. The black and white cat jumped into the air terrified and raced away through the trees. Firepaw gave chase. It's a kitty pet, he thought as he raced through the undergrowth, smelling its fear scent. In my territory. He was closing in rapidly on the fleeing animal. It had slowed its headlong rush, preparing to scramble up the wide, mossy trunk of a falling tree. With the blood roaring in his ears, Firepaw leapt onto its back in a single bound. Firepaw could feel the cat struggle beneath him and gripped onto with all his claws. It let out a desperate and terrified yowl. Firepaw released his grip and backed away. The black and white cat cringed at the foot of the fallen tree, trembling and looked up at him. Firepaw lifted his nose, feeling a ripple of disgust at the intruder's easy surrender. This soft, plump house cat with its round eyes and narrow-looking face looked very different from the lean, broad-headed cats Firepaw lived with now. And yet, somehow, something about this cat seemed familiar. Firepaw stared harder. He sniffed, drawing in another cat's scent. I don't recognize the smell, he thought, searching his memory. Then it came to him. Smudge? He meowed out loud. How do you know my name? Stammered Smudge, still crouching. It's me, Firepaw meowed. The house cat looked confused. We were kittens together? I lived in the garden next to you, Firepaw insisted. Rusty? Meowed Smudge in disbelief. Is that you? Did you find the wildcats again? Or are you living with new housefolk? You must be if you're still alive. I'm called Firepaw now, Firepaw meowed. He relaxed his shoulders and let his fur fall flat into his sleep. Smudge relaxed too, his ears pricked up. Firepaw, he echoed amused. Well, Firepaw, it looks like your new housefolk don't feed you enough. You certainly weren't this scrawny last time we met. I don't need 2 legs to feed me, Firepaw replied. I've got a whole forest of food to eat. 2 legs? Housefolk, that's what the clans call them. Smudge looked bewildered for a second, then his expression changed into one of complete astonishment. You mean you're really living with the wildcats? Yeah. Firepaw paused. You know, you smell different. Unfamiliar. Unfamiliar? Smudge echoed. He sniffed. I suppose you're used to the smell as wildcats now. Firepaw shook his head as if to clear his mind. We were kittens together. I should know your smell, like I know the smell of my birth mother. Then Firepaw remembered. Smudge had passed 6 moons. No wonder he looked so soft and fat and smelled so strange. You've been to the cutter, he gasped. I mean the vet. Smudge shrugged his plump black shoulders. So? He mewed. Firepaw was speechless. Blue Star was right. Come on then, what's it like living wild? Smudge demanded. Is it as good as you thought it'd be? Firepaw thought for a moment. About last night, sleeping in the damp den. Thought about the mouse pile and clearing away Yellowfang's dirt. And trying to please both Lionheart and Tigerclaw once during the training. He remembered the teasing he suffered about his kitty pet blood. God damn it. Then he remembered the thrill of his first catch, of charging through the forest in pursuit of a squirrel, and of the warm evenings beneath the stars sharing tongues with his friends. Rip Smudge's nuts. Reggie, where are my testicles? Sorry, anyway. I know who I am now, he mewed simply. Smudge tipped his head to one side and stared at Firepaw, clearly confused. I should be getting home, he mewed. Mealtime soon? Go carefully, Smudge. Firepaw leaned forward and gave his old friend an affectionate lick between the ears. Smudge nuzzled him in turn. Stay alert. There may be other cat in the area who's not as fond of kitty pets, house cats, as I am. Smudge's ears flicked nervously at these words. He looked around cautiously and leaped up into the trunk of a fallen tree. Bye, Rusty, he mewed. I'll tell everyone at home you're okay. Bye, Smudge, meowed Firepaw. Enjoy your meal. He watched the white tip of Smudge's tail disappear over the edge of the tree into the distance. He could hear the rattle of dried food being shaken, and a two-leg voice calling. Firepaw turned his tail high and started back toward his own home. Sniffing the air as he went, find a finch or two here, he decided, and I'll catch something else on the way back through the pines. He felt bursting with energy after meeting Smudge and realizing just how lucky he was to live in the clan. He looked up at the branches above him and began to stalk silently across the forest floor. Every sense alert. Now he just needed to impress Blue Star and Tigerclaw. They would be perfect. Chapter 11. We might actually finish the whole book today. Okay. We're about halfway now, so that's only like what? Doable. Firepaw returned with the chaffinch gripped firmly between his teeth. He dropped it in front of Tigerclaw, who stood in waiting a hollow. You're the first one back, yelled the warrior. Yeah, but I got loads more prey to fetch, Firepaw musically. I buried it back. Exactly what you did, Tigerclaw growled. I've been watching you. A swish of bushes announced Greypaw's return. He was carrying a small squirrel in his mouth, which he dropped beside Firepaw's chaffinch. Yeah, squirrels are too furry. I'll be picking hairs out of my teeth all evening. Tigerclaw paid no attention to Greypaw's grumbling. Ravenpaw's late. We'll give him a bit longer. We'll give him a bit longer and then return to camp. Don't worry about it. My voice was just like, no. Fuck you. Puberty again, bitch. Anyway. Take a bit of a drink. Imagine if his voice were just... And it's his own fault. There's no room for fools in the Thunder Clan. Oh, the power of voice acting a silent book. I can make your voice whatever I want. Oh my god. Anyway, we won't do that. As funny as that is, he's the gruff asshole. He's supposed to be like Hank Dempsey. But anyways. Oh my god. Whew. But what if he's been bitten by an adder? Firepaw protested. I'm gonna voice you as a soldier. Exactly. Holding their voice hostage. Exactly. In-game. Then it's his own fault, Tigerclaw replied coldly. There's no room for fools in the Thunderclad. They waited in silence. Greypaw and Firepaw exchanged glances, worried about Ravenpaw. Tigerclaw sat motionless, apparently lost in his own thoughts. Firepaw was the first to scent Ravenpaw's arrival. He jumped to his paws as the black cat leaped into the clearing, looking unusually pleased with himself, dangling from his mouth with a long, diamond-patterned body of an adder. Ravenpaw, are you okay? Hey, meowed Greypaw, rushing forward to admire Ravenpaw's catch. Did that bite you? I was too quick for it, Ravenpaw peered loudly. Then he caught Tigerclaw's eye and fell silent. Tigerclaw fixed all three excited apprentices with a cold stare. Come on, he said shortly. Let's collect the rest of your prey and get back to camp. Firepaw, Greypaw, and Ravenpaw entered the camp, strolling behind Tigerclaw. Their impressive day's catch hung from their mouths, although Ravenpaw kept tripping over his dead snake. As they emerged from the gorge into the camp, the group of young kits scrambled out of the nursery to watch them pass. Look! Firepaw heard one of them say. Apprentices! Just back from the hunting. Why is they that voice? I don't know. They're all from fucking Brooklyn or something. Dude, I am losing my mind voicing every one of these characters. I swear to God. Whew. He recognized the little tabby Yellowfang had hissed at the day before. Sitting next to him, the fluffy gray kit, no more than 2 moons old. A tiny black kit and the small tortoiseshell stood beside them. Isn't that kitty pet Firepaw? Squeak gray kit. That's the voice they have now. Great. Flip all the Gorshes. Oh, there's so many, and they're all so far apart. Oh. Yeah, look at his orange fur. Me and the black one. They say he's a good hunter, Tortoiseshell hunted. He looks a bit like Lionheart. Do you suppose he's as good as him? Can't wait to start my training, mewed the tabby. I'm gonna be the best warrior the ThunderClan has ever seen. Firepaw lifted his chin, feeling proud of the kit's admiring comments. He followed his 2 friends into the center of the clearing. An adder! Greypaw mewed again, as the apprentices dropped their catch to the other cats to share. So, what should I do with it? Asked Ravenpaw, sniffing the snake's long body lying beside the heap. Can you eat adders? Asked Greypaw. Trust you to think with your stomach, Firepaw joked, but Greypaw with his head. Butting Greypaw with his head. The GPH gorge per hour. You know what? Fair. In the last almost 4 hours, I've done quite a lot of them, to be completely honest. Well, I wouldn't want to eat it, murmured Ravenpaw. I mean, my mouth tastes pretty foul after carrying it back. Let's just put it on the tree stump then, suggested Greypaw. Let Dustpaw and Sandpaw can see it when they get back. They each carried a piece of their fresh kill, and the adder, back to their den. Greypaw carefully placed the adder on the stump, arranging the snake so that it could be seen clearly from all sides. They ate. When they had finished, they sat close together, grooming one another to talk. I wonder who Bluestar will choose to go to the gathering, Firepaw mewed. It'll be a full moon tomorrow. Sandpaw and Dustpaw have been twice already, replied Greypaw. Perhaps Bluestar will choose one of us this time? Mewed Firepaw. After all, we've been training for almost 3 moons now. But Sandpaw and Dustpaw are still eldest apprentices, Ravenpaw pointed out. Firepaw nodded. And this gathering will be an important one. It'll be the first time the clans have met since WindClan disappeared. No cat knows what ShadowClan is going to say about it. Tigerclaw's low meow interrupted them. You're right, youngster. The warrior had strolled up to them unnoticed. By the way, Firepaw, Bluestar wants to see you, he added smoothly. Firepaw looked up, startled. Why would Bluestar want to see him? Now, if you can spare the time. Tigerclaw meowed. Firepaw jumped up immediately and bounded off across the clearing toward Bluestar's den. Bluestar was sitting outside, her tail flicking restlessly back and forth. When she saw Firepaw, she stood up and looked steadily down at him. Tigerclaw has told me that he saw you talking with a cat from the two-leg place today. I fully gave up on that word. He meowed quietly. Wait, Firepaw began. Said that you began fighting with this cat, but ended up sharing tongues with it. That's true, he admitted, feeling his fur prickle defensively. But he was an old friend. Grew up together, he paused and swallowed, when I was a kitty pet. Bluestar looked at him for a long moment. Do you miss your old life, Firepaw? He asked. Think carefully now. No. How can Bluestar think that? Firepaw wondered. His head was spinning. What was Bluestar trying to make him say? Do you wish to leave the clan? Of course not. Firepaw was shocked by her question. Bluestar didn't seem to hear the passion in his answer. She shook her head, looking suddenly old and tired. I won't judge you if you want to leave us, Firepaw. Perhaps I expected too much of you. Perhaps my judgment has been clouded by the clan's need for new warriors. Panic swept through Firepaw at the thought of leaving the clan forever. But my place is here. This is my home, he protested. I need more than that, Firepaw. I need to be able to trust your loyalty to ThunderClan, especially now that it looks like ShadowClan is planning an attack. We don't have room for anyone who isn't sure whether their heart lies in the past or the present. Firepaw took a deep breath and chose his next words carefully. When I saw Smudge today, that's the house cat that Tigerclaw saw me talking with, I saw what life would have been like if I had stayed with the 2 legs. I felt happy that I had not stayed. I was proud that I had left. He held Bluestar's gaze without flinching. Meeting Smudge made me certain that I made the right decision. I could never have been satisfied with the soft life of a kitty pet. Bluestar looked closely at him for a moment. Her eyes narrowed. Then she nodded. Very well, she said. I believe in you. Firepaw dipped his head respectfully and let out a silent sigh of relief. I spoke to Yellowfang earlier, meowed Bluestar in a lighter tone. She thinks a lot of you. She's a wise old she-cat, you know? And I suspect she wasn't always bad-tempered. Indeed, I think that I could grow to like her. Your response to that should simply be, no, actually, leave her the fuck alone. Firepaw felt an unexpected glow of pleasure at these words. Maybe, in caring for Yellowfang, his admiration for her had grown into affection. Despite the she-cat's ill temper, whatever the reason, he was glad Bluestar liked her too. But there is something about her that I don't trust, Bluestar went on quietly. She will stay with the ThunderClan for now, but remain as a prisoner. The Queens will care for her. You must concentrate on your training. Firepaw nodded and waited to be dismissed, but Bluestar hadn't finished. Firepaw, although you showed bad judgment today in talking to the house cat, Tigerclaw was impressed by your hunting skills. In fact, he reported that you did all well. You all did well today. I'm pleased by your progress. You will come to the gathering, all three of you. Firepaw could hardly stand still. His body tingled with excitement. The gathering. What about Sandpaw and Dustpaw? He mewed. They will remain behind and guard the camp, replied Bluestar. Now you may go. She flicked her long tail to show he was dismissed and returned to her grooming. Greypaw and Ravenpaw looked stunned to see Firepaw bounding happily toward them. They had been waiting nervously for him beside the tree stump. Firepaw sat down and looked at his friends. Well, Greypaw demanded, what'd she say? Tigerclaw told us you've been sharing tongues with a kitty pet this morning. Burst out Ravenpaw. Are you in trouble? No, although Bluestar wasn't pleased. Firepaw admitted ruefully. She thought I might want to leave the ThunderClan. You don't, do you? Asked Ravenpaw. Of course he doesn't, mewed Gravenpaw. Firepaw gave his gray friend an affectionate swipe. Yeah, you'd hate that. You need me to catch mice for you. All you can catch these days are hairy old squirrels. Greypaw dodged out of the way of Firepaw's blow and reared up in his back legs to retaliate. And you'll never guess what else she said, Firepaw went on. He was too excited to waste time play fighting. Greypaw immediately dropped back on all four paws. What? He asked. We're going to the gathering. Greypaw let out a yowl of delight and bounded up to the tree stump. One of his back paws knocked the adder flying and hit Ravenpaw in the head and wrapped itself around his neck. Ravenpaw spat out an alarm of surprise and then turned to Greypaw. Yeah, watch it! He hissed crossly. He shook the adder onto the ground. Scared him I try to bite you? Firepaw teased. He crouched down hissing and sidled up to Ravenpaw. Ravenpaw twisted his whiskers and retorted, Some snake you'd make. He leaned into Firepaw and rolled him easily onto his back. Greypaw reached down from the tree stump and gave the Ravenpaw's tail a tug. As Ravenpaw turned to the Greypaw with the soft forepaw, Firepaw jumped to his feet and leapt onto them both, sending Greypaw flying from the stump. All three cats tumbled into the dirt and tussled on the ground. Finally, they fell apart and settled themselves, panting beside the tree stump. Are Sandpaw and Dustpaw coming too? Puffed Greypaw. Nope, Firepaw replied, unable to disguise the note of triumph in his voice. They have to stay behind and guard the camp. Oh, let me tell them, begged Greypaw. I can't wait to see the look on their faces. Me neither, said Firepaw agreed. I can't believe we're going instead of them, especially after Tigerclaw saw me with Smudge today. That was just bad luck, answered Greypaw. We all caught a load of prey in the assessment. That must be what decided it. I wonder what the gathering will be like, mewed Ravenpaw. It'll be fantastic, Greypaw replied confidently. I bet all the great warriors will be there. Clawface, Stonefur. Firepaw wasn't listening anymore. Instead, he found himself thinking about the Tigerclaw and Smudge. Greypaw was right. It was bad luck that a great warrior had been seen observing him and to meet his old friend. Why couldn't he have been there watching Greypaw or Ravenpaw instead? In fact, it was bad luck that Tigerclaw had sent him so near to Tooth Place at all. Suddenly a dark thought entered Firepaw's mind. Why had Tigerclaw sent him so near to his old haunts? Had he wanted to test him? Could he be a great dark warrior who didn't trust his loyalty to the ThunderClan? Chapter 12. Firepaw peered over the brow of the bush-covered slope. Greypaw and Ravenpaw crouched beside him. Next to them, a group of ThunderClan elders, queens, and warriors waited in the undergrowth for Bluestar to give them the signal. Firepaw had not been to this place since his first journey with Lionheart and Tigerclaw. The steep-sided glade looked different now. The rich greens of the woods had been bleached away by the cold light of the full moon, and the leaves on the trees glowed silver. At the bottom stood the large oaks that marked where the corner of each clan's territory touched the other three. Yeah, that'll help. Yeah, that's fine. Hopefully that helps you, OBS, because God forbid you run fucking more than one program at once. Where was I? What was I doing? This one. The air was thick with the warm scents of cats from the other clans. Firepod could see them quite clearly in the moonlight, moving about just below in the grassy clearing that lay between the four. In the center of the clearing, a large, jagged rock rose from the forest floor like a broken tube. Look at all those cats down there, hissed Ravenpaw under his breath. There's Crooked Star, Greypaw hissed back. River Clan's leader. Where? Firepaw mewed, nudging Greypaw impatiently. That light-colored tabby beside the great rock. Firepaw followed Greypaw's nod and saw a huge Tom, even bigger than Lionheart, sitting in the center of the clearing. His striped coat shone pale in the moonlight. Even from this distance, his old face showed the signs of a harsh life, and his mouth looked twisted, as if it had once been broken and healed badly. Hey, mewed Greypaw. Did you see Sandpaw spit when I told her that I hope she had a nice evening at home? You bet. Ravenpaw interrupted him with a muffled growl. Look, there's Broken Star, Shadow Clan's leader. Firepaw looked down at the dark brown tabby. Oh, I had said that right the first time. I just second-guessed myself. Never mind. His fur was unusually long and his face was broad and flat. There was a stillness in the way he sat and stared around him that made Firepaw's fur prickle and He looks pretty nasty, Firepaw muttered. Yeah, agreed Greypaw. He's certainly got a lot of reputation among all the clans for not suffering fools gladly. And he's not been leader for long. 4 moons ever since his father, Ragged Star, died. What does the leader of Wind Clan look like? Firepaw asked. All-Star? Never seen him. But I know he's black and white with a very long tail, answered Greypaw. Can you see him now? Ravenpaw? Greypaw peered down, searching the crowd of cats below. Nope. Can you scent any Wind Clan cats? Firepaw asked. Greypaw shook his head. No. Lionheart meowed softly beside them. The Wind Clan cats may just be late. But what if they don't turn up at all? Meowed Greypaw. Hush. We must all be patient. These are difficult times. Now keep quiet. Bluestar will give the signal to move soon. Lionheart meowed quietly. As he spoke, Bluestar stood and, holding her tail high, flicked it from one side to the other. Firepaw's heart missed a beat as ThunderClan cats rose as one and bounded through the bushes, down toward the meeting place. He raced alongside them, feeling the wind rush in his ears and his paws tingle in anticipation. The ThunderClan cats paused instinctively on the edge of the clearing, outside the boundary of the oaks. Bluestar sniffed the air. Then she nodded and the troop moved forward into the clearing. Firepaw felt thrilled. The other cats looked even more impressive up close, milling about the great rock. A large white warrior strode past. Firepaw and Ravenpaw looked at him in awe. Look at his paws! Ravenpaw murmured. Firepaw looked down and realized the huge paws of a great Tom were jet black. It must be Blackfoot, mewed Greypaw, Shadow Clan's new deputy. Blackfoot? Really? That's only funny to me. Blackfoot stalked over to Broken Star and sat down beside him. The Shadow Clan leader acknowledged him with the twitch of one ear, but said nothing. When does the meeting begin? Ravenpaw asked Whitestorm. Patient, Ravenpaw, he answered. The sky is clear tonight, but we have plenty of time. Lionheart leaned over and added, We warriors like to spend a little time boasting about our victory, while the elders swap tales about an ancient days before Two Legs came here. All 3 apprentices looked up at him and saw his whiskers twitch mischievously. Dappletail, One Eye, and Small Ear headed straight off toward a group of elderly cats who were settling themselves below one of the oak trees. Whitestorm and Lionheart strolled over to another pair of warriors, whom Firepaw did not know. He sniffed the air and recognized their scents as River Clan. Bluestar's voice sounded behind the 3 apprentices. Don't waste any of your time tonight, he warned. This is a good opportunity to meet your enemies. Listen to them, remember what they look like and how they behave. There's a great deal to be learned from these meetings. And say little, warned Tigerclaw. Don't give anything away that might be used against us once the moon has waned. Don't worry, we won't. Firepaw promised hastily, looking into Tiger Claw's eyes. Oh, that was Tiger Claw, not... Whoops. Anyway, that's fine. The feeling that Tiger Claw didn't trust his loyalty still lingered within him. The two warriors nodded and moved on. The apprentices were left alone. They looked at each other. What do we do now? Oh, the apprentices were left. Not the two. I just left out Ravenclaw. Whoops. What do we do now? Ravenpaw asked. What I said, replied Ravenclaw. Listen. And don't say too much, Firepaw added. Firepaw nodded gravely. I'm gonna go see where Tiger Claw went, he mewed. Well, I'm gonna go find Lionheart, mewed Greypaw. You coming, Ravenpaw? No, thanks, Ravenpaw. I'm gonna go find some of the other apprentices. Okay, we'll meet up later, mewed Firepaw. He trotted in the direction Tiger Claw had taken. He scented Tiger Claw easily and found him sitting in a group of huge warriors behind a great rock. Tiger Claw was speaking. Oh, do you speak a lot in this section? Fuck. It was a tale that Firepaw had heard many times at camp. Tiger Claw was describing his recent battle against the River Clan hunting party. I wrestled like a lion clan cat. 3 warriors tried to hold me, but I threw them off. I fought them until 2 lay knocked out, and the other had run off into the forest like a kit crying for its mother. This time, Tiger Claw didn't mention killing Oakheart and vengeance for Redtail's death. Perhaps it's so he doesn't offend the River Clan warriors, Firepaw decided. Firepaw listened politely to the end of the story, but a familiar sound was distracting him. As soon as Tiger Claw had finished speaking, Firepaw turned and crept away toward the sweet smell which was coming from a group of cats nearby. He found Greypaw sitting among these cats, but it was not the scent that he had been following. Sitting opposite Greypaw, between the 2 River Clan Tams, was Spotted Leaf. Firepaw glanced at her shyly and settled himself beside his friend. Still no scent of the Wind Clan, he mewed Greypaw. Meeting hasn't begun yet. They may still come, replied his friend. Look, there's Running Rose. He's the new Shadow Clan medicine cat, apparently. He nodded toward a small gray and white cat at the center of the group. I can see why they call him Running Nose. Oh, Running Nose, not Running Rose. My bad, that's my bad. It looked like an R. Firepaw remarked, Medicine's cat nose was wet at the tip, crusted around. Yep, replied Greypaw with a scornful growl. Can't see why they were pointed to him when he can't even cure his own cold. Running Nose was telling the cats about an herb that medicine cats had used in the old days to cure kitten cough. Since the 2 legs came and filled the place in hard earth and strange flowers, he complained in a high-pitched yowl, the herb has disappeared and kittens die needlessly in cold weather. Cats gathered around him, yowled in their disapproval. It would have never happened in the time of the great clan cats, growled back a black River Clan queen. Indeed, mewed a silver tabby. The great cats would have killed any 2 legs that dared enter our territory. If Tiger Clan roamed this forest, 2 legs would not have built this far into our land. It's true. Then Firepaw heard Spotted Leaf's quiet mew. If Tiger Clan still roamed these forests, we would hardly have made our territory here either. What's Tiger Clan? Mewed a small voice beside them. Firepaw noticed a little tabby apprentice from one of the other clans sitting beside him. Tiger Clan is one of the great cat clans that used to roam the forest, Greypaw explained quietly. Tiger Clan is cats of the night, big as horses with jet black stripes. Then there's Lion Clan. There, Greypaw hesitated, frowning as he tried to remember. Oh, I've heard of them, mewed the tabby. They're as big as Tiger Clan cats, with yellow fur and golden manes like rays of the sun. Greypaw nodded. And then there's the other ones, Spotty Clan, or something like that. I suspect you're thinking of Leopard Clan, young Greypaw, mewed a voice from behind them. Lionheart! Greypaw greeted his mentor with an affectionate touch of them. Lionheart shook his head in mock despair. Don't you youngsters know your history? Leopard Clan are the swiftest cats, huge and golden, spotted with black paw prints. He goes on no legs. I'll have legs one day. One day! You can thank Leopard Clan for the speed and hunting skills you now possess. Thank them? Why? Asked the tabby. Lionheart gazed down at the little apprentice and answered. There is a trace of all great clans in every cat today. We would not be the night hunters we are without our Tiger Clan ancestors, and our love of the sun's warmth comes from the Lion Clan. He paused. You are a Shadow Clan apprentice, aren't you? How many moons are you? The tabby stared awkwardly at the ground. Six moons, stammered, not meeting Lionheart's eye. Rather small for 6 moons, Lionheart murmured. His tone was gentle, but his gaze was searching and serious. Mother was too, answered the tabby nervously. He bowed his head and backed away, disappearing into the crowd of cats. Twitch of his light brown. God, that was Yellowfang's kid. I don't, no idea. Anyway, Lionheart turned to Firepaw and Greypaw. Well, he might be small, but at least he was curious. If only you two showed as much interest in the stories your elders tell. Sorry, Lionheart. Firepaw and Greypaw mewed, exchanging doubtful glances. Lionheart grunted good-naturedly. Oh, go away, the pair of you. Next time I hope Blue Star decides to bring apprentices who appreciate what they hear. With a half-hearted growl, he chased them away from the group. Come on, purred Greypaw as they leaped away. Let's see what Ravenpaw's gotten to. Ravenpaw was in the middle of a group of apprentices who were clamoring for him to tell them about a battle with the River Clan. Go on, Ravenpaw, tell us what happened, called a black and white she-cat. Ravenpaw shyly shuffled his paws and shook his head. Come on, Ravenpaw, insisted another. the ending's there. Ravenpaw looked around and saw Firepaw and Greypaw at the edge of the crowd. Firepaw nodded encouragingly. Ravenpaw flicked his tail in acknowledgement and began his story. He stumbled a bit at first, but as he continued, the tremor disappeared from his verse and the audience leaned in, their eyes growing wider. Fur was flying everywhere. Blood splattered on the leaves and the bramble bushes, bright red against green. I just fought off a huge warrior and sent him squealing into the bushes when the ground shook, and I heard a warrior scream. It was Oakhart. Redtail raced past me, his mouth dripping blood from his fur torn. Oakhart is dead, he howled, and then he rushed off. To help Tiger Claw as he fought another warrior. Who would have thought that Ravenpaw was such a good storyteller? Greypaw murmured to Firepaw, sounding impressed. But Firepaw was thinking of something else. What was it Ravenpaw had said? That Redtail had killed Oakhart? But according to Tiger Claw, Oakhart had killed Redtail, and he, Tiger Claw, had killed Oakhart in revenge. If Redtail killed Oakhart, who killed Redtail? Firepaw hissed at Greypaw. Who did what? Greypaw echoed absentmindedly. He'd only been half listening to Firepaw. Firepaw shook his head to clear it. Ravenpaw must have been mistaken, he thought. He must have meant Tiger Claw. Uh-oh. Ravenpaw was coming to the end of the story. Finally, Redtail dragged the wailing cat of Tiger Claw as his tail. With the strength of the whole Tiger clan, flung him into the bushes. A moving shadow caught Firepaw's eye. He glanced around and saw Tiger Claw standing a short distance away. The warrior was watching Ravenpaw with an iron stare. Unaware of his mentor's presence, Ravenpaw continued to answer the question after question from his enthusiastic audience. What were Oakhart's dying words? Is it true that Oakhart had never lost a battle before? Ravenpaw replied promptly, with his voice high and clear and his eyes shining. But when Firepaw glanced back at Tiger Claw, he saw a look of horror and then fury creep over his warrior's face. Clearly, Tiger Claw wasn't enjoying Ravenpaw's story at all. Firepaw was just about to say something when Greypaw when a loud yowl signaled the cats quiet. Firepaw couldn't help feeling relieved as Ravenpaw fell silent at last, and Tiger Claw turned away. Bum bum. This page. Firepaw looked up to see where the yowl had come from. 3 cats sat silhouetted against the moonlit sky on top of a great rock. They were Blue Star, Broken Star, Crooked Star. The clan leaders were about to begin the meeting, but where was the Wing Clan leader? Surely they won't start without the meeting of Tall Star, Firepaw hissed under his breath. I don't know, Greypaw muttered back. Haven't you noticed there isn't a single Wing Clan cat here? Whispered a River Clan Firepaw. Firepaw guessed that similar conversations were going on all around him. All the other cats were gathering beneath the great rock, and unsettling murmuring grumbled in their throats. We can't start yet, yowled one voice that above the noise. Where are the Wing Clan representatives? We must wait until all clans are present. On top of the rock, Blue Star stepped forward. Her gray fur glowed almost white in the moonlight. Cats of all clans, welcome, she meowed in a clear voice. It is true that the Wing Clan is not present, but Broken Star wishes to speak anyway. Broken Star padded noiselessly up to the stand beside Blue Star. He surveyed the crowds for a few moments, his orange eyes burning. He then took a breath and began. Friends, I come to speak to you tonight about the needs of the Shadow Clan. But he was interrupted by a raised of impatient voices below. Where's Tall Star? Cried one. Where are the Wind Clan warriors? Yelled another. Ghosty with a hydroponic and stretch. I shall do all three. Thank you very much. Broken Star stretched up to his full height and lashed his tail from side to side. As the leader of the Shadow Clan, it is my right to address you here. He growled in a voice full of menace. The crowd fell into an uneasy silence. All around him, Firepaw could smell the acrid tang of feet. Broken Star yelled again. We all know that the hard time of Leaf Bear and the late New Leaf have left us with little prey in our hunting grounds. But we also know that Wind Clan, River Clan, and Thunder Clan lost many kits in the freezing weather that came so late this season. Shadow Clan did not lose kits. We are hardened from the cold north wind. Our kits are stronger than yours from the moment they are born, and so we find ourselves with many mouths to feed, and too little prey to feed them. The crowd, still silent, listened anxiously. The needs of the Shadow Clan are simple. In order to survive, we must increase our hunting territory. That is why I insist that you allow Shadow Clan warriors to hunt in your territories. A shocked but muted growl rippled through the cloud. Share our hunting grounds? Called out an outraged voice of Tiger Claw. It's unprecedented, cried a tortoiseshell from the River Clan. The clans have never shared. I've never shared hunting rights. My page cut it off, I'm sorry. Hydrating when speaking a lot is very important. Well, I'm reading 160 pages of this book. Well, 150. So yeah, thank you. I'm gonna need it. I'm gonna need it a lot, actually. Make sure that's refreshed. Should Shadow Clan be punished because our kids thrive? Yelled Broken Star from the Great Rock. Do you want us to watch our young starve? You must share what you have with us. Must? Fat Small Ear furiously from the back of the crowd. Must, repeated Broken Star. Wind Clan failed to understand this. In the end, we were forced to drive them out of their territory. Snarls of outrage burst from the crowd, but Broken Star's caterwaul rang loud above them. And if we have to, we will drive all of you from your hunting grounds in order to feed our hungry kits. There was an instant silence. On the other side of the clearing, Firepaw heard a River Clan apprentice start to mutter something, but he was quickly hushed by another. Satisfied that he had every cat's attention, Broken Star continued. Each year, the two-legs spoil more of our territory. At least one clan must remain strong if all clans are to survive. Shadow Clan thrives while you all struggle, and there may come a time where you will need us to protect you. Doubt our strength? Hissed Tiger Claw. His pale eyes glared threateningly at the Shadow Clan leader, and his powerful shoulders rippled with tension. I don't like how... Why are we... Stop! Anyway. I do not ask for your answer now. Broken Star ignored the warrior's challenge. You must each go away and consider my words, but bear this in mind. Would you prefer to share our prey, or be driven out and left homeless and starving? Warriors, elders, and apprentices looked at one another in disbelief. In the anxious pause that followed, Crooked Star stepped forward. I have already agreed to allow Shadow Clan some hunting rights in the river that runs through our territory. He meowed quietly, gazing down on his clan. Horror and humiliation rippled throughout the River Clan's cats at the leader's words. We were not consulted! Cried a grizzled Silver Tabby. I feel it is best for our clan, for all the clans, Crooked Star explained, his voice heavy with resignation. There are plenty of fish in the river, and it is better to share our prey than spill blood over fighting it. And what of the Thunder Clan? Small Ear croaked. Blue Star, have you too agreed to this outrageous demand? Blue Star unwaveringly met in Old Hat's gaze. I have made no agreement with Broken Star except that I shall discuss his proposal with my clan after the gathering. Well, at least that's something, muttered Grey Paw and Fire Paw's ear. We'll show them that we're not as soft as the yellow-bellied River Clan. I don't know that I want to say that. Go on. Broken Star spoke up again, his rasping voice sounding arrogant and strong after Crooked Star's surrender. I also bring news that is important to the safety of your kids. A Shadow Clan cat has turned rogue and spurred the warrior code. We chased her out of our camp. We do not know where she is now. She looks a mangy old creature, but she has the bite of Tiger Claw. Firepaw's fur bristled. Could Broken Star be possibly talking about Yellowfang? He pricked up his ears, curious to hear more. She is dangerous, I warn you. Do not offer shelter to her. And, Broken Star paused dramatically, until she is caught and killed, I urge you to keep a close eye on your kids. Firepaw knew from the nervous growl that rumbled through the throats of the Thundercats that they, too, had thought of Yellowfang. The bull she had done nothing to endear herself to reluctant hosts. Firepaw guessed it wouldn't take too much to drum up hatred against her. Even the words of a despised enemy like Broken Star would be. The Shadow Clan warriors began to push their way throughout the throng of cats. Broken Star leaped down from the rock and his warriors immediately surrounded him and escorted him away from the 4 trees, back into Shadow Clan territory. The remaining Shadow Clan cats followed quickly behind, including the undersized tabby Lionheart had questioned earlier. But among other Shadow Clan apprentices, the tabby no longer looked unusually small. They all looked tiny and undernourished, more like the kits of 3 or 4 moons than full-fledged apprentices. Well, how do you like all that? Greypaw mewed in a low voice. Ravenpaw bounded over to Firepaw Ravenpaw bounded over before Firepaw could reply. What's going to happen now? He wailed, his fur fluffled up in alarm, his eyes wider than ever. Firepaw didn't answer. The elders of the ThunderClan were gathering nearby, and he was straining to hear what they were saying. That must be Yellowfang that they were talking about, growled Smallear. Well, she did snap at Goldenflower's youngest kit the other day, murmured Speckletail darkly. She was the oldest nursery queen and fiercely protected. And we've left her behind, with the camp virtually unguarded, wailed One Eye, who for once seemed to be having no trouble hearing anything. I tried to tell you what a danger she was to us, hissed Darkstripe. Blue Star has to listen to reason now and get rid of her before she harms our young. Tiger Claw strode up to the group. We must return to camp at once and deal with this rogue, he yowled. Firepaw didn't stop to hear more, his mind spinning. Loyal as he was to his clan, he just couldn't believe that Yellowfang would be a danger to the kids. Frightened for the old she-cat, he burning with questions only she could answer, he raced away from Greypaw and Ravenpaw without a word. He charged up the hillside and pelted through the forest. Had he been mistaken about Yellowfang? If he warned her about the danger she was in, would he be risking his own position in ThunderClan? Whatever trouble he got himself into, he had to find out the truth from her before the other cats got back to him. Chapter 13. I need more water. Some of those voices are horrible. Terrible. I think I'm going to try another lozenge and we're going to see from there. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Firepaw reached the edge of the ravine and looked down at the camp. He was panting and his paws were slippery with dew. He sniffed the air. He was alone. There was still time to speak to Yellowfang before the others returned to the gathering. Silently, he jumped down the rocky slope, slipped through the gorse tunnel unnoticed. Camp was still and quiet, apart from the muted snuffles of sleeping cats. Firepaw quickly crept across the edge of the clearing to Yellowfang's nest. The old medicine cat was curled on top of her mossy bedding. Yellowfang! He hissed urgently. Yellowfang, wake up! It's important! 2 orange eyes opened and glinted in the moonlight. I wasn't sleeping, mewed Yellowfang quietly. She sounded calm and alert. You came straight from the gathering to me? That must have meant you heard. He blinked slowly and looked away. Oh, Broken Star kept his promise. What promise? Firepaw felt very confused. Yellowfang seemed to know more about it than he did about what was going on. Shadow Clan's noble leader promised to drive me away from every clan territory. Yellowfang replied dryly. What did he say about me? He warned us that our kits are in danger, as long as we sheltered the Shadow Clan rogue. He didn't say your name, but ThunderClan guessed who he was talking about. You must leave before the others get back. You're in danger. You mean they believed Broken Star? Yellowfang flattened her ears and swished her tail angrily. Yes, Firepaw moved urgently. Darkstripe says you're dangerous. The other cats are scared of what you might do. Tiger Claw is planning to come back here and... I don't know. I think you should go... You should just go before they get here. In the distance, Firepaw could hear the yowls of angry cats. Yellowfang struggled stiffly to her paws. Firepaw gave her a nudge to help her up, his mind still spinning with questions. What did Broken Star mean when he said he warned us to keep a close eye on our kits? He couldn't stop himself from asking. Would you really do something like that? Would I what? Would you harm our kits? Yellowfang flared her nostrils and looked steadily at him. Do you think so? Firepaw met her gaze without flinching. No. I don't believe you would ever harm a kid. But why would Broken Star say such a thing? The noise from the cats was coming nearer, and with it, the sense of aggression and anger. Yellowfang looked wildly from side to side. Go! Firepaw urged. Her safety was more important than his curiosity. But Yellowfang remained where she stood and stared at him. A calm look suddenly came into her wide eyes. Firepaw, you believe I'm innocent. I'm grateful for that. If you believe me, then others might. And I know Blue Star will give me a fair hearing. Run forever. I'm too old. I shall stay here and face whatever your clan decides for me. She sighed and sank down to her bony haunches. But what about Tiger Claw? What if he is headstrong? And he knows the power he has over the clan cats. They are in awe of him. But even he will obey Blue Star. If she's still alive, yeah, you're right. Wrestling in the undergrowth beyond the camp boundary told Firepaw the cats were almost at the entrance. Away, Firepaw, hissed Yellowfang, baring her back and teeth at him. Don't make trouble for yourself by being seen with me now. There's nothing you can do for me. Have faith in your leader, and let her decide what happens to me. Firepaw realized Yellowfang had made up her mind. He touched his nose to her patchy fur and then crept silently away into the shadows to watch. Through the gores, came the cats, Blue Star first, accompanied by Lionheart, Frostfur, Willowpelt, were right on top of them. Frostfur raced away from the troop and immediately ran toward the nursery, the fur on her tail bristling in alarm. Tiger Claw and Darkstripe strode into the clearing, shoulder to shoulder, looking grim. The others followed behind, Ravenpaw and Greypaw at the rear. As soon as he saw his friends, Firepaw trotted out to join them. You went to warn Yellowfang, didn't you? Whispered Greypaw when Firepaw reached his side. Yeah, I did, Firepaw admitted. But you won't leave. You trust Blue Star to treat her fairly. Did anyone miss me? Yes, replied Ravenpaw. You weren't that missed, actually. I got to tell a lot of great stories to a lot of pretty ladies. Did you hear me? I was saying all of the things. Sorry. I just, for some reason, imagine he's got glasses. And sounds like Urkel. Anyway. Around the camp, the cats who had stayed behind began to wake up. They must have scented the aggression and heard the tension in the voices of the returning cats. They all came running to the clearing with their tail. What has happened? Called the taboo warrior named Running Wind. Broken Star has demanded the hunting rights for the Shadow Clan in our territory, replied Longtail loudly enough for all cats. And he warned us about a rogue cat who would harm our kits, added Willowpelt. It must be Yellowfang. Time to control the crowd, please. Meows of anger and distress rose from the crowd. Silence! Ordered Blue Star, leaping onto a high rock. Instinctively, the cat settled in front of her. A loud screech made every turn... Oh my god, dude, bro, what the fuck? I read ahead a little bit. A loud screech made everyone turn its head toward the fallen tree where the others slept. Tiger Claw and Darkstripe were dragging Yellowfang roughly from her nest. She shrieked furiously as they hauled her into the clearing and dumped her in front of the high rock. Firepaw felt every muscle in his body tense. Without thinking, he dropped into a low crouch, ready to spring at Yellowfang's persecutors. Wait, Firepaw, growled Greypaw into his ear. Let Blue Star deal with this. What is going on? Demanded Blue Star, jumping down from high rock, glaring at her warriors. I gave no order to attack our prisoner. Tiger Claw and Darkstripe immediately let go of Yellowfang, who crouched in the dust, hissing and spitting. Frostfur appeared from the nursery and pushed her way through the front of the clan. We got back in time. The kids are safe. Of course they are, snapped Blue Star. Frostfur seemed taken aback. But you are going to throw Yellowfang out, aren't you? See me out here, blows wide. Throw her out? Bad Darkstripe, unleashing his claws. We should kill her now. Blue Star fixed her piercing gaze on Darkstripe's angry face. And what has she done? He asked with an icy calm. Firepaw held his breath. You were at the gathering. Broken Star said she... Darkstripe began. Broken Star said only that there was a rogue somewhere in the woods. Blue Star, her voice menacingly quiet. He did not mention Yellowfang by name. The kids are safe. For as long as she is in my clan, Yellowfang will not be harmed in any way. Blue Star's words were met with silence, and Firepaw heaved a sigh of relief. Yellowfang looked up at Blue Star and narrowed her eyes respectively. You will leave now if you wish it, Blue Star. There is no need, Blue Star replied. You have done nothing wrong. You will be safe here. The ThunderClan leader lifted a gaze and a crowd of cats surrounded Yellowfang and meowed. It is time we discuss the real threat to our clan. Broken Star. I'm gonna look now, Birdbatch Star. Okay, enjoy your shower. Enjoy the, Millie. We have already begun to prepare for an attack by Shadow Clan, Blue Star began. We'll carry out those preparations and patrol our borders more frequently. Wind Clan has gone. River Clan has given hunting rights to Shadow Clan warriors. Thunder Clan stands alone against Broken Star. A murmur of defiance rippled through the cats. Firepaw felt his fur prickle. I almost didn't read the R in prickle, and I was just like, felt his fur pickle. Anyway. Moving on. His fur prickle with anticipation. Then we're not going to agree to Broken Star's demands, meowed Tigerclaw. Clans have never shared hunting rights before, Blue Star answered. They've always managed to support themselves in their own territories. There's no reason this should change. Tigerclaw nodded approvingly. But we can't defend ourselves against the Shadow Clan attack, asked Small Ear's tremulous voice. Wind Clan didn't manage it. River Clan won't even try. Blue Star met his old eyes with her steady gaze. We must try. We will not give up our territory without a fight. All the clearing around Firepaw, all around the clearing, Firepaw saw the cats nodding in agreement. I shall travel to the Moonstone tomorrow, Blue Star announced. The warriors of the Star Clan will give me the strength I need to lead ThunderClan through this dark time. You must all get some rest. We have a lot to do when the daylight comes. I wish to talk to Lionheart now. Without another word, she turned and strode toward her den. Firepaw noticed the look of wonder had entered some of the eyes of the cats when Blue Star had mentioned the Moonstone. Now the clan hurriedly gathered in groups, meowing in hushed voices of excitement. What's the Moonstone? Firepaw asked Greypaw. It's a rock, deep underground that shines in the dark, whispered Greypaw, his voice hoarse with awe. All of the clan's leaders have to spend one night at the Moonstone when they're first chosen. There, the spirits of the Star Clan are with them. Or share with them. Share what with them? Greypaw frowned. I don't know, he admitted. I only know that the new leaders have to sleep near the stone, and as they sleep, they have special dreams. After that, they are given the gift of 9 lives and take the name Star. Oh, that's fucking cool, actually. That's pretty sweet. Hey, did we test those 9 lives at any point? I don't know. You know what I realized? I'm looking at this. This needs to be like a little bit bigger. Don't worry about it. Anyway. Firepaw watched Yellowfang limp back to her shadowy nest. It looked like Tigerclaw's rough treatment of her had aggravated an old injury. As he trotted back to the apprentice's den, Firepaw decided to ask Spotted Leaf for more poppy seeds. So, what happened? Mewed Dustpaw eagerly, popping his head out of the den. He seemed to have forgotten how much he resented the new apprentice in his eagerness in the gathering. Oh. That was Dustpaw, my bad. It's like Longtail said. Broken Star demanded hunting rights, Greypaw began. Dampaw and Dustpaw sat and listened, but Firepaw was watching the camp. He could see the silhouettes of Blue Star and Lionheart sitting close outside their den, talking urgently. I'll also lurk. Maybe I can get some sleep soon. Hey, you know what? If you can get some sleep soon, that would be super great. I hope you have a great sleep, a great rest. And I hope that somehow that this helps you actually sleep a little. Mhm. Then he noticed a small shape of Ravenpaw at the entrance of the warrior's den. Tigerclaw stood beside him. Firepaw saw Ravenpaw's ears flatten as the young cat flinched away from Tigerclaw's fierce words. The dark warrior loomed over him, twice his size, his eyes and teeth flashing in the moonlight. What was he saying to Ravenpaw? Firepaw was just about to creep nearer and listen when Ravenpaw backed away, turned, and ran across the clearing. That's not great. It's very relaxing, so I better. Well, I hope you enjoy it, and I hope you have a great rest. Thanks so much for lurking. Firepaw greeted Ravenpaw as he reached the apprentice's den, but Ravenpaw hardly seemed to notice him. Instead, he pushed his way inside the den without a word. Firepaw got up to follow him when he saw Lionheart approaching. Well, mewed the ThunderClan deputy striding up into the apprentices. It seems that Firepaw, Greypaw, and Ravenpaw are about to reach another important stage in their training. What's that? Mewed Greypaw, looking excited. Bluestar wishes you three to accompany her to the journey of the Moonstone. Lionheart didn't miss the look of disappointment on the faces of Dustpaw and Sandpaw, because he added, Don't worry, you two. You'll make the journey soon enough. For now, ThunderClan needs your strength and skill at camp. I will remain here also. Firepaw looked past Lionheart to his leader. He was moving from one group of warriors to another, meowing instructions to each. Why had she chosen him for this journey, he wondered. She wants you to rest now, Lionheart continued. But first, go to Spotted Leaf and collect the herbs you will need on this expedition. It's a long way. You will need something to give you strength and quell your appetite. There will be little time for catching prey. Greypaw nodded, and Firepaw dragged his gaze away from Bluestar and nodded too. Where is Ravenpaw? Asked Lionheart. He's in his nest already, replied Firepaw. Good. Leave him to sleep. You can fetch herbs for him, meowed Lionheart. Rest well, and leave at dawn. He flicked his tail back and walked back toward Bluestar's den. Well then, mewed Sandpaw. You better go see Spotted Leaf. Firepaw listened for the sourness in her voice, but there was none. There was no time for jealousy now. All the cats in the clan seemed to be united against the threat from the Shadow Clan. Hey! Companionism! Let's go! Firepaw and Greypaw walked quickly towards Spotted Leaf's den. The fern tunnel was dark. Not even the full moon penetrated its thick covering. Spotted Leaf seemed to be expecting them as they emerged into her moonlit clearing. You've come for some traveling herbs, she meowed. Please. Firepaw answered. And I think Yellowfang needs more poppy seeds. She seemed to be feeling her wounds. I will take some to her after you've gone. And your traveling herbs will be ready. Spotted Leaf indicated a pile of your traveling herbs are ready, my bad. Spotted Leaf indicated a pile of carefully made leaf wraps. Enough for 3 of you. The dark green herb will stop your hunger pangs during the journey, and the other one will give you strength. Eat them both just before you leave. They're not as good as fresh prey, but taste won't last long. Thanks, Spotted Leaf, mewed Firepaw. He leaned down and picked up one of the parcels. As he bent his head, Spotted Leaf stretched over and gently rubbed his cheek with her nose. Firepaw breathed in her scent, her sweet, warm scent, and purred in thanks. Greypaw picked up the other 2, and the friends headed back to the tunnel. Good luck, Spotted Leaf called after them. Travel safely. They arrived at the entrance to the den and dropped the bundle. Well, I just hope these herbs don't taste too revolting, muttered Greypaw. Grady! Muttered Greypaw, sorry. It must be a long way to the Moonstone. We've never been given herbs before. Do you even know where it is? Firepaw asked. Beyond the clan territory, at a place called High Stones. It lies deep underground in a cave we call Mothermouth. Have you ever been there before? Firepaw was impressed that Greypaw knew so much about this mysterious place. No, but all apprentices have to make the journey there before they become warriors. The thought of becoming a warrior made Firepaw's eyes gleam with excitement, and he couldn't help but stand a little taller. Don't get your hopes up. We still haven't finished our training, Greypaw warned as if reading his thoughts. Firepaw looked up through the canopy leaves to the stars glittering in the black sky above. Moon high had passed. We should get some sleep, but he couldn't imagine being able to sleep with the thought of tomorrow's adventure spinning in his mind. Attending the gathering, the journey of Moonstone. How far away his kitty pet life seemed now. Fucking stop saying that word! Chapter 14. We only got, 9 more chapters? Fuck. We're blitzing through this. Let's go! The cold air chilled Firepaw's bones as blackness wrapped itself around him. He could hear nothing, and his nostrils were filled with the musty scent of damp earth. Out of nowhere, a brilliant ball of light flared in front of him. Firepaw ducked his head, screwing up his eyes against its glare. The light shone dazzlingly coldly like a star, and it blinked out, disappearing as quickly as it came. The darkness fell away, and Firepaw found himself in the forest. He felt comforted by the familiar smells of the woods, breathed in the moist green scents, and calmness flowed through his body. Without warning, a dreadful noise burst from the trees. Firepaw's fur bristled. It was the screeching of terrified cats racing out from the bushes up ahead. Firepaw recognized the ThunderClan pelts as they fled past him. He stood rooted to the spot, unable to move. Then came Great Cats, huge dark warriors, their eyes glittering cruelly. They thundered toward him, pounding the earth with their massive paws, their claws unsheathed. And out of the shadows, Firepaw heard a high, desperate cry filled with grief and rage. Greypaw! Firepaw awoke horrified. His dream vanished, leaving his ears ringing and his fur standing on end. As he opened his eyes, he saw the face of Tigerclaw peering into the den. Firepaw leaped to his feet, instantly alert. Something wrong, Firepaw? Tigerclaw? Just a dream, Firepaw mumbled. Tigerclaw gave him a curious look and then growled. Like the others, we leave shortly. Outside the den, oh, you guys can't hear that. Outside the den, the sky glowed with a new dawn. The dew sparkled on the ferns. It would be a warm day once the sun was up, but the early morning dampness reminded Firepaw that the time of leaf fall was not far off. Firepaw, Greypaw, and Ravenpaw quickly gulped down the herbs that Spotted Leaf had given them. Tigerclaw and Bluestar sat watching them ready to leave. The rest of the camp was still asleep. Complained Greypaw. I knew they were bitter. But couldn't we eat a fat, juicy mouse instead? These herbs will keep your hunger at bay longer, answered Bluestar. They will make you strong. A long journey ahead of us. You eaten yours already? Firepaw asked. I cannot eat if I'm going to share dreams with the Star Clan at the Moonstone tonight, replied Bluestar. Firepaw felt his paws tingle when he heard these words. He was itching to begin the journey. With the dawn's light and the familiar voices, the terror of his dream had left him behind. The terror of his dream had left him. All that remained was the memory of one brilliant light, and Bluestar's words sent a renewed thrill of excitement through him. 5 cats made their way through the Gorse tunnel and out of the camp. Lionheart was returning with the patrol. Safe journey, he meowed. Bluestar nodded. I know I can trust you to keep the camp safe, she answered. Lionheart looked at Greypaw and dipped his head. Remember, he mewed. You are almost a warrior. Don't forget what I have taught you. Greypaw looked back at Lionheart with affection. I will always remember, Lionheart, he mewed, nudging his head against the tabby's broad golden flank. Trying to figure out who the cats on the picture are. I just don't, like, obviously the main one in the middle, but I think that might be Yellowfang. Who's the gray one? Anyway, we won't worry about that. I'll be looking at that. They retraced their route to the 4 trees. This was the quickest way to pass into Wind Clan territory. Ice stones lay beyond. As Firepaw bound toward the side of the glade toward the great rock, you could still smell the scents of last night's gathering. He followed the others through the grassy clearing and up the slope to the other side into Wind Clan territory. The bushy slope became steeper as they climbed and rockier, so the cats had to leap from boulder to boulder up the side of the craggy cliff. Firepaw paused when they reached the top. Ahead of them, the ground flattened into a wide plateau. The wind blew in a steady gust that rippled the grass and bent the trees. The soil was stony, and the outcroppings of bare rocks dotted landscapings here. The air still carried scents of the Wind Clan, but they were stale. Much fresher and more alarming were the pungent markings of Shadow Clan. All clans are entitled to safe passage to the Moonstone, but Shadow Clan seems to have no respect for the warrior code anymore, so be alert. We mustn't hunt outside our territory, though. Follow the warrior code, even if the Shadow Clan doesn't. They set off across the plateau as the sun rose into the sky, following the tracks through the heather. Firepaw had grown used to living under the canopy of trees. Without their shade, his flame-colored pelt felt heavy. His back seemed to burn. He was thankful for the steady breeze blowing from the forest behind. Suddenly, Tiger Claw stopped dead. "Watch out!" he hissed. "I smell a Shadow Clan patrol." Firepaw and the others lifted their noses, and sure enough, the scent of Shadow Clan warriors traveled on the wind. "They are upwind. They won't know we are here if we keep moving," meowed. "But we must hurry. If they move ahead, they'll detect us. It's not far to the edge of the Wind Clan territory." They moved on quickly, leaping over rocks, pushing their way through the sweet-smelling heather every few steps. Firepaw sniffed the air and glanced over his shoulder on the lookout for Shadow Clan patrol. Gradually, the odor grew fainter. "Must have turned back," he thought with relief. "I don't think so." Finally, they reached the edge of the uplands. The landscape changed dramatically, shaped and altered beyond recognition by two legs. Wide earth tracks crisscrossed green and golden meadows, small woods dotted the land, and two-leg nests were scattered here and there among the fields. In the distance, Firepaw saw a familiar wide gray path, and an acid tang that stung his throat drifted on the breeze. "Is that the Thunder Path?" asked Greypaw. "Wait, what? I found a mistake! I'm assuming this is supposed to be, "Is that the Thunder Path?" asked Firepaw. Because in the next line you have, "Yes," replied Greypaw. So I'm assuming Greypaw is replying and Firepaw is asking it, but anyways. "It runs up from the Shadow Clan territory. Can you see the high stones behind it?" Firepaw looked to the distant horizon. The land rose sharply to a point jagged and barren. "Do we have to cross the Thunder Path then?" "Yep," mewed Greypaw. His voice was strong and confident, almost cheerful, as he faced the difficult journey. "Come on!" Bluestar meowed. She bounded forward. "We can be there by moonrise as long as we keep up the pace." Firepaw followed with her. Firepaw followed with her. My brain refuses to put her in the right spot. Firepaw followed her with the others down the hill, away from the bleak hunting grounds of the Wing Clan and into the lush two-leg territory. Hey, I got through the sentence. Let's all just round of applause. Keeping near the hedges, the cats walked on. Once or twice, Firepaw could smell prey scent from the bushes, but Spotted Leaf's herbs had succeeded in taking the edge off of his hunt. The sun was still hot on his back, even in the shadows of the hedgerows. They skirted the two-leg nest. It stood on a wide expanse of hard white stone, with the smaller nests around the edges. Keeping low, the cats crept past the fence that surrounded the white stone. A sudden barrage of barking and snarling made them spin around. "Dogs!" Firepaw's heart missed a beat. He arched his back, fur bristling from nose to tail. Tiger Claw peered through the fence. "It's all right. They're tied up," Firepaw looked at the two dogs scrambling down the stone barely 10 tail lengths away. They were nothing like the pampered pets that lived in the gardens of the two-leg place. These creatures stared at him with wild, killing eyes. They strained their ties and reared up their hind legs. They growled and barked, their lips drawn back to reveal huge teeth, until a shout of unseen two-legs silenced them. The cats moved on. The sun was beginning to sink by the time they reached the Thunder Path. Bluestar signaled for them to stop and wait beneath the head. His eyes and throat stinging from the fumes, Firepaw watched as the great monsters flashed to and fro in front of him. "We'll go one at a time," meowed Tiger Claw. Or, we'll go one at a time, meowed Tiger Claw. "Ravenpaw, you first." "No, Tiger Claw," Bluestar interrupted. "I shall go first. Don't forget, this will be the first time crossing for the apprentices. Let them see how it's done." Firepaw stared at his leader as she padded to the edge of the Thunder Path, looked up and down. She waited calmly as one monster after another flew past her, ruffling her fur. Then, when an ear-splitting roar paused for a moment, she raced across to the other side. "Off you go, Ravenpaw. Now you see how it's done," meowed Tiger Claw. Firepaw saw Ravenpaw's eyes widen with fear. He knew just how his friend felt. He could smell his own fear scent. The small black cat crept forward to the edge of the road. It was quiet, but Ravenpaw hesitated. "Go!" hissed Tiger Claw from the edge. Firepaw saw Ravenpaw's muscles tighten and prepared to run. Then the ground began to tremble beneath his paws. Monster sped out of the distance and hurled past. The black cat shrank back for a moment, then pelted over to join Bluestar. Monster, coming in the other direction, threw up dust where his paws had been just a heartbeat before. Firepaw felt his first shiver and then took a deep breath to calm himself. Greypaw was lucky. The long lull let him cross safely. Then it was Firepaw's turn. Go on, then, growled Tigerclaw. Firepaw looked from Tigerclaw to the Thunder Path, then walked out beneath the hedge. He waited at the edge, as Blue Star had done. A monster was rushing toward him. Firepaw looked at the approaching monster. After this one, he thought, and he waited for it to pass. Suddenly his heart lurched as he realized the monster veered off from the Thunder Path and was bumping along the grass. It was headed straight toward him. A two-leg was jeering from an opening in its side. Firepaw leapt backwards and claws out. He battered by the storm of the wind from the two-legged monster as it roared past him only a whisker away. He crouched, trembling in the dirt, and stared as it swerved back onto the path, disappearing into the distance. Through the roaring in the blood of his ears, Firepaw realized that Thunder Path was quiet again, and he raced across, running faster than he'd ever done in his life. I thought you were a fresh kill, cried Greypaw, as Firepaw cannoned into him, almost knocking him over. Me too, Firepaw gasped. Trying to stop his shaking, he turned to watch Tigerclaw dart over the path toward him. 2 legs, he spat as they arrived on their side. You want to rest before we go on? Blue Star asked Firepaw. Firepaw looked up. The sun was low in the sky. No, he answered. I'm okay. But he leaped so frantically out of the monster's way that his claws felt frayed and tender. The cats carried on. With Blue Star in the lead, the earth was darkening. The earth was darker on this side of the Thunder Path, and the grass felt coarser under paw. As they approached the foot of the high stones, the grass gave way to bare, rocky soil dotted with patches of heather. The land sloped up now, toward the sky. Craggy rocks topped the slope, blazing orange in the sun. Blue Star stopped once more. She chose the sun-warmed rock to sit upon, flat and wide enough for all 5 cats to rest side by side. Look, she meowed, tilting her nose toward the dark slope before them. Mothermouth. Firepaw peered upward. The glare of the setting sun behind him, and the slope was engulfed in shadow. Cats waited in silence gradually as the sun dropped down behind high stone. Firepaw began to make out the cave entrance, a square black hole that yawned darkly beneath the stone. We'll wait here until the moon is higher, meowed Blue Star. You should hunt if you're hungry, and then get some rest. Firepaw was pleased to have a chance to find food. He was starving now. Greypaw clearly felt the same and leaped away into the clump. Following the prey scent that was thick in the air, Firepaw and Ravenpaw followed him. Tigerclaw set off in the opposite direction, but Blue Star remained where she was. She sat still and silent, gazing unblinkingly at Mothermouth. The 3 apprentices gathered plenty of fresh kill. With Tigerclaw, they crouched on the stormy hillside and feasted. But in spite of their easy hunt, no cat said much. The air still felt thick with tension and anticipation. Afterward, the cats rested beside their leader until the warmth had been seeped out of the rock on which they lay and the cold, black shadows reached up on all sides. Only then did Blue Star call out, "Come, it's time." Chapter 15. 10 more chapters. I said 9 before. It was definitely 11. Don't listen to me. I'm so bad at everything. Oh my god. Yeah. Chapter 15. Blue Star stood and began to pad toward the Mothermouth. Tigerclaw walked beside her, matching her stride step for step. Come on, Ravenpaw, called Greypaw. Ravenpaw was still sitting on the rock, staring up at the rocks. At Greypaw's mew, he stood and began to follow slowly. Firepaw realized his friend was hardly said a word this whole journey. Worried about the shadow man, or is there something else troubling him? Firepaw wondered. It took the cats only a few moments to reach Mothermouth. Firepaw stood on the threshold and peered inside. The blackness beyond the stone archway was darker than the cloudiest night. Firepaw narrowed his eyes, trying to see where the tunnel led, but he couldn't see a thing. Beside him, Greypaw and Ravenpaw craned their heads nervously around the entrance. Even Tigerclaw seemed unsettled by the black hole ahead of them. How will we find our way in such darkness? I know the way, answered Blue Star. Just follow my scent. Ravenpaw and Greypaw, you will remain outside. Firepaw, you will accompany me and Tigerclaw to the Moonstone. Firepaw felt thrill jolt through him. What an honor. Firepaw glanced sideways at Tigerclaw. The warrior sat with his chin boldly raised. But Firepaw could detect a subtle fear scent coming. It grew stronger as Blue Star stepped forward into the darkness. I wonder if that's fear or just anticipation because he's about to kill her. Tiger Claw shook his mighty head and padded after Blue Star. With a brief nod to the other apprentices, Firepaw followed. Inside the cave, his eyes still detected nothing. The complete and utter blackness felt strange, but he was surprised to find that he wasn't frightened. His eagerness to discover what lay ahead was stronger. The cold, damp air reached through his thick fur and into his bones, stiffening his muscles. Even the coldest nights did not hold the same chill as the air in here. Its ground has never known the warmth of sun, thought Firepaw, feeling the rock smooth like ice beneath his paws. Freezing air filled his lungs with each breath, till he felt lightheaded. He followed Blue Star and Tiger Claw throughout the darkness, judging his way by the scent and feel alone. They were walking along a tunnel that sloped down and down, winding first one way and then the other. Firepaw's whiskers brushed the side of the cave, telling him where to walk and where to turn. His nose told him that Blue Star and Tiger Claw were only a tail length ahead of him. On and on they went. How far have we come? Firepaw wondered. Then he felt a tingle in his whiskers, and the air in the nostrils seemed fresher than before. He sniffed again, relieved to smell the familiar world above. He could smell peat, prey, and the scent of heather. There must be a hole somewhere in the roof of the tunnel. Where are we? He mewed in the darkness. We have come to the cavern of the Moonstone, came Blue Star's soft reply. Wait here. It will be moon high soon. Firepaw folded his hind legs underneath him on the stone floor, and he could hear the steady breathing of Blue Star and the more rapid, fear-scented panting of Tiger Claw. He, scared of the dark? What? No way, right? Suddenly, in a flash more blinding than the setting sun, the cave was lit up. Firepaw's eyes were wide open after the blackness of the tunnel. He closed them quickly against the cold white light, then slowly he opened them into tiny slits and peered ahead. He saw a gleaming rock, which glittered as if it were made of countless dewdrops. Moonstone! Firepaw looked around. In the cold light reflected from the stone, he could make out the shadowy edges of the high-roofed cavern. The Moonstone rose up in the middle of the floor, 3 tail lengths high. Blue Star was staring upward, her fur bleached white in the glow of the Moonstone. Even Tiger Claw's dark pelt shone silver. Firepaw followed Blue Star's gaze. High in the roof was an opening that revealed a narrow triangle of the night sky. The moon was casting a beam of light through the hole down on the Moonstone, making it sparkle like a star. Beside him, Firepaw smelled Tiger Claw's fear scent growing, until it became overpowering. Firepaw felt startled. Could the warrior see something else here, something dangerous? He saw a flash of movement, felt fur rush past him, but he heard the fleeing paw steps of Tiger Claw racing back to the entrance. Firepaw? Blue Star's voice quiet and calm. I'm still here, he answered nervously. What had frightened Tiger Claw? Oh. Blue Star? Firepaw mewed again, but she didn't answer. His heart was beating fast, making the blood roar in his ears. Dude, if I read that line, I'd be like, oh god, he did it and left. It's alright, young warrior. Afraid. Her calm voice settled him a little. I think Tiger Claw was surprised by the power of the Moonstone. In the world above, Tiger Claw is a fearless and mighty warrior, but down here, where the spirits of the Star Clan speak, a cat needs a different kind of strength. What do you feel, Firepaw? Firepaw sniffed the air deeply and forced his body to relax. My own curiosity, he admitted. It's good. Blue Star. Firepaw looked back at the Moonstone. His eyes gotten used to its light and he was no longer dazzled. Instead, it soothed him. With a twitch of his tail, he remembered his dream. There was this brilliant ball of light he had seen. Spellbound, Firepaw watched as Blue Star padded up to the stone and lay down beside it. She reached her head forward and touched the Moonstone with her nose. Her blue eyes sparkled with its reflection for a moment before she closed them. Now she rested her head in her paws and eyelids flickering, her paws twitching occasionally. Was she sleeping? Then Firepaw remembered Greypaw's words. New leaders have to sleep near the stone. As they sleep, they have special dreams. He waited. The chill was not so intense here, but he still found himself shivering. He had no idea how much time had passed, but suddenly the rock stopped glowing. The cavern was plunged into darkness once more. Firepaw looked up into the opening of the roof cavern. The moon had passed out of sight. All that remained were tiny stars shimmering in the blackness. Firepaw could just make out the pale shape of his leader lying beside the moonstone. He wanted to call out her name, but dare not break the silence. After endless moments, she spoke to him. Firepaw, are you still there? Her voice sounded remote and agitated. Yes, Blue Star. Firepaw heard Blue Star's footsteps approaching. Hurry, she hissed. Felt her fur brush past him. We must return to camp. Firepaw raced after her, astonished by the speed in which she rushed through the blackness. He followed her scent blindly up the stone tunnel until she led him safely back into the outside world. Tigerclaw was waiting at the opening beside Greypaw and Ravenpaw as Blue Star and Firepaw climbed out of the cave. His expression cold and his fur slightly ruffled, but he sat motionless and dignified. Tigerclaw. Blue Star greeted him but did not mention the warrior cat's flight from the depths. Tigerclaw relaxed a little. What did you learn? We must return to camp immediately. Blue Star meowed briefly. Firepaw saw a look of desperation in his leader's eyes. Now the horror of his dream forced his way back into his memory. Fleeing cats, the great dark warriors, the ear-splitting wail of darkness. Firepaw tried to ignore the cold feeling that gripped his mouth, and followed Blue Star as she and the others raced down the dark slope away from Mother Mouth. Was his nightmare vision about to come true? Chapter 16. By the way, it's been 5 hours of me continuously reading for the most part. If you guys need to go and take a break, and you're like, I don't want to listen to this anymore, I get it. But also, like, make sure you guys have, like, stand up, stretch, get some water, get some food, do what you need to do for your own health. That's important. Okay, back to reading. Chapter 16. Now I've been enjoying it. I hope people are enjoying it, because I do like reading. I'm horrible at it. Which is a great thing for a VA to say, huh? I can't read straight. But I do enjoy it. Hope it is nice and vibes. You guys are enjoying it. Okay. Chapter 16. They headed back the way they had came. The moon had disappeared behind the bank of clouds. It was dark, but at least the thunder path was quieter now. The only monster they heard was far off in the distance. The cats crossed the path together and pushed their way through the hedge of the other shot. The hedge of the other side. Firepaw could feel his muscles growing stiff with tiredness as they hurried on. Blue Star kept up a swift pace with her nose thrust forward and tail high. Tigerclaw lopped beside her. Firepaw followed a few paces behind with Greypaw, but Ravenpaw was flagging. Keep up, Ravenpaw! Tigerclaw growled over his shoulder. Ravenpaw flinched and bounded forward until he caught up with Firepaw and Greypaw. You okay? Firepaw asked. Yeah. Ravenpaw panted, not meeting Firepaw's eyes. Just a bit tired. They scrambled down a deep ditch into the other side. What did Tigerclaw say when he came out of the cave? Firepaw meowed, trying not to sound. Wanted to check that we were still guarding the entrance. Wanted to check that we were still guarding the entrance. Why? Firepaw hesitated. Did you sense anything strange about him? He asked. Only that damp old cave, Greypaw mewed. Being surprised. He did seem a little edgy, ventured Ravenpaw. Hydrate for that cough. I shall do that. I've been coughing a lot. But I will absolutely accept that. Divine every time. Like, how you do? Kira with the stretch and posture check. We only have a couple... We only have like 50 more pages to go. We're getting there. Probably just like another like hour or so. Look at me reading a whole book in like 7 hours. So bad at this. He seemed a little edgy, ventured Ravenpaw. He wasn't the only one, Greypaw meowed, looking at the black cat. What do you mean? Asked Ravenpaw. That the fur on your neck stands up whenever you see him these days, whispered Greypaw. You nearly jump out of your skin whenever he comes to the cave. Just surprised me, that's all, Ravenpaw protested. You admit, it was a bit creepy by the mother mouth. Suppose so, agreed Greypaw. The cat slipped under a hedge in the cornfield that glowed silver in the moonlight, and followed the ditch that ran along its edge. But what was it like inside, Firepaw? Greypaw demanded. Did you see the moonstone? Yes, I did. It was amazing. Firepaw felt his fur tingle at the memory. Graypaw shot him an admiring glance. So it's true. The rock really does shine underground. Firepaw didn't reply. He closed his eyes for a moment, savoring the image of the moonstone that dazzled his mind. Then pictures of his dream crowded in his head and his eyes shot open. Bluestar was right. They had to get back to camp as quickly as they could. Ahead, Tiger Claw and Bluestar had leapt through the fence and out of the cornfield. The apprentices followed, squeezing under the fence and onto the earth track. It was the path that led past the two-leg nest and the dogs. Firepaw looked up and saw Bluestar and Tiger Claw trotting tirelessly together, silhouetted against the skyline tinged with red. The sun would be rising soon. Look! He called to Graypaw and Ravenpaw. An unfamiliar cat had jumped out in front of the two of them. It's a loner! Hissed Graypaw. The three apprentices hurried forward. The stranger was a stout black and white Tom, shorter than the warriors, but well muscled. This is Barley, Bluestar explained to the apprentices as they caught up. He lives near this two-leg nest. Hi, meowed the cat. I haven't seen any of your clan for some moons. How are you, Bluestar? I'm well, thank you, replied Bluestar. And you, Barley? How's the prey been running since we got How's the prey been running since we last passed this way? Not so bad, replied Barley with an amiable gleam in his eye. One good thing about two legs, you'll always find plenty of rats nearby. The black and white Tom went on. Seemed to be in more of a hurry than usual. Is everything all right? Tiger Claw looked at Barley. A growl rumbled in his chest. Firepaw could sense that the warrior was suspicious of the loner's curiosity. I don't like to be away from my clan for too long, Bluestar answered smoothly. It's always Bluestar. You were tied to your clan like a queen to your kits, observed Barley, nodding kindly. What is that to you, and what is it you want, Barley? Tiger Claw. Barley fished him a reproachful look. I just wanted to warn you that the two dogs are out now. Be safer going back into the cornfield instead of past the yard. Know about the dogs. We saw them earlier. Tiger Claw began impatiently. We are grateful for the warning, interrupted Bluestar. Thank you, Barley. Barley flicked his tail. Have a safe journey. He meowed and bounded back up the track. Come, ordered Bluestar, heading off the track. He pushed her way through the long grass between the path, the fence that led back to the cornfield. Three apprentices followed, but Tiger Claw hesitated. Trust the word. We trust the word of a loner, he meowed. Bluestar stopped and turned to face him. Would you rather face those dogs? They were tied up when we passed them earlier, Tiger Claw pointed out. They may be untied now. Going this way. She ducked into the fence, into the field. Firepaw slipped after her, followed by Graypaw and Ravenpaw. And finally, Tiger Claw. By now, the sun had lifted its head above the horizon. The hedgerows sparkled with dew, promising another warm day. The cats padded along the edge of the ditch. Firepaw looked into the deep gully, steep-sided and filled with nettles. Firepaw could smell prey scent, and there was something familiar about the bitter odor, but it wasn't one he had smelled for a long time. But it was one he hadn't smelled for a long time. An ear-splitting squeal made Firepaw whip around. Ravenpaw was struggling and clawing at the earth. Something had hold of his leg and dragging it down to the ditch. Rats! Fat Tiger Claw. Barley set us into a trap! Before they could react, all five cats were surrounded. Huge brown rats swam out of the ditch, squeaking shrilly. Firepaw could see their sharp front teeth glinting in the early dawn light. Suddenly, one leaped out from onto Firepaw's shoulder. Fiery pain shot through his shoulder as the rat sank its teeth into his flesh. Another grasped at his leg between its powerful jaws. Firepaw flung himself down and writhed madly, trying to shake free. He knew the rats were not as strong as he was, but there were so many of them. Yowls, hisses, and spits told him the others were also being attacked. Firepaw slashed fiercely with his claws, slicing out of the rat that held onto his leg. It let go, but another one gripped his tail. Fast as lightning, powered by rage and fear, Firepaw fought and hacked his attackers, twisting his head around and sank his teeth into the rat that embedded himself into his shoulder. He felt the bones of its neck crunch and its body go limp before it fell away into the dirt track. Firepaw gasped with pain as yet another rat leaped onto his back and sank its teeth in. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the flash of white fur. For a moment, he was confused, and he felt the rat being dragged off him. Firepaw spun around to see Barley flinging a rodent off in the ditch. Without hesitating, Barley glanced around and sprinted over to Bluestar. She was writhing on the path, covered in rats. In a flash, Barley had the spine of one between his teeth and was plucking it off her in practice ease. He spat it on the ground and grabbed another in his mouth as Bluestar thrashed beneath him. Firepaw rushed over to Graypaw, who was being attacked from both sides by smaller rats. Firepaw lunged at the nearest one, giving it a bite that left it dead. Grey Paw managed to turn around and pin the other with his claws. He grabbed it with his teeth and flung it into the disc as hard as he could. It did not come back. "They're running away!" Tiger Claw yowled. Sure enough, the remaining rats were fleeing down into the safety of the ditch. Firepaw could hear the scrabbling of small paws disappearing into the nettles. The bites in his shoulder and his hind legs stung sharply. He looked carefully at his fur, wet, matted with blood, its sharp tang mingling with the stench of rat. Firepaw looked around for Ravenpaw. Greypaw was standing at the edge of the nettles, mewing encouragement as Ravenpaw pulled himself up to the ditch, muddy and stung. The young rat was still hanging onto his tail. Firepaw bounded over and finished it off quickly while Greypaw helped pull Ravenpaw over the top of the ditch. Now Firepaw looked for Bluestar. He saw Barley first, standing atop the ditch, scanning for depths for more rats. Bluestar was lying on the path nearby. Alarmed, Firepaw dashed to his leader's side. The thick gray fur at the back of her neck was drenched with blood. "Bluestar?" he mewed. Bluestar did not reply. A furious yowl made Firepaw look up. Tiger Claw leapt on top of Barley and pinned him to the ground. "You sent us into a trap," he snarled. "I didn't know the rats were here," spat Barley, his paws scrambling into the dust as he struggled to stand up. "Why did you send us this way?" "The dogs! The dogs were tied when we passed them earlier. The two legs untie them at night. They guard his nest." Barley panted, wheezing under the weight of Tiger Claw's massive paws. "Tiger Claw, Bluestar is injured," Firepaw burst out. Tiger Claw released Barley at once. Barley got up and shook the dust from his coat. The great warrior bounded over to Bluestar's side and sniffed her wound. "Is there anything we can do?" She is in the hands of the Star Clan now," meowed Tiger Claw, solemnly stepping back. Firepaw opened his eyes with wide shock. Did Tiger Claw mean that Bluestar was dead? His fur prickled as he looked down at his leader. Is this what the spirits at the Moonstone has warned her about? Greypaw and Ravenpaw had joined them and stood beside their leader. Horror struck. Barley hung back, craning his neck to see what happened. Bluestar's eyes were opened, but glazed. Her gray body lay motionless. She didn't even appear to be breathing. "She dead?" whispered Ravenpaw. "Don't know. Just wait and see," replied Tiger. 5 cats waited in silence as the sun began to climb into the sky. Firepaw found himself wordlessly begging StarClan to protect his leader and send her back to them. Then Bluestar stirred. The end of her tail twitched and she lifted her head. "Bluestar?" Bluestar mewed. "Bluestar?" mewed Firepaw, his voice trembling. "All right," Bluestar rasped. "Still here. I have lost a life. It wasn't my 9th. Oh yeah, they actually have 9 lives. Oh yeah, that's actually cool. Cool. Hey, when you sit next to a radioactive rock, it turns out you actually do get powers. That was close? No, actually it wasn't. She lost a life. She did die. However, how many got left, Bluestar? Just enough for Tiger Claw to do a coup? A coup? A coup. God damn it. Joy flooded Firepaw. He looked at Tiger Claw, expecting to see relief on his face, but the Dark Warrior was expressionless. Tiger Claw mewed in a commanding tone. "Ravenpaw, fetch cobwebs for Bluestar's wounds. Greypaw, find Marigold and Horsetail." The 2 apprentices dashed away. "Barley, I think you should leave us now." Firepaw looked over to the loner who had fought so bravely to help them. He wanted to thank him, but under Tiger Claw's fierce gaze, he didn't dare. Instead of speaking, Firepaw gave Barley a tiny nod. Barley seemed to understand, and he nodded in return, and left without another word. Bluestar was still lying on the dirt track. "Going all right?" she asked hoarsely. Tiger Claw nodded. Ravenpaw came charging back, his left forepaw wrapped in a thick wad of cobwebs. "Here," he mewed. "Shall I put them on her wounds?" Firepaw asked Tiger Claw. "Yellowfang showed me how." "You will." He agreed Tiger Claw. He walked away and scanned the ditch again, his ears pricked up for more. Firepaw peeled the clumps of cobwebs from Ravenpaw's paw, began pressing them firmly into Bluestar. She winced under his touch. "If it had not been for Tiger Claw, those rats would have eaten me alive," she murmured, his voice tight with pain. "It wasn't Tiger Claw who saved you, it was Barley." Firepaw whispered and took some more cobwebs from Ravenpaw. "Barley?" Bluestar sounded surprised. "Is he here?" "Tiger Claw sent him away," Firepaw answered quickly. "Thinks Barley sent us into a trap." "What do you think?" he rasped. Firepaw didn't look up, but he concentrated on pressing the last bit of cobwebs into place. Barley is a loner. What would he gain by sending us into a trap that only rescued from us? You'd eventually. Blue Star laid her head down and closed her eyes. Greypaw returned to some horsetail. Firepaw chewed into the leaves and spat the juice into Blue Star's wounds. He knew it would help stop the infection, but he still wished Spotted Leaf were with him. With her knowledge and her knowledge of and confidence in, we should rest here while Blue Star recovered. Tiger Claw, it's not his voice, blah, blah, blah. We should rest here while Blue Star recovers. Announced Tiger Claw, padding up. No, Blue Star insisted. We must return to camp. Narrowing her eyes in pain, she struggled to her paws. Keep going. The ThunderClan leader limped along the edge of the field. Tiger Claw walked at her side, his face dark with unknowable thoughts. The apprentices exchanged ancient glances, then followed. Been a long time since I saw you lose a life, Blue Star. Firepaw overheard Tiger Claw's whispered words. How many have you lost now? Firepaw couldn't help but feel surprised at Tiger Claw's open curiosity. It was my 5th, replied Blue Star. Firepaw strained his ears, but Tiger Claw did not reply. He patted on. Thought. That's fucking suspicious! Find me that rock, I need it. Yo, Sam. Let me know. Chapter 17. Sun High came and went as the cats made their way through Wing Clan's old hunting grounds. Their heavy silence showed that they were still sore after a rat fight. Firepaw felt scratched and bitten all over. You could see Greypaw was limping, occasionally hopping on 3 legs to protect his injured back leg. But it was Blue Star who worried him the most. Her pace was even slower now. She refused to stop and rest. The grim look on her face, clouded by pain, told Firepaw how much she wanted to reach the thunder. Don't worry about the Shadow Clan warriors, she mouthed through gritted teeth as Tiger Claw paused to the air. Find any here today. How could she be so sure? Firepaw wondered. They were carefully down the steep, rocky hillside that led to the fortress, or 4 trees, and joined the familiar trail that led home. It was late afternoon, and Firepaw began to think longingly of his nest and the plump helping of fresh kill. I can still smell the stench of Shadow Clan, Greypaw muttered to Firepaw as they trekked through ThunderClan's. Perhaps the breeze had carried it down from Wing Clan's territories, Firepaw suggested. He could smell it too, and his whiskers were trembling. Suddenly, Ravenpaw stopped. Can you hear that? He mewed in a hushed voice. Firepaw strained his ears. At first, he heard only the familiar sounds of the forest. Leaves rustling, a pigeon calling, and his blood ran cold. In the distance, he could hear battle-hungry yowls and the shrill squeal of terrified kit. Quick, Blue Star howled. It is the Star Clan warned me. Our camp is being attacked. She tried to leap forward but stumbled. She pushed herself up and limped onward. Tiger Claw and Firepaw pelted forward side by side. Greypaw and Ravenpaw followed. Their tail fur bristled twice its usual size. Firepaw forgot his soreness as he charged toward camp. His only concern was to protect the clan. Sounds of battle grew louder and louder as he neared the camp entrance. The stench of Shadow Clan filled his nostrils. He was right behind Tiger Claw as the cats dashed through the tunnel and onto the clearing. They were met by a frenzy of fighting. ThunderClan cats battling furiously with Shadow Clan warriors. The kits were out of sight, and Firepaw hoped that they were safely hidden in the nursery. He guessed the weakest elders would be sheltering inside the hollow trunk of the fallen tree. Every corner of the camp seemed alive with warriors. Firepaw could see Frostfur and Goldenflower clawing and biting at a huge gray Tom. Even the young tabby queen Brindleface was fighting, though she was very close to kidding. Darkstripe was locked onto a fierce tussle of the Black Warrior. 3 of the elders, Smallear, Patchpelt, and One Eye, were nipping bravely at a tortoiseshell that fought twice their speed and ferocity. The returning cats hurled themselves in the battle. Firepaw caught hold of a tabby warrior queen much larger than him and sank his teeth deep into her leg. She yowled with pain and turned on him, lashing out with the sharp claws and lunging at his neck. Teeth bared. He twisted and ducked to avoid her bite. He couldn't match his speed and managed to grasp her from behind and pull her down to the dirt. With his strong hind legs, he clawed at her back till she squealed and struggled away from him, running headlong into the thick undergrowth that surrounded the camp. Firepaw glanced around to see that Blue Star had arrived. Despite her injuries, she was fighting another tabby. Firepaw had never seen her fight before, but even wounded, she was a powerful opponent. Her victim struggled to escape, but she held him tightly and clawed him so fiercely that Firepaw knew he would bear the scars of this fight for many moons. Then he saw a white ShadowClan cat with a jet black paws dragging a ThunderClan elder away from the nursery. Firepaw remembered those unusual dark paws from the gathering. Blackfoot. The ShadowClan deputy made quick work of killing the elder who had been guarding the kits. He began to reach into the bramble nest with one massive paw. The kits were squealing and mewling, undefended as their mothers wrestled with other. Firepaw prepared to spring toward the nursery. But a claw sliced painfully down his side and he whipped around to see the scrawny tortoiseshell leap on top of him. He was slammed to the ground and tried to call out to the other ThunderClan cats that the kits were in danger. Fighting with all his strength to escape the tortoiseshell's grip, he stretched his head around so that he could see the bramble's nest. Blackfoot had scooped 2 kits from their bedding already and was reaching for a third. Firepaw saw no more as the tortoiseshell raked his belly with her hind claws. Firepaw scrambled onto his feet and crouched low as if in defeat. The trick had worked before, and it worked now. As the tortoiseshell gripped him triumphantly and began to sink her teeth into Firepaw's neck, Firepaw sprang upward as hard as he could and flung the warrior away. He spun around and was on the winded warrior in an instant. This time he showed no mercy, plunging his teeth into the cat's shoulder. The bite sent the she-cat howling into the undergrowth. Firepaw jumped up and dashed over to the nursery. He thrust his head into the nursery entrance. Blackfoot was nowhere to be seen. Inside the nest... God, this is... pretty... Firepaw jumped over to the dashery, thrust his head into the nursery entrance. Blackfoot was nowhere to be seen. Inside the nest, crouching over the terrified kits, was Yellowfang. Her gray fur was splattered with blood, and one of her eyes was painfully swollen. She looked up at Firepaw with a ferocious hiss and then realized it was him. She yelled, "They're okay. I'll protect them." Firepaw looked at her as she calmed the helpless kits. And the Broken Star's dire warning about ShadowClan rogue flashed through his mind. He didn't have time to think about that now. He would have to trust Yellowfang. He nodded quickly and ducked back toward the brambles. There were now only a few ShadowClan cats left in the camp. Ravenpaw and Greypaw were fighting side by side, lashing out at the Black Tom until he fled howling into the bushes. White Storm and Darkstripe chased the last 2 intruders out from the camp, sending them off with extra scratches and bites. Firepaw sat down, exhausted, and stared at the ground of the camp. It was devastated. Blood splattered the clearing, the tufts of fur drifted in the dust. The surrounding wall of undergrowth was ripped open where the invaders had crashed through. One by one, the ThunderClan cats gathered beneath a high rock. Greypaw came to sit by him, his sides heaving and blood trickling from a torn ear. Ravenpaw flopped down and began to lick a wound on his tail. The queens ran to the nursery to check on their kits. Firepaw found himself waiting tensely for their return. The view blocked by other cats, he relaxed when he heard squeals of purrs and joy coming from the bramble nest. Frostfur wove her way from the crowd, followed by Yellowfang. The White Queen stepped forward and addressed them. "Our kits are safe, thanks to Yellowfang. A ShadowClan warrior killed brave Rosetail and was trying to steal them from their nest, but Yellowfang fought him off." He was no ordinary ShadowClan warrior either, Firepaw put in. He was determined to let the clan know how much they owed Yellowfang. "I saw him. It was Blackfoot." "A ShadowClan deputy," meowed Brindleface, who had fought so bitterly to protect the unborn kits in her swollen belly. There was a stir at the edge of the group as Blue Star limped forward and made her way over to the apprentices. The grave expression on her face was enough to tell Firepaw that something was wrong. "Spotted Leaf is with Lionheart," she murmured. "He was injured and battled. It looks bad." She turned her head toward the shadow of the far side of the high rock where the warrior lay motionless in a bundle of dusty gold. A high-pitched wail rose from Greypaw's throat as he raced over to Lionheart. Spotted Leaf, who had been leaning over the ThunderClan deputy, stepped back to let the young apprentice share tongues with the last time with his mentor. As Greypaw's howl of grief echoed around the clearing. Firepaw's fur tingled and his blood ran cold. There was a cry that he heard in his dream. For a moment his head swam and then he gave himself a shake. He had to keep himself calm, for Greypaw's sake. Firepaw looked at Blue Star, who nodded as he padded over to join his friend by the high rock. He stopped for a moment beside Spotted Leaf. "Rest in peace. Banana salute." Oh, here we go. Sorry, I lost my place fully. Staring at the middle of the page like, what was I just reading? She looked exhausted and dull-eyed with grief. "I can't help." She mewed quietly to him. "He is on his way to join the Star Clan." She pressed her body against Firepaw's side, and he felt comforted by the warmth of her touch. The touch of her warm fur. The other cats looked on in silence as the sun slowly set behind the trees. Finally, Greypaw sat up and cried out, "He's gone!" He lied down again beside Lionheart's body, rested his head on his front paws. The rest of the clan walked silently forward to carry out their own grieving rituals for their beloved deputy. Firepaw joined them. He licked Lionheart's neck and murmured, "Thank you for your wisdom. So much." He sat down beside Greypaw and began gently to groom his friend's ears. Bluestar waited until all the other cats had left before padding up quiet. Greypaw didn't even seem to notice his leader's presence. Firepaw looked away. Bluestar spoke her last words to her. "What am I going to do without you, Lionheart?" whispered. And she limped back to her den and crouched down outside, staring grief-stricken into the distance. She didn't even try to lick clean her bloody, matted fur. It was the first time Firepaw had ever seen her look so utterly defeated. He felt a chill run through him. He sat with Greypaw and Lionheart run until the moon rose high. Ravenpaw joined him, and together they kept company with their grieving friend. Tigerclaw strode over and briefly shared tongues with Lionheart. Firepaw waited to hear the words he shared to his warrior friend. Tigerclaw remained silent as he licked the matted fur. To Firepaw's confusion, the dark tabby's eyes seemed to be fixed on Ravenpaw rather than the fallen deputy. Spotted Leaf padded lightly around the camp, tending to wounds and battered nerve. Firepaw watched her approach Bluestar twice, but each time the leader sent her away to see the others. Only when Spotted Leaf had attended to the wounds of all of the other cats did Bluestar allow her to treat her bites, scratches. When she had finished, Spotted Leaf turned to walk back to her den. Bluestar stood and slowly hauled herself back up on top. The clan cats seemed to be waiting for her. As soon as she had settled herself in her usual spot, they began to gather in the clearing below, unusually silent, somber face. Firepaw and Ravenpaw got stiffly to their paws and joined them, leaving Greypaw behind with Lionheart's body. The gray apprentice was still lying on his nose, resting against Lionheart's cooling golden pelt. Firepaw guessed Bluestar would excuse Greypaw and meeting this time. "It's nearly moon high," meowed Bluestar as Firepaw slipped into the place next to Ravenpaw, "and it is once more my duty. Much too soon. To name a ThunderClan's new deputy." Her voice was tired and cracked with sadness. Firepaw looked from warrior to warrior. They were all looking expectantly at Tigerclaw. Even Whitestorm had turned to watch the dark tabby, from bold expression on his face and the way his whiskers twitched with anticipation. Claw seemed to agree with them. Bluestar took a deep breath and continued. "I say these words before the body of Lionheart, so that his spirit may hear and approve my choice. I have not forgotten how one cat avenged the death of Redtail, brought his body back to us. ThunderClan needs this fearless loyalty even more now." Bluestar paused again and then meowed a name loud and clear. "Tigerclaw will be the new deputy of ThunderClan." There was a yowl of approval, with the loudest of voices belonging to Darkstripe, Longtail. Whitestorm sat calmly, his eyes closed, his tail wrapped neatly around him. He was nodding slowly, approvingly. Tigerclaw lifted his chin proudly, his eyes half closed as he listened to the clan. Then he stalked through the crowd, accepting tributes with the smallest of nods. He leaped up on the high rock beside Bluestar. "ThunderClan!" he yelled. "I am honored to accept the position of clan deputy. I never expected to gain such a high rank, but by the spirit of Lionheart, I vow to serve you as best I can." He gravely dipped his head, fixing the crowd with his wide yellow eyes, and jumped down from high rock. Firepaw heard Ravenpaw murmur, "No," under his breath beside him. He turned to look curiously at his friend. Ravenpaw's head was hanging low. "She never should have chose him," he muttered. "Are you talking about Tigerclaw?" Firepaw whispered. "He's wanted to be deputy ever since he took care of Redtail." Ravenpaw mewed. He stopped abruptly. "Took care of Redtail?" Firepaw echoed. His mind suddenly raced with questions. What did Ravenpaw know? At the gathering, his account of the Battle of Ravenclaw been true? Was Tigerclaw responsible for Redtail's death? Chapter 18. Are you telling Firepaw how I protected Redtail? Firepaw felt a cold shiver ruffle the fur on the back of him. Ravenpaw whipped around, eyes wide with fear. Tigerclaw loomed over them, his lips drawn back in a menacing snarl. Firepaw jumped up and faced the new deputy. He was just saying he wished you had been here to take care of Lionheart as well. That's all. You're thinking. Tigerclaw looked from one to the other, then stalked away in silence. Ravenpaw's green eyes clouded with terror, and he started to tremble uncontrollably. Ravenpaw? Firepaw meowed in alarm. But Ravenpaw didn't even look up at him. With his head held low, he slunk back to Greypaw and crouched next to him, pressing his skinny black body next to Greypaw's thick fur as if he was suddenly cold. Firepaw looked helplessly at his two friends as they huddled beside Lionheart's body. Not knowing what to do, he pattered over and settled himself beside them, set out the night. As the moon passed overhead, other cats came to join in their vigil. Bluestar arrived last. Once the camp was quiet and calm, she said nothing, but sat a little way off, gazing at her dead deputy with an expression of such unbearable grief, Firepaw had to look away. At dawn, a group of elders came to take Lionheart's body away to the burial place. Greypaw followed to help dig a hole where the great warrior would rest. Firepaw yawned and stretched. He felt chilled to the bone. Leaf fall was nearly here now. The woods were clouded with mist. But above the leaves, Firepaw saw a rosy morning sky. He watched Greypaw, disappear into the dew-soaked undergrowth with the elders. Hey, Ravenpaw, that's the word that I was not supposed to say. Ravenpaw jumped to his paws and hurried back to the apprentice's den. Firepaw followed him slowly. By the time he arrived, the black cat was curled up with his nose tucked under his tail. Sleep. Firepaw was too exhausted to speak. He circled around the mossy bed and settled down for a long sleep. Wake up! Firepaw heard Dustpaw's voice calling through the den entrance. He opened his eyes. Ravenpaw was already awake. Sitting bolting upright, his ears pricked. Greypaw was stirring beside him. Firepaw was surprised to see a familiar gray shape. He hadn't heard him come back after burying Lionheart. Bluestar's called another meeting. Dustpaw hustled them, ducked out of the three apprentices crawled out to the warm den. The sun was already past its height, and the air felt cooler than before. Firepaw shivered. His belly growled. He didn't remember the last time he'd eaten, and he wondered briefly if it would be a chance to hunt today. Firepaw, Greypaw, and Ravenpaw hurried to join the crowd gathered below the high rock. Tigerclaw was speaking from his position beside Bluestar. During the battle, our leader lost another life. Now that she only has 4 of her 9 lives, I'm going to appoint a bodyguard to stay at her side, constantly. No cat will be allowed to approach her unless guards are present. His amber eyes flicked to Ravenpaw, and then back to the rest of the crowd. Darkstripe and Longtail, he continued, turning his gaze on the warriors. You will act as Bluestar's guards. Wow, fuck, he just secured his fucking position hard. Oh no. Why do I get a weird feeling that he also killed Lionheart? Oh, I'm concerned. Okay. Darkstripe and Longtail nodded importantly and sat tall. Bluestar now spoke. Her voice sounded gentle and calming after her deputy's commanding yowl. Thank you, Tigerclaw, for your loyalty. But the clan must understand that I am still here for them. No cat should hesitate to approach me. And I am happy to speak with anyone, with or without my bodyguards. Her eyes darted briefly to Tigerclaw's direction. As the warrior code says, the safety of the clan is more important than the security of any single member. She paused and her sky blue gaze rested briefly on Firepaw. And now, I wish to invite Yellowfang to join ThunderClan. Oh shit! Hey, Yellowfang's joining ThunderClan. That's actually... her name fits perfectly. I'm like getting into this. God damn it. Oh, it took 119 pages. Meows of surprise rose from some of the warriors. Bluestar looked at Frostfur, who nodded at her agreement. The other queens looked on silently. Bluestar continued. Her actions last night proved that she is brave and loyal. If she wishes it, we would welcome her as a full member of this clan. From her place at the edge of the crowd, Yellowfang looked up at the cloud leader and murmured, I am honored, Blue Star. I accept your offer. Yuzuki, hi! Hello! Welcome on in. How are you? I hope you're doing well. That's the book we're reading. In case that's, you know. But hello, Yuzu. How you doing? How's things? Hope they're well. By the way, if nobody's told you today, I'm proud of you. But, good. Meowed Blue Star, her voice firm as if the matter was now closed. Firepaw purred with delight and nudged Greypaw. He was surprised to realize just how much Blue Star's public show of trust in Yellowfang meant to him. Hey Sapphire, how you doing? Beezus with the hydrate, posture check, and stretch. I should do all three, thank you very much. And it's also very much needed. Oh my god. Whew. The cats continue. We're almost done. Well, almost. We've got like 40 more pages to go. And then we're done here, so. Going well. Blue Star began to speak again. Last night, we successfully defended ourselves against Shadow Clan. But they are still a great threat. The repair work we began this morning will continue. Our boundaries will patrol constantly. We will not assume that this war is over. Tigerclaw stood up, its tail held high, and glared down at the assembled cats. Shadow Clan attacked while we were away from camp, he growled. They chose their moment well. How did they know that the camp was so poorly defended? Did they have eyes inside our camp? Firepaw froze in horror as Tigerfix fixed his cold stare upon Ravenpaw. Some of the cats followed their new deputy's gaze and stared in puzzlement at the Black Apprentice. Ravenpaw looked to the ground and shifted his paws nervously. Don't you fucking dare blame this anxious little boy. How dare you? Doing well, just woke up. Good morning. Doing well. I hope your day continues to do well. We're on page 119. Tigerclaw just became deputy and is now blaming Ravenpaw for being like a mole, essentially. Oh, and Lionheart just died. And Blue Star lost another life and is not well. I don't know how much of that's going to help you. I don't know if you read these books constantly or not, so. Anyway. Tigerclaw went on. We still have a while before sunset. We must concentrate on rebuilding our camp. Meanwhile, if you suspect anything or anyone, tell me. Be assured, anything you say will be in confidence. He nodded to dismiss the clan and then turned to begin to murmuring to Blue Star. The cats separated and began to move upon the camp, assessing the damage and forming working groups. Ravenpaw! Firepaw called, still shocked by Tigerclaw's dark hint toward his own apprentice had betrayed the clan. But Ravenpaw had bounded away. Firepaw could see him offering help to Halftail and Whitestorm, before rushing off to collect twigs so that they could patch holes in the boundary wall. Ravenpaw clearly didn't want to talk. And I really like Ravenpaw. I hope nothing happens to them. Yeah, they're gonna die. I'm aware. It's a long story and there's a lot of death. There's probably a good chance that a lot of them are gonna die. Man, I hope Greypaw's okay by the end of this, though. Anyway. Let's go help him, suggested Greypaw. His voice was flat and exhausted, and his eyes were dull. You go. I'll be there in a moment, Firepaw answered. First, I want to check on Yellowfang, see if she's okay after her fight with Blackfoot. He looked for Yellowfang in the nest nearby the fallen tree. It was stretched out in the shadows, her eyes thoughtful. Firepaw, she purred when she sent him. Glad you've come. I wanted to check out and make sure that you're okay, Firepaw mewed. Old habits stay longer than old scents, eh? Meowed Yellowfang in the flash of her old spirit. I suppose so, Firepaw confessed. How are you feeling? Zero gruesome. There's been several so far. You feeling? Yeah. This old leg injury is playing up again, but I'll be fine. Yellowfang told him. How did you manage to fight Blackfoot off? Firepaw asked, unable to keep the admiration out of his voice. Blackfoot's strong. He's not a clever fighter. Fighting you was more of a challenge. Firepaw looked for a flicker of humor in the old cat's eye. There was none. She continued. I've known him since he was a kid. He hasn't changed. A bully, but no brains. Firepaw sat down beside her. I'm not surprised Blue Star asked you to join the clan, he purred. You certainly showed your loyalty last night. Yellowfang twitched her tail. Perhaps a truly loyal cat would have fought at the side of the clan that raised her. But then I'd be fighting for my two legs, Firepaw pointed out. Yellowfang shot him an admiring glance. Well said, youngster. But then, you've always been a thinker. Sorrow pierced Firepaw's heart as he remembered that those were Lionheart's words too. Do you miss the Shadow Clan? He asked Yellowfang. Yellowfang blinked slowly. I miss the old Shadow Clan, he mewed at last. The way it used to be. Until Broken Star became leader, Firepaw was curious. Yellowfang admitted softly. He changed the clan. She gave a wheezy laugh. He always knew how to give a good speech. He could make you believe a mouse was a rabbit if he set his mind to it. Perhaps that's why I was so blind to his faults. The old she-cat stared into the distance, lost in memories. Bet you can't guess who the new Shadow Clan medicine cat is. Oh, mute. Bet you. Oh, sorry, this is Firepaw. My bad. Bet you can't guess who the new Shadow Clan medicine cat is. Firepaw mewed, suddenly remembering that he'd learned the gathering it felt like moons ago. His words seemed to shake Yellowfang back to the present. Not Running Nose, she meowed. Yup. Yellowfang shook her head. But he can't even cure his own cold. That's what Greypaw said. They purred together for a moment, amused. Firepaw got to his paws. I'll leave you to rest now. Call me if you need anything else today. Yellowfang lifted her head. Oh, you go, Firepaw. I heard you were in a rat fight. They draw blood. It's okay. Leaf has treated my wounds with Marigold. Sometimes Marigold is not strong enough for rat bites. Go and find a patch of wild garlic to roll in. Then there's some not far from the camp entrance. That will draw out any poisons that rat may have left. Although, added dryly, dead maze might not thank me for the advice. Well, I do. Thanks, Yellowfang. Firepaw purred. Go carefully, young one. Yellowfang held his gaze for a moment, then let her chin rest on the front paws and closed her eyes. Oh, Yellowfang has been my favorite character so far in this book, by the way. No joke. She's genuinely, she went from just defending and trying to maybe die on honorable terms, and then being a really good inspirational source for this. I actually really like Yellowfang. Oh, by the way, all of their names have no space. So Firepaw, Yellowfang, Ravenpaw, all that stuff. No space in between those. So it's kind of weird to read sometimes. So that's why I fuck up the words and the names a lot. Just there's no space. It'd be better if there was, but there's not. There should be a hyphen because it's technically a title. Yellowfang is definitely a good choice. Great, she's gonna die soon. I mean, she's kind of ancient, so there's that. I don't know. Anyways. Firepaw slipped under the branches around Yellowfang's nest and headed toward the Gorse tunnel in search of wild garlic. The sun was setting now, and he could hear the queens settling their kits in for the night. Where do you think you're going? Growled a voice from the shadows. It was Darkstripe. Yellowfang told me to go out and... You don't take orders from that rogue, hissed the warrior. Go and help with repairs. No cat is to leave the camp tonight. His tail lashed from side to side. Yes, Darkstripe? Firepaw mewed, dipping his head submissively. He turned and muttered. Darkstripe, under his breath, then headed toward the camp boundary where he could see Greypaw and Ravenpaw busily patching a large hole in the wall of greenery. How's Yellowfang? Asked Greypaw as Firepaw tried it out. She's fine. She said wild garlic would be good for my rat bites, and I was on my way to find some, but Darkstripe ordered me to stay in camp. Firepaw told him. Wild garlic, mewed Greypaw. I wouldn't mind trying that. My leg still stings. I could sneak out and get some, Firepaw offered. He'd resented Darkstripe's offhand treatment and welcomed the choice to outwit him. No one would notice if I slipped out of this hole here. Only take a couple of rabbit hops. Ravenpaw frowned, but Greypaw nodded. We'll cover for you, he whispered. Firepaw nuzzled him gratefully and jumped up through the tear under the wall. Ravenpaw, dude. I hope Ravenpaw makes it because he's just... And he's just been mistreated this whole time. Once outside the camp, he began to make his way to the wild garlic patch, sharp tang alerting him easily to its location. The moon was rising in the violet sky as the sun sank below the horizon. A cold breeze ruffled Firepaw's fur. Suddenly he caught a cat scent carried on the wind. He sniffed cautiously. Shadow Clan? No, just Tigerclaw. 2 other cats. He sniffed the air again. Darkstripe and Longtail. What were they doing here? Curious, Firepaw dropped into a stalking position. He prowled through the undergrowth paw by paw, keeping downwind so that he was not detected. The warriors were standing in the shadows of a clump of ferns and their heads very close together. Soon Firepaw was near enough to hear them speak. StarClan knows. My apprentice has shown little promise from the start. I never expected him to be turned traitor, growled Tiger. Firepaw's eye widened as his fur prickled with shock. It sounded like Tigerclaw intended to do more than just hint that Ravenpaw betrayed him. How long did you say Ravenpaw was missing on the journey to Mothermouth? Asked Darkstripe. Long enough to have traveled to Shadow Clan's camp and back, came the deputy's menacing answer. The fur on Firepaw's tail bristled angrily. Impossible, he thought. He was with us the whole time. Longtail's voice sounded now, high-pitched with excitement. He must have told them that ThunderClan leader's the strongest warrior had left the camp. Why else would they attack when they did? You smug, ass-kicking bitch. There you. Ass-kissing, my bad. You don't kick ass, you kiss ass. You're a bitch. Anyway. We are the last clan to stand against the Shadow Clan. We must remain strong, purred Tigerclaw. His tone had become velvetly soft now. He waited in silence for a response. It was Darkstripe who answered, eagerly, as if he were still Tigerclaw's apprentice, giving the correct answer to a question on hunting techniques. His words made Firepaw breathless with fear. The clan would be better off without a traitor like Ravenpaw. I have to say I agree with you, Darkstripe, murmured Tigerclaw, his voice heavy with emotion. Even though he's my own apprentice. He trailed off as if he were too upset to say any more. Firepaw had heard enough. Forgetting all about the wild garlic, he turned and crept silently as quickly as he could back to camp. He decided not to tell Ravenpaw what he had heard. He would be terrified. Firepaw's mind raced. What did he do? Tigerclaw was the clan deputy, a great warrior, and popular with all the other cats. I did a finger gun. You guys can't see it. I'm so sorry. Wish you could. No one was going to listen to any accusations made by an apprentice, but Ravenpaw was in terrible danger. Firepaw shook himself, trying to clear his head. There was only one thing to do. He must tell what he had heard to Bluestar. Somehow, convince her that he was telling the truth. Chapter 19. Dude, he's going to get, like, fucking executed in front of them all. They're going to, like, all have a peace. Maybe he'll be okay, right? Surely. He just gets away. And, like, lives elsewhere, right? Surely. Greypaw and Ravenpaw were still patching the hole when Firepaw reached them. They had left the gap just wide enough for him to squeeze back through. No luck with the garlic, Firepaw panted as he slipped in. Darkstripe's prowling out there. Never mind, mewed Greypaw. We can get some tomorrow. This is Game of Thrones above the cats? Yeah, I can tell. I can see where the great visionary fucking George R.R. Martin really got his fucking inspiration from. Warrior Cats by Aaron Hunter. Oh my god. My voice is run ragged, I'll be honest. Whew. I guess I have been doing like 6 hours of VA work. And talking a lot. Oh my god. How do you guys put up with this? Anyway. Oh, here. Okay. Ruh-roh. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Also, I said ragged, not raggy. In case you were like, raggy? No, I didn't say that. Raggy, where are my resticles? Like Scoob. When she said fixed, thought she made a sandwich. Alright, this is a stupid fucking meme. I love it. Anyway, alright, back to the chapter 19. We'll get some tomorrow. Said Great Paw. I'll go and get you some Poppy from Spotted Leaf, Firepaw offered. He was worried about the dull look in his friend's eyes and the way his muscles seemed stiff with pain. Nah, don't worry, mewed Great Paw. Oh, fine. You should make that... No, I could. I just need a TikTok of it. It's no trouble, Firepaw insisted, and before Great Paw could argue, he bounded off towards Spotted Leaf's den. She was pacing her small clearing, her eyes clouded with unhappiness. Are you... The spirits of StarClan are restless. I think they're trying to tell me something, she replied, flicking her tail uneasily. What can I do for you? I think Great Paw could do with some poppy seeds on his leg. Rat bites are still... The pain of losing Lionheart will make his injuries feel worse, but he'll mend in time, don't worry. In the meantime, you're right, poppy seeds will help. Spotted Leaf went into her den, brought out a dried poppy, placed it carefully on the ground. Just shake out one or two and give it to him. She meowed. Thanks. Are you sure you're okay? Go and see to your friend, answered Spotted Leaf, avoiding his gaze. Firepaw picked up the poppy head between his and to walk away. Wait! Spotted Leaf hissed suddenly. Firepaw spun around expectantly to meet her tawny gaze. His eyes burned back. Firepaw, she hissed. StarClan spoke to me moons ago, before you joined the clan. Since they want me to tell you this now. They said, only fire can save our clan. Firepaw stared at Spotted Leaf, mystified. The strange passion faded from her eyes. Take care, Firepaw. She meowed in her normal voice. See you, Firepaw replied uncertainly. Yeah. He padded back through the fern tunnel. Her strange words were echoing in his mind, but he could not make sense of them. Why had she shared that with him? Surely fire was the enemy who all lived in the forest. He shook his head in frustration and bounded over to the prince. His fucking name is Fire! Yo, Rusty's stupid. Great Paw! Firepaw hissed into the ear of his sleeping friend. He'd only be allowed to rest all morning after working on the repairs most of the night. Tiger Claw had ordered them to be ready for training in the sun high. Strong yellow light filtering through the den of the then told Firepaw it was nearly that now. Good lord. Tiger Claw had ordered them to be ready at the training at sun high. The strong yellow light filtering to the den told Firepaw it was already near that now. Thank you. Thank you for trying just a little bit there, brain. Hey. He'd had a restless night. Dreams swirled through his mind, and each time he fell asleep, confusing and indistinct, but full of darkness. Great Paw! Firepaw hissed again, but his friend did not stir. He'd eaten 2 of the poppy seeds before he slept, and now he was deep in slumber. You awake, Firepaw? Paw mewed from his nest. Firepaw spat silently under his breath. He wanted to talk to Great Paw before Ravenpaw awoke. Yes, replied. Ravenpaw sat up in his bed, moss and heather, and began to wash away quick flicks of his tongue. You gonna wake him? He asked, nodding toward Great Paw. Deep voice growling outside their den. I hope so. Training is about to start. Firepaw and Ravenpaw jumped. Great Paw, wake up! He poked his friends with one paw. Tiger Claw is waiting. Great Paw lifted his head. His eyes were still heavy with sleep. Are you ready yet? Called Tiger Claw. Firepaw and Ravenpaw crept out of the den, blinking as they emerged into the sunlight. The deputy was sitting beside the tree stump. Also, Great Paw lifted his head. Plus sides. I thought he was dead. In game. In book. The deputy was sitting beside the tree stump. Is the other one coming? He asked. Yes, Firepaw replied, feeling defensive on behalf of his friend. He's only just woken up. Training will do him good, growled Tigerclaw. He's grieved long enough. Wow, you're a fucking asshole. I've been sitting here going like Tigerclaw's a fucking piece of shit. And you know what? He's not proven me wrong at all. Ever. But I guess he is kind of the villain, so Firepaw held the menacing amber gaze for a few moments. Warrior and apprentice for a heartbeat, their eyes were locked as Greypaw scrambled sleepily out of the den. Blue Star will be ready for you in a moment, Firepaw, announced Tigerclaw. The words distracted Firepaw from his anger. His first training session with Blue Star. Excitement surged through him. He had expected his wounded mentor to be resting still. Greypaw, continued Tigerclaw. You can join my training session. Think you're up to it? Ravenpaw. He glowered at his apprentice. After all, you got some pretty nasty nettle stings while the rest of us were fighting those rats. Ravenpaw looked at the ground. Fine, he did. Greypaw and Ravenpaw followed the deputy out of the camp. Ravenpaw's head hung low as he disappeared through his gorse tunnel. Firepaw sat and waited for Blue Star. She did not keep him long. The Grey Queen emerged from her den and padded across the clearing. Her fur was still matted in places where her wounds were fresh. She betrayed no pain in her confidence. Come, she called to him. Gorsh. You know, with enough practice, it's gonna get real good. Book's gonna make me sound like Goofy. Uh-huh. Gorsh. Oh, jeez, Mickey. I need another drink once. Don't redeem it. Firepaw noticed with a surprise that she was alone. Darkstripe and Longtail were nowhere to be seen. A thought occurred to him, and his excitement was tinged with anxiety. Here was the opportunity to tell Blue Star what he had heard overnight. He caught up with her as he headed for the gorge tunnel and fell in step behind her. Will your guards be joining us? He asked hesitantly. Goofy in court voiceover when? Oh, God. Never. Blue Star replied without looking back. I've ordered Darkstripe and Longtail to help with the camp repairs. Securing ThunderClan's base is our first priority. Firepaw's heartbeat quickened. He would tell her about Ravenpaw as soon as they left the camp. The two cats followed the trail of the training hollow. The path was strewn freshly with falling golden leaves that rustled beneath their paws. Firepaw's mind raced as he searched for suitable words. What should he tell her? That Tigerclaw was plotting to get rid of his apprentice? And what would he say when Blue Star asked him why? Would he bring himself to say out loud that he suspected Tigerclaw had killed Redtail? Even though he had no evidence beyond Ravenpaw's excited storytelling at the gathering? By the time they reached the sandy hollow, Firepaw had still not spoken. The hollow was empty. I asked Tigerclaw to hold his training sessions in another part of the forest today, Blue Star explained as she padded into the center of the hollow. I want to concentrate on your fighting skills, and I want you to concentrate on them too, which means no distractions. I must tell her now, thought Firepaw. She needs to know about the danger Ravenpaw is in. His paws prickled with anxiety. I won't have another time like this. Sudden movement flashed in the corner of his eye. A swish of gray whirled past his nose, and Firepaw fell forward as his forepaws were knocked lightly from underneath him. He staggered to regain his balance and spun to see Blue Star sitting calmly beside him. Do I have your attention now? She growled. Yes, Blue Star, sorry, he replied hastily, looking into her blue eyes. That's better, Firepaw. You have been with us for many moons now. I've watched you fight. With the rats, you were quick. With the Shadow Clan warriors, you were fierce. You outwitted Greypaw on that very first day we met, and you have defeated Yellowfang with your cleverness too. She paused and lowered her voice in an intense hiss. But one day you will meet an opponent who is all of those things as well. Quick, fierce, clever. It is my duty to prepare you for that day. Firepaw nodded, completely caught up in her words. His senses were on full alert. All thoughts of Ravenpaw and Tigerclaw had disappeared, and the musty odors of the tiny noises of the forest rushed upon him. Let's see how you fight, Blue Star ordered. Attack me. Firepaw sized her up. I looked at her, sizing her up, wondering what the best way to begin was. Blue Star was standing less than 3 rabbit lengths away. Again, we're doing this stuff. She was twice his size, so it would be a waste of effort to begin the usual paw swipes and wrestling. But if he could leap straight onto her back with a powerful enough jump, he might be able to unbalance her. She hadn't taken her piercing blue eyes off him for an instant. Firepaw stared back and leaped. He had aimed to land squarely on her shoulders, but Blue Star was ready for him. She dropped swiftly into a crouch as Firepaw had hit her. He rolled onto her back, and instead of landing on her shoulders, he found himself crashing down toward her upturned belly. She caught him with all four paws and flung him easily away from her. Firepaw felt like he had been bundled away like a bothersome kit. He hit the dusty ground hard and laid winded for a moment before he scrambled to his feet. Interesting strategy, but your eyes betrayed where you were aiming, growled Blue Star as she stood up and shook off the dust from her thick coat. Now, try again. This time, Firepaw took a look at her shoulders but aimed for her paws. When Blue Star dropped to the ground, he would hit her as she crouched. Firepaw felt a rush of satisfaction as he leaped, but it turned to confusion as Blue Star unexpectedly sprang into the air and let him crash to the ground where she stood just a heartbeat before. She timed it perfectly. As he landed, she thundered down on top of him, squashing the breath out of him. Now try something I don't expect, she hissed into his ear, climbing off of him, backing away with a challenging gleam in her eyes. Firepaw scrambled up, panting, and shook himself crossly. Even Yellowfang had not been so tricky. He hissed again and leaped again. This time, as he flew at Blue Star, he stretched out his forepaws, rearing up on her hind legs. As she reared up on her hind legs and used her forepaws to twist him away. As he felt himself slipping, Firepaw scrabbled with his hind paws in the sand, but it was too late as he flopped heavily onto his side. Firepaw, Blue Star meowed calmly, as once more he struggled with his paws. You're strong and quick, but you must learn to control the speed of your body and body weight, or your speed and body weight, so it's not so easy for me to unbalance you. Again. Firepaw backed away, hot, dusty, and out of breath. Frustration raged through him. He was determined to get the better of his mentor this time. Slowly, he crouched and began to creep toward Blue Star. She mirrored his crouch and hissed into his face as he approached. He raised his paw and swept at her left ear. She ducked to avoid the strike and reared up, towering over him. Quickly, Firepaw rolled onto his back, slithered beneath her body, and in one movement kicked both his back legs upward into her belly. Blue Star was flung backward and fell into the sandy earth with a loud grunt. Firepaw flipped himself over and leapt on his paws, and he felt jubilant. Then he saw Blue Star lying in the dirt. For the first time, he remembered her wounds. Had he reopened them? He dashed to her side and stared down at her. To his relief, her eyes glinted proudly back at him. That was much better, she puffed, and stood back at him and shook herself. Now, my turn. She sprang at him, knocking him to the ground, and then relentlessly retreated and let him pick himself up before leaping again. Firepaw braced himself, but she bowled him over easily enough again and again. Look at my size, Firepaw. Don't try to stand up against my attack. Use your wits. If you are fast enough to avoid me, then avoid me. Firepaw scrambled to his feet again, preparing for her attack. This time, he didn't dig his paws into the soft ground, but stood lightly, keeping his weight on his toes. As Blue Star flew toward him, he hopped neatly out of her path, reared up onto his hind legs, and his forepaws pushed her flying body onward past him. Blue Star landed gracefully on all four paws and turned. Excellent! You learn quickly, she purred. That was an easy move. Let's see how you do with this one. They trained until sunset. Firepaw heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Blue Star's meow. That's enough for today. She seemed a little tired and stiff, but she leaped easily out of the sandy hollow. Firepaw scrambled after her. His muscles were aching and his head spinning with all he had learned. As they trekked together back through the trees, he couldn't wait to tell Greypaw and Ravenpaw what he had learned from his training sessions. And it wasn't until he reached the camp boundary that Firepaw realized he'd forgotten to tell Blue Star about Ravenpaw. Chapter 20. We're almost done! Oh my god, it's taken 7 hours to read a book! I'm really bad at this, I'm sorry. Chapter 20. By the time Firepaw returned, the camp was starting to look a little better. Parties of cats had clearly been patching and repairing continuously throughout the day. Frostfur and Golden Flower were still busy fortifying the nursery walls, but the outer walls looked solid and secure once more. Firepaw trotted across the clearing to see if there was any fresh kill around. He passed Sandpaw and Dustpaw, who were preparing to leave in the next patrol. Sorry, mewed Sandpaw as Firepaw sniffed hopefully around the eating area. We ate the last 2 mice. Firepaw shrugged. He would catch something for himself later. He hid back to the apprentice's den, where Greypaw was sitting with his back resting against the tree stump, or licking a forepaw. Where's Ravenpaw? Firepaw asks as he sat down. Not back from his task yet, replied Greypaw. Look at that. Held his paw for Firepaw to inspect. The pad was torn and bleeding. Tiger Claw sent me fishing and I stepped on a sharp stone in the stream. That looks pretty dope. Or that looks pretty deep. My bad, dope. Yo, dope. I'm not even going to finish that, but like, oh, dope. No. That looks pretty deep. Keep up with me, brain. You should get Spotted Leaf to take a look at that, Firepaw advised. Where did Tiger Claw send Ravenpaw, by the way? Don't know. I was up to my belly in cold water, muttered Gravepaw. He stood up and limped away toward Spotted Leaf's den. Damn. Firepaw settled down, his eyes fixed on the entrance of the camp, and waited for Ravenpaw. After overhearing the warriors' conversation last night, he couldn't shake the feeling that something dreadful was going to happen to his friend. His heart lurched as he saw Tiger Claw enter the camp, alone. He waited. The moon was high in the sky. Surely Ravenpaw would be back by now. Firepaw found himself wishing he'd spoke to Bluestar when he'd had the chance. He could see Darkstripe and Longtail guarding her den now. He certainly didn't want them to overhear his concerns. Tiger Claw had brought back a fresh kill, which he was sharing with White Storm outside the warrior's den. Firepaw... Stop it. Hey, we got through it again, man. Man, I sure like Ravenpaw. Man, I'm glad you like him. He's not around anymore. I didn't hate him, but he was not my favorite. But, where is it here? Where was I? Firepaw realized he was very hungry. Perhaps he should go hunt. He might come across Ravenpaw outside camp. As he wondered what to do, Firepaw saw Ravenpaw trotting through the entrance of the camp. A thrill of relief raced through him, and not just because Ravenpaw was holding a fresh kill between his teeth. The apprentice came straight over to Firepaw and dropped the mouthful of food on the ground. Enough for all three of us, he mewed proudly. And should taste extra good. It's from the Shadow Clan territory. Firepaw gasped. You hunted in Shadow Clan territory? That was my task, Ravenpaw explained. Oh no. Oh no. Well, hey, you weren't in Shadow Clan territory when you were with us the last time, but what about this time? I told you to hunt in this area, not that area. It's all he has to do. Oh no. You know, the music is fitting right now, actually. That's, unfortunate for Ravenpaw. GG's! Yep. Looks like somebody's fucked. Tiger Claw sent you into enemy territory to hunt? Firepaw could hardly believe it. We must tell Bluestar. That was too dangerous. The mention of Bluestar's name, Ravenpaw shook his head. His eyes looked hunted and shadowed with fear. Look, just keep this quiet, okay? He hissed. I survived. I even caught some prey. That's all there is to it. You survived this time, Firepaw spat. Shh, Tiger Claw's looking. Just eat your share and keep quiet, snapped Ravenpaw. Firepaw shrugged and took a piece of the fresh kill. Ravenpaw ate quickly, avoiding Firepaw's eye. Shall we save some for Greypaw? He asked after a while. He went to see Spotted Leaf. Firepaw mumbled through a mouthful. Cut his paw. I don't know when he'll be back. I think Ravenpaw has plot armor. I don't think so. Is he in the next book? Because if he's not in the next book, then no, he doesn't. Well, save him whenever you want, replied Ravenpaw, suddenly sounding worn out. I'm tired. I need to sleep. He stood up and pushed his way into the den. Firepaw stayed outside, watching the rest of the camp be prepared for the night. He was going to have to tell Ravenpaw what he'd overheard in the forest last night. He needed to know just how much danger he was in. Tiger Claw was laying beside White Storm, sharing tongues, but with one eye fixed on the apprentice's den. Firepaw yawned to show Tiger Claw how exhausted he was. Then he got to his paws and followed Ravenpaw inside. He needs the plot armor. He desperately, in the next, 30 pages? Yes, he does. Ravenpaw was asleep, but Firepaw could tell from the switching paws and whiskers that he knew it wasn't a good dream. by the tiny mews and squeaks that Ravenpaw was making. Suddenly, the black cat leapt to his paws, his eyes stretched wide in terror, his fur standing on end, his back was up. Ravenpaw! Firepaw meowed in alarm. Calm down. You're in our den. There's only me here. Ravenpaw looked around wildly. It's just me. Firepaw repeated. Ravenpaw blinked and seemed to recognize his friend. He collapsed into his bed. Ravenpaw, mewed Firepaw seriously. There's something you need to know. Something I heard last night when I was out looking for garlic. Ravenpaw looked away, still trembling from his dream, but Firepaw persisted. Ravenpaw, I heard Tigerclaw telling Darkstripe and Longtail that you betrayed the ThunderClan. He told them that you slipped away during the trip to the Mothermouth and told the ShadowClan that the camp was unguarded. Ravenpaw spun around to face Firepaw. But I didn't! He exclaimed, horrified. Of course you didn't, Firepaw agreed, but Darkstripe and Longtail believe you did, and Tigerclaw persuaded them that we should get rid of you. Ravenpaw was speechless, breath coming in gasps. Why would Tigerclaw want to get rid of you, Ravenpaw? Firepaw asked gently. He's one of the clan's strongest warriors. What threat are you to him? Firepaw suspected he already knew the answer, but he wanted to hear the truth from Ravenpaw's own mouth. He waited while Ravenpaw fumbled for the words. At last, the Black Apprentice crawled closer to Firepaw and whispered hoarsely into his ears. As the River Clan deputy didn't kill Redtail. Tigerclaw did. Firepaw nodded silently and Ravenpaw continued. His whisper cracking with tension. Redtail killed the River Clan deputy, so Tigerclaw didn't kill Oakhart. Firepaw couldn't help interrupt. Ravenpaw shook his head. No, he didn't. After Redtail had killed Oakhart, Tigerclaw ordered me back to the camp. I wanted to stay, but he yelled at me to go, so I ran into the trees. I should have carried on running, but I couldn't leave while they were still fighting. I turned and crept to see if Tigerclaw needed help. By the time I got near, all the River Clan warriors had fled, leaving just Redtail and Tigerclaw. Redtail was watching the last warrior running, and Tigerclaw... Ravenpaw paused and then gulped. Tigerclaw jumped on him. He sank his teeth into the back of his neck, and Redtail fell to the ground dead. That's when I ran. I don't know if Tigerclaw saw me or not. I just kept running until I got back to the camp. Why didn't you tell Bluestar? Firepaw pressed him. Would she have believed me? Ravenpaw's eyes rolled wildly. Do you believe me? Of course I do. Firepaw mewed. He licked Ravenpaw between the ears in an effort to calm and comfort his friend. He was going to have to find another opportunity to tell Bluestar about Tigerclaw's treachery. Don't worry. I'll sort it out, he promised. Meanwhile, make sure you stick close to me or Greypaw. Greypaw know about them wanting to get rid of me? Not yet. I'll have to tell him. Ravenpaw settled silently onto his bed and stared ahead. Okay, Ravenpaw. Firepaw purred, touching the skinny black body with his nose. I'll help you get out of this. Greypaw padded into the den at dawn. Sandpaw and Dustpaw returned to the patrol while they were a while ago and were asleep in their nests. Hi, mewed Greypaw, sounding more cheerful than he had for a few days. Firepaw woke at once. Sound better, he purred. Greypaw licked Firepaw's ears. About a leaf put some gunk on my cut and made me lie still for hours. I must have fallen asleep. By the way, I hope that chaffinch out there was for me. I was starving. It was. Ravenpaw caught it yesterday. Tigerclaw sent him into... shut up, you two. Some of us are trying to sleep. Greypaw rolled his eyes. Come on, Firepaw. He mewed. Brindleface has her kits. Let's go and visit. Firepaw purred with pleasure. At least something for the ThunderClan to celebrate. He looked down at Ravenpaw, who was still sleeping, and patted out of the den. You just left him there? No! Wake him up! Bring him with you! What are you doing? Ah! Oh no! Why would you? You just promised that he would make it out. Hey, stick with me. It's fine. Yeah, don't wake him up, though. Fucking... Fine. He'll make it out. If nothing else, he can run through the hole that they didn't fix. Right? Firepaw purred with pleasure. At last, something to celebrate. Yeah, okay. Ravenpaw, who's still sleeping, patted out of the den. With Greypaw, he trotted across the clearing toward the nursery. The rising sun made his pelt grow warm with warmth, and he stretched appreciatively, reveling in the suppleness of his spine and strength of his legs. Stop showing off! Greypaw called over his shoulder. Firepaw stopped stretching and bounded after his friend. Hydrate? That is, you know what? Very thankfully. Damn book sitting, hell yeah. Also, doing this all while Under Lilies is playing is it's so peak. It's so good. Whitestorm was sitting outside the nursery guarding the entrance. Have you two come to see the new kits? He meowed as Firepaw and Greypaw approached. Firepaw nodded. Only one at a time, and you'll have to wait. Blue Star's with her next. Whitestorm told them. Banger music and a good book. I mean, honestly, I'll be honest. It's not bad. I don't know that I'm going to read the other 40, but it's not bad. Well, you can go first, Firepaw offered. I'll go see if Yellowfang and while I'm waiting. He dipped his head respectfully to Whitestorm and headed off toward Yellowfang's nest. The old cat was washing behind her ears, her eyes half closed with concentration. Don't tell me you're expecting rain, Firepaw teased. Yellowfang looked up. You've been listening to too many elders' tales, she meowed. What would be the point of a cat washing its ears if it's only going to get rained on anyway? Firepaw's whiskers twitched with amusement. Are you going to see Brindleface's new litter? He asked. Yellowfang stiffened and she shook her head. They don't be very welcome, she growled. But they know you saved, Firepaw began. A she-cat is very protective of her newborns, especially when it's her first litter. Think I'll stay away. He replied in a tone that invited no argument. You wish. Fair. Well, maybe we'll read the next in, the main series, not, all the other. But, that'll be later. I don't know when, but I can't do a lot of these in a row. My voice is, dying quickly, so really got to be careful with this one, because otherwise the stream on Saturday will be real quiet. I'm definitely resting my voice after this, for sure. Gonna be part of a 48-hour stream. I mean, it took 6.5 hours, right? I'll have so much to go through. Especially if I keep taking breaks. As you wish, but I'm going to go see them. Mostly a good sign having new kits in camp. Yellowfang shrugged. Sometimes, he muttered darkly. Firepaw turned and trotted back to the nursery. Clouds covered the sun, making the air turn fresher. Fierce breeze tugged at his fur. The rustled leaves around the clearing. Blue Star was sitting outside the nursery. Behind her, Greypa's tail was just disappearing into the narrow entrance. Firepaw, she greeted him. Have you come to see the ThunderClan's newest warriors? The ThunderClan leader sounded tired. Firepaw was surprised. Surely the kits were good news for the clan. Yes, I have, he replied. Well, when you finished, see me in my den. Yes, Blue Star. Mihko's book club. Yeah, one every month or so. I think that would be good. We'll do a book at the end of every month. I don't know if we'll do like series of books or if we'll do just whatever reading. Because again, this one's only 160 pages. There's some that are way longer. So we'll see. We'll see going forward. But for now, expect another one next month at some time, but no more for a bit. Da-da-da. Yes, Blue Star, Firepaw mewed as she walked away slowly. He felt his fur prickle. Here was another chance to speak to Blue Star alone. Perhaps StarClan was on his side after all. Greypaw crawled out of the nursery's entrance. Really cute, he mewed. But I'm starving now. I want to find some fresh kill. I'll save some for you if I find any. He blinked affectionately at Firepaw and bounded away. Firepaw purred a goodbye and looked up at the Whitestorm, who nodded his permission. Firepaw squeezed through the tiny entrance. 4 tiny kits huddled warmly in Brindleface's deeply lined nest. Their fur was pale gray with darker flecks. It's like their mother, except for one tiny dark gray. They mewed and squirmed beside Brindleface's belly, and their eyes shut tight. How are you feeling? Firepaw whispered to her. A little tired, answered Brindleface. She looked down proudly at her litter, but the kits are all strong and healthy. ThunderClan is lucky to have them, Firepaw purred. I was just talking to them about Yellowfang. Brindlefaces didn't answer, and Firepaw couldn't miss that look of worry that flashed in her eyes as she nudged the giant kit closer to her. Firepaw felt a tremor of anxiety in his belly. Blue Star may have accepted Yellowfang into the ThunderClan, but it looks like the old cat was still not trusted by all of the clan. He touched his nose affectionately to Brindleface's flank and then turned and made his way out of the clearing. Clan leader was waiting for Firepaw at the entrance of her den. Longtail sat at her side. The pale tabby warrior stared hard at Firepaw as he approached. Firepaw ignored his gaze and looked expectantly at Bluestar. "I'm inside," she mewed, turning to lead the way. Firepaw trotted after her. Longtail immediately stood up as if to follow them. Bluestar looked back at him over her shoulder. "I think I'll be safe enough with young Firepaw," she meowed. Longtail looked uncertain for a moment, then sat down again at the entrance. "Yeah. Listen to your fucking leader, not your fucking deputy. There's a power differential there that you need to respect." Ass-kissing bastard. Anyway. I don't like the dark tail and long tail. No, dark claw. Like, I remember the not long tail, the one next to long tail. I don't like them. They're just his like henchmen. Bruh. Have your own individual thought, damn it. Firepaw had never been inside Bluestar's den. He padded after her through the lichen that draped its entrance. Brindleface's kits are lovely, he purred. Bluestar looked serious. Lovely they may be. They mean more mouths to feed. And the season of Leaf Bear will be here soon. And she glanced at Firepaw, who was unable to hide his surprise at her melancholy tone. "Oh, don't listen to me," meowed Bluestar, shaking her head impatiently. "The first cold wind always worries me. Come, make yourself comfortable." She tipped her head toward the dry, sandy floor. Firepaw dropped onto his belly and stretched his paws out in front of him. Bluestar circled slowly on her mossy nest. "I'm still aching from our training session yesterday," she admitted, and she finally settled herself, curling her tail around her paws. "Fought well, young one." For once, Firepaw didn't stop to bask in her praise. His heart was thumping. This was the perfect moment to tell his leader the fears about Tigerclaw. He lifted his chin, ready to speak, but it was Bluestar who spoke first, staring past him into the wall of her far den. "I can still smell the stale stench of ShadowClan in the camp," he murmured. "I hope never to see a day where an enemy broke into our heart." Firepaw nodded in silent agreement. Bluestar, sensing she was going to say more. So many deaths. First Redtail, and Lionheart. I think StarClan, at least the warriors we have left, are strong and loyal like them. At least with Tigerclaw as deputy, ThunderClan may still be able to defend itself. Firepaw's heart plummeted, and an icy chill cut deep into him as Bluestar went on. "There was a time when Tigerclaw was a young warrior that I feared for the strength of his passion. Such energy can be in need of careful channeling. Now I'm proud to see how much respect the clan has for him. I know he has ambitions, but his ambitions make him one of the bravest cats I've ever had the honor to fight against. Firepaw knew at once that he could not tell Bluestar his suspicions about Tigerclaw. Now when Bluestar looked at her deputy to protect the whole clan, he would have to save Ravenpaw himself. He took a deep breath, blinked slowly, so that Bluestar turned and looked directly into his eyes. No trace of his shock and disappointment remained. Her next words were quiet yet full of concern. "You know Broken Star will return. He made it clear at the gathering that he wants hunting rights in all territory." "Fought him once, we can do it again," Firepaw insisted. "That's true," Bluestar acknowledged with a very wide nod. "StarClan will honor your courage, young Firepaw." She paused and licked a healing wound on her side. "I think you ought to know that in battle with rats, I was not my fifth life I've lost. 7th. Firepaw sat bolt upright and shocked. Bluestar went on. "I have let the clan believe it was my 5th because I don't want them to fear for my safety. But 2 more lives, and I will have to leave you to join StarClan." Oh. Firepaw's mind was racing. Why was she telling him this? "Thank you for sharing this with me, Bluestar," he purred respectfully. Bluestar nodded. "I am tired now," he rasped. "Off you go." "And Firepaw, I don't expect you to repeat this conversation to anyone." "Of course, Bluestar." Firepaw replied as he nosed his way through the curtain. Longtail was still sitting by the entrance. Firepaw stepped past him, made his way toward the den. He didn't know which part of his conversation with Bluestar had been more bewildering. Stopped in his tracks with a yowl of horror coming from the nursery. Frostfur came sprinting, declaring, her tail bristling and her eyes wide. "My kits! Someone has stolen my kits!" Tigerclaw bounded over to her. He called to the clan, "Quick! Search the camp! Whitestorm, stay here where you are." Fuck. Warriors, patrol the camp boundary. Apprentices, search every den. Firepaw rushed to the nearest den, the warriors, pushed his way inside. It was empty. He scrabbled through the bedding with his paws, but there was neither sight nor scent of Phosphorus kits. He charged outside and headed for his own den. Ravenpaw and Greypaw were already inside, pushing aside their nests, sniffing every corner. Dustpaw and Sandpaw were searching the den. Firepaw left them to it and charged one clump of grass to another. Pushing his muzzle into them, ignoring the nettles that stung his nose, there was no sign of the kits anywhere. He looked around the camp boundary. Warriors paced backward and forward, urgently sniffing the air. Suddenly, Firepaw spotted Yellowfang in the distance. She was pushing her way through an unguarded part of the fern wall. She must have found a scent, he thought. He raced toward her tail disappeared into the greenery. By the time he arrived at the fern wall, she had gone. He sniffed the air, no kit scent, just the bitter smell of Yellowfang's fear. What was she afraid of? Firepaw wondered. Tigerclaw's yowl sounded the bushes behind the nursery. All the cats raced over to him, headed by the phosphor. They crowded as closely as they could, docilely to see through the dense undergrowth. Firepaw nosed his way forward and saw Tigerclaw standing over a motionless bundle of dappled fur. Spotted Leaf. No! What? Firepaw stared in disbelief at a lifeless body. A fury rose inside him like a dark cloud. He felt the blood roaring in his ears. Who had done this? Bluestar stepped through the crowd and leaned over the medicine cat. She's been killed by a warrior blow, she meowed softly. Firepaw craned his neck, and a single wound on the back of Spotted Leaf's neck. His head swarmed, and suddenly he was unable to see clearly. Through his grief, Firepaw heard a murmur at the back of the crowd, swelling the single pierced yowl. Yellowfang is gone. Oh, fuck it. Dude, if his goal is to be run by the Shadow Clan, he's succeeding. If his goal is to try and like create like a well-built place for him to like defend his own power from, he's failing horribly. I really hope he likes being Shadow Clan's bitch, because that's all he's gonna be. Anyway, continuing. Chapter 21. Yellowfang has killed Spotted Leaf and taken my kits, screeched Phosphor. The other queens rushed to Phosphor's side, trying to calm her with licks and caresses. But Phosphor pushed them away and wailed her grief into the darkening sky. As if in reply, the sky rumbled ominously and cold wind ruffled the cat's fur. Yellowfang! Dude, every time I do his voice, I'm gonna die. This is terrible. I always knew she was a traitor. Now we know what she managed to fight off the Shadow Clan deputy. It was a setup to let her trick her into a clan. Great. Lightning crackled overhead, punctuating Tigerclaw's words with a glaring white flash, and a clap of thunder rolled around the woods. Firepaw couldn't believe what he was hearing. Dazed with grief, his mind whirled. Could Yellowfang really have killed Spotted Leaf? Above the shocked murmurings, Darkstripe meowed loudly. Bluestar, what do you say? The cats fell silently as they took a look to their leader. Bluestar's gaze moved across the crowd of cats and settled finally upon Spotted Leaf's body. The first drops of rain began to fall, sparkling like dewdrops on the medicine cat's still glossy fur. Bluestar blinked slowly. Grief clouded her face, and for a moment, Firepaw was afraid that this new death would overwhelm her. But when her eyes opened, they glittered with a fierceness that showed her determination to seek revenge for this cruel attack. She lifted her head. If Yellowfang has killed Spotted Leaf and stolen Frostfur's kits, she will be hunted down without mercy. The crowd meowed approvingly. But we must wait, Bluestar went on. There's a storm coming, and I'm not prepared to risk more lives. If Shadow Clan has our kits, they will come to no immediate harm. I suspect Broken Star wants them as recruits for his own clan. Hostages. Force us to let him hunt in our territory. As soon as the storm passes, a patrol will follow Yellowfang and bring back our kits. We cannot waste our time. The scent will be lost in the rain, Tigerclaw protested. Bluestar flickered her tail impatiently. If we send out a hunting party now, our efforts will be wasted anyway. In this weather, the scent will already be lost by the time we are ready. If we wait until after the storm, we stand a better chance. There were murmurs and arguments and agreement among the clan. Even though it was barely sun high, the sky was growing much darker. The cats were unsettled by the lightning and thunder and seemed willing to listen to their leader's advice. Bluestar looked at her deputy. I'd like to discuss our plans with you, please. Tigerclaw nodded and stalked away toward Bluestar's den. The leader hesitated. She glanced at Firepaw, signaling with a flick of her tail and a ripple of her whiskers that she wanted to speak to him alone. The other cats gathered around Spotted Leaf and began to share tongues with her in the wails of grief, sounding above the thunder. Blue Star wound her way through them and found forward to the fern tunnel that led to Spotted Leaf's den. Firepaw quietly skirted the mourning cats and followed her inside. It was very dark beneath the ferns. The storm had blotted out the morning sun, so that it seemed as if night had fallen. Rain was falling more heavily now. Battering noises against the leaves, but at least she was sheltered in Spotted Leaf's clearing. Firepaw, Blue Star meowed urgently as he arrived at her side. Where is Yellowfang? You know. Firepaw hardly heard her. Couldn't help but remember the last time he'd come to his clearing. An image of Spotted Leaf trotting to her den with the coat gleaming in sunlight burned in his mind, and he closed his eyes to preserve it. Firepaw! Snapped Blue Star. You must save your grieving for later. Firepaw shook himself. I saw Yellowfang go through the camp boundary after the kids went missing. Do you really think she killed Spotted Leaf and took the kids? Blue Star gazed steadily at him. He admitted, I want you to find her and bring her back, alive. I need to know the truth. You're not sending Tiger Claw? Firepaw couldn't help but asking. Tiger Claw is a great warrior, but in this case his loyalty to the clan may cloud his judgment, Blue Star explained. He wants to give the clan vengeance it desires. No cat can blame him for that. The clan believes Yellowfang has betrayed us, and if Tiger Claw thinks he can reassure the clan by handing them the dead body of Yellowfang, that's what he'll do. Firepaw nodded. Right. Tiger Claw would kill Yellowfang without question. Blue Star looked stern for a moment. If I find that Yellowfang is the traitor, then I will kill her myself. If she is not, her blue eyes burned into Firepaw's. I will not let an innocent cat die. But what if Yellowfang won't come back? Firepaw me. She will, if you ask her. You know what? That line is not read that way. It's she will, if you ask her. Putting the enunciations on all the wrong words. Let's go! Firepaw felt stunned by Blue Star's faith in him. The enormity of what she was asking him to do weighed down on him, and he wondered if he had enough courage to carry it through. Go at once, she ordered, but be careful. You will be on your own, and there will be many enemy patrols about. The storm will keep the storm will keep our own warriors in camp for a while. Thunder rolled overhead as Firepaw dashed out into the clearing. Rain hammered down, pelting against his fur like tiny stones. A bolt of lightning lit up the faces of the Darkstripe and Longtail as they watched him cross the clearing. Firepaw bounded past the nursery. He couldn't leave without sharing tongues with Spotted Leaf. The other cats and the had run for shelter, abandoning the medicine cat's body to the downpour while they huddled beneath the dripping ferns, meowing their fear and loss. Firepaw buried his nose in Spotted Leaf's wet fur and breathed her scent in one last time. Goodbye, my sweet Spotted Leaf, he murmured. His ears pricked as he overheard voices of Frostfur and Speckletail talking nearby. He froze, straining to listen. Yellowfang must have had help, Speckletail. Someone from ThunderClan? Came an anxious voice of Frostfur. You heard what Tigerclaw's been saying about Ravenpaw. Perhaps he had something to do with it. I've never been comfortable with him myself. The fur on Firepaw's spine prickled. If Tigerclaw had been spreading his malicious rumors as far as the nursery, Ravenpaw wouldn't be safe anywhere in camp. Firepaw realized he had to act quickly. He'd find Yellowfang first and then deal with Ravenpaw. Hey, you should probably bring Ravenpaw with you, actually. He raced to the spot where he had last seen Yellowfang. He knew her scent well, so he could even smell it through the rain-soaked leaves. He began to push through the bushes, mouth open to detect where her trail led. Firepaw! Firepaw jumped and then relaxed when he realized it was Greypaw's voice. I've been looking for you! He mewed his friend as he rushed toward him. Firepaw gingerly stepped back to the ferns. Greypaw squinted into the rain down his long fur and into his eyes. Where you going? He mewed. Look for Yellowfang. Firepaw replied. On your own? Greypaw's broad face showed concern. Firepaw thought for a moment and then decided to tell Greypaw the truth. Blue Star asked me to bring Yellowfang back. What? Greypaw looked shocked. Why, you? Maybe she thinks I know Yellowfang best, and that I'd find her more easily. Wouldn't a party of warriors stand more chance? Greypaw pointed out. Tigerclaw's the best tracker in the clan. If anyone could bring her back, he could. But maybe Tigerclaw wouldn't bring her back, Firepaw murmured. What do you mean? Tigerclaw is out for revenge. He would just kill her. What if she killed Spotted Leaf and took the kits? Do you really believe that? Firepaw asked. Greypaw looked at his friend, shaking his head in confusion. Do you think she's innocent? He mewed. I don't know, Firepaw. And neither does Blue Star. She wants to find out the truth. That's why she's sending me instead of Tigerclaw. But if she ordered Tiger Claw to bring her back alive... Great Paw's words were drowned by a deafening crack of thunder, and a flash of lightning lit up the trees around them. In the dazzling light, Firepaw glimpsed Frostfur chasing Ravenpaw away from the nursery. The White Queen's face twisted with fury. She hissed at the young black cat and lunged forward to give him a warning nip on the hind. Great Paw turned to Firepaw. What's that all about? He mewed. Firepaw stared back at his friend, his mind leaping ahead to a new idea. It looked like Ravenpaw's time had run out. Firepaw needed Great Paw's help. But would his friend believe him? The wind was beginning to roar through the trees above them, and Firepaw had to raise his voice. Ravenpaw's in great danger, he meowed. What? I have to get him away from the ThunderClan. Right now, before anything happens to him. Great Paw looked puzzled. Hi, what about Yellowfang? No time to explain, Firepaw mewed. You'll just have to trust me. There must be a way that we can get Ravenpaw away. Blue Star's going to keep the warriors in camp till the storm is over, but that doesn't leave us much time. Try to picture the hidden corners of the woods beyond ThunderClan territory. We have to take him somewhere Tiger Claw won't find him, somewhere he can survive without the clan. Great Paw stared at him for a moment. What about Barley? Barley! Firepaw echoed. You mean take Ravenpaw to the two-leg place? His ears twitched with excitement. Yes, that's the best idea. Come on then. What are we waiting for? Meowed Great Paw. Relief washed over Firepaw. He should have known that his old friend would help. He shook the rein from his head and touched Great Paw's fur with his nose. Thank you, he purred. Now let's go get Ravenpaw. They found their friend huddled miserably inside their den. Sandpaw and Dustpaw were in their nest too, looking tense and scared as the storm crashed overhead. Ravenpaw! Firepaw hissed through the entrance. Ravenpaw looked up. Firepaw flicked his ears, and the black cat followed him out of the storm. Come on, Firepaw whispered. We're taking you to Barley. Barley? Ravenpaw mewed in bewilderment against the driving rain. Because you'll be safe there. Looking at the black cat. Did you see what Frostfur did? Mewed Ravenpaw, his bush covering. He's only going to check on the kids. Come on, Firepaw interrupted. We must hurry. Ravenpaw met his friend's gaze. Thanks, Firepaw, he murmured, and then turned into the wind and bounded across the clearing. The three apprentices rushed toward the camp entrance, their fur flattened by the howling wind. As they entered the gorse tunnel, a voice called them back. You three, where are you going? It was Tiger Claw. Firepaw whirled around, feeling his heart sink. He wondered desperately what he could say when he spotted Blue Star striding toward them. She frowned for a moment, then her face cleared. Well done, Firepaw, she meowed. I see you've persuaded your two friends to go with you. ThunderClan has brave apprentices. Tiger Claw, if they are willing to run an errand in a winter like this. Surely this is not the time for errands, objected Tiger. One of Brindleface's kits has a cough. Blue Star voice was icily calm. Firepaw has offered to fetch some colt's foot for her. Only a couple more pages. I just gotta hold out. It's only 15 more pages, y'all. Oh, my voice is dying. It's so brutal. Oh. Read that already. Does he really need his friends to go too? Asked Tiger Claw. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm gonna need it. I keep muting the mic to cough and like drinking and just, I'm gonna run out of liquid before I finish this, I think. In this storm, I think it's lucky to have the company, answered Blue Star. She looked deep into Firepaw's eyes, and he was suddenly aware that the trust she was placing in him. Off you go, you three, she meowed. Firepaw returned her gaze gratefully. Thank you, he purred, dipping his head. With a swift glance at his companions, he led the way along the familiar paths toward the four trees. The wind roared toward the branches above, and the trees swayed, their trunks creaking and cracking, as though they might fall at any moment. The rain poured down through the leaves, soaking the cats to their hides. They reached the stream, but the stepping stones they usually leapt across were completely disappeared. The cat stopped on the bank and looked down in dismay for a wide, brown, swirling river. This way, Firepaw meowed. Fallen tree up here. We can use it to cross. He led Greypaw and Ravenpaw upstream to a log that rested on a kitten's step above the rushing water. Be careful. It'll be slippery, Firepaw warned, leaping carefully up onto it. Oh no. The log's bark had been stripped away, leaving only smooth, wet wood to balance on. Carefully, the three cats walked along the trunk. Firepaw jumped down on the other side and watched his friends until they too had landed. Oh, okay. The trees were bigger on the other side, offering some shelter from the storm as they hurried on side by side. Are you going to tell me exactly why we needed to get Ravenpaw away? Panted Greypaw. Right. Because he knows that Tigerclaw killed Redtail, Firepaw answered. Tigerclaw killed Redtail? Greypaw echoed in disbelief, stopping dead and staring at Firepaw and Ravenpaw. At the Battle of RiverClan, puffed Ravenpaw. I saw him. But why would he do that? Greypaw protested, setting off again, as they started down the slope that led into the clearing of the 4 trees. I don't know. Maybe he thought that Blue Star would take him deputy? Firepaw suggested, raising his voice against the wind. Greypaw didn't reply, but his face darkened. Cats began to climb the steep slope that led to the Wind Clan territory. As Firepaw leapt upwards from the rock to rock, he called down to Greypaw behind him. Wanted his friend to understand just how dangerous it was for Ravenpaw at the ThunderClan camp. I overheard Tigerclaw talking to Darkstripe and Longtail on the night that Lionheart was killed. He yelled. He wants to get rid of Ravenpaw. Get rid of him? You mean kill him? In-game? In book? Greypaw sat heavily on the rock. Firepaw stopped too. He looked down at his friends. Ravenpaw had halted further down the slope and his sides were heaving as he caught his breath. He looked smaller than ever with his sodden fur clinging to his scrawny body. You saw the way Frostfur went for Ravenpaw today. Firepaw moved toward Greypaw. Tigerclaw's been hinting to everyone that Ravenpaw is the traitor, but he'll be safe with Barley. Now come on, we must hurry. It was impossible to talk in the open expanse of the Wind Clan territory. The wind howled around them while the thunder and lightning rolled and flashed overhead. The 3 cats lowered their heads and pushed onward into the heart of the storm. Eventually, they reached the edge of the plateau that marked the end of Wind Clan's territory. Yeah. We can't take you any farther, Ravenspaw. Meowed Firepaw through the gate. We have to get back and find Yellowfang before the storm is past. Ravenpaw looked up through the battering rain. The battering rain alarmed, then he nodded. Will you be able to find Barley alone? Yowled Firepaw. Yes, I remember the way, answered Ravenpaw. Watch out for those dogs, warned Greypaw. Ravenspaw nodded. I will. Suddenly he frowned. How can you be sure Barley will welcome me? Just tell him you caught an adder once, answered Greypaw. Greypaw affectionately nudging his friend's Rainstorm's shoulder. Go, Firepaw urged. Aware that time was short, he licked Ravenpaw's skinny chest. Don't worry. I'll make sure everyone knows you didn't betray the ThunderClan. What if Tigerclaw comes looking for me? Ravenpaw's voice was small against the rumbling storm. Firepaw met his gaze steadily. He won't. I shall tell him that you're dead. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. What? He faked his death? Will that work? We don't know. Stick around. Chapter 22. Firepaw and Greypaw retraced their steps to ThunderClan territory. Both cats were bone-weary and wet through. But Firepaw kept up the pace. The storm was beginning to move away. A ThunderClan patrol would be out soon and on Yellowfang's trail. They had to find her first. The sky was still dark, and even though the black thunderclouds were beginning to roll away toward the horizon, Firepaw guessed that it was still nearly sunset. Why don't we head straight into ShadowClan territory, suggested Greypaw as they ran down the steep hill into the 4 trees. We need to pick up Yellowfang's scent first, Firepaw explained. I just hope it won't lead into the ShadowClan camp. Greypaw glanced sideways at his friend but didn't reply. They headed back into the stream, into ThunderClan territory. There was no scent of Yellowfang until they crossed the oak woods close to the camp. Now that the rain had finally stopped, the scents around them were beginning to return. Firepaw hoped that the rain had not yet washed away Yellowfang's trail completely. He stopped and brushed in a fern with the tip of his nose, recognized a familiar smell. Yellowfang's fear scent prickled his nostrils. She came this way, he meowed. He pushed his way through the wet undergrowth. Greypaw followed. The rain was easing, and the thunder was fading into the distance. Time was running out. Firepaw pushed on faster. To his dismay, he realized Yellowfang's scent was indeed leading them straight into ShadowClan territory. His heart sank. Did this mean Tigerclaw's accusations were true? Firepaw began to hope that each new smell would take him in a different direction, but the trail was unfaltering. They arrived at the thunder path and halted. Several monsters roared by, throwing up fountains of dirt, and the 2 cats hung back from the edge of the wide gray track until there was a gap. and they raced across the path into ShadowClan territory. Scent markers lined the border and made Firepaw's paws tingle. I hate that their name is a fucking... Firepaws. Anyway. Greypaw halted and looked around nervously. I always thought I'd have a few more warriors with me when I finally entered ShadowClan territory. Yeah. Pawpaw. Name isn't Pawpaw, it's Peepaw. Paw squared. Firepaw squared. Not afraid, are you? Firepaw murmured. Aren't you? My mother warned me about the stench of ShadowClan many times. My mother never taught me such things, Firepaw replied. But for the first time, he was relieved that his fur was so wet that it clung to his body. Greypaw might not notice the way it was bristling fearfully along his spine. Two cats prowled onward, alert to every sight and sound. Greypaw was on the lookout for ShadowClan patrols, and Firepaw for the ThunderClan party he knew must come soon. Yellowfang's scent trail led them steadily into the heart of the ShadowClan's hunting grounds. The woods here were gloomy, the undergrowth crowded with nettles and bramble. I can't smell her, complained Greypaw. It's too wet. It's there, Firepaw assured him. I can smell that, though, Greypaw spat suddenly. What? Firepaw hissed and he stopped alarmed. Kid scent. There's kid blood here. Firepaw sniffed again, seeking out the smell of ThunderClan. Smell it too. Agreed. Something else. He flicked his tail down sharply, warning Greypaw to keep quiet. Then silently he signaled with the whiskers toward the blackened ash tree up ahead. Greypaw twitched his ears questioningly. Firepaw gave him a tiny nod. Yellowfang was sheltering behind the wide, split trunk. Instinctively, the two cats separated, each moving toward the tree on either side. They crept over to the soft forest floor, using all the tricks of basic training, stepping lightly, keeping their bodies low. Yellowfang yowled with surprise as the two cats landed beside her and pinned her to the ground. She struggled free, spitting and backed into the shallow hollow of the base of the trunk. Firepaw and Greypaw moved forward, blocking her way out. I knew the ThunderClan would blame me, she hissed, her eyes flashing with all of her old hostility. Where are the kits? Firepaw demanded. We can smell their blood, spat Greypaw. Have you harmed them? I don't have them, snarled Yellowfang angrily. I've come to find them and take them back. I stopped because I smelled blood too, but they're not here. Firepaw and Greypaw looked at one another. I don't have them, insisted Yellowfang. Why did you run then? Why did you kill Spotted Leaf? Greypaw asked the questions Firepaw couldn't bring himself to. Spotted Leaf is dead? There was no mistaking the shock in Yellowfang's voice. Relief washed over Firepaw. You didn't know? He croaked. How could I? I left the camp as soon as I heard the kids were missing. Greypaw looked suspicious, but Firepaw could hear the truth in her voice. I know who has taken the kits, she continued. I smelled his scent near the nursery. Who was it? Firepaw asked. Clawface, one of Broken Star's warriors. As long as the kits are with ShadowClan, they're in great danger. But surely even ShadowClan wouldn't harm kits, Firepaw protested. Don't be so sure, spat Yellowfang. Broken Star intends to use them as warriors. But they're only 3 moons old, Greypaw gasped. Hasn't stopped him before. He's been training kits as young as 3 moons since he became leader. At 5 moons, he sends them out as warriors. Surely they'd be too small to fight, Firepaw protested. Nah, ShadowClan is shady. Yeah, you think? Surely they'd be too small to fight. Surely they'd be too small to fight, Firepaw protested, but in his mind's eye he pictured the undersized ShadowClan apprentice that he had seen at the gathering. They weren't just small. They were kits. Yellowfang hissed scornfully. Broken Star doesn't care about that. He has plenty more kits to spare, and if they run out, he can just steal them from other clans. Her voice filled with rage. After all, we're talking about a cat who killed kits from his own clan. Firepaw and Greypaw were stunned. If he killed ShadowClan kits, why wasn't he punished? Firepaw asked at last. Because he lied, growled Yellowfang, bitterness made her voice hard. He accused me of their murder. ShadowClan believed him. Firepaw suddenly understood. Is that why you were driven out of the ShadowClan? He asked. You have to come back with us and tell this all to Blue Star. Not before I have rescued your kits, Yellowfang spat. Firepaw lifted his head and sniffed the air, and the rain had stopped and the wind was dying down. The ThunderClan patrol would be well on its way. It was not safe here. Greypaw seemed shocked by Yellowfang's accusation. How could a leader kill kits from his own clan? He demanded. Broken Star insisted on training them too hard and too young. He took 2 of the kits away for battle practice. Yellowfang took a deep wheezing breath. They were only 4 moons old. They were already dead when he brought them back to me. They bore scratches and bites of a full warrior, not of apprentices. He must have fought them himself. There was nothing I could do. When their mother came to see them, Broken Star was with me. He said that he had found me standing over their dead bodies. Her voice cracked and she looked away. Why didn't you tell her it was Broken Star? Firepaw asked in disbelief. Yellowfang shook her head. Couldn't. Why not? The old she-cat hesitated. When she spoke, her voice was wryly with heavy regret. Broken Star is Shadow Clan's leader. Noble Regenstar was his father. His word is law. Firepaw looked away at the three cats sat in silence for a moment. Then Firepaw meowed. We'll rescue the kids together. Tonight. But we can't stay here. I can smell the ThunderClan patrol coming. He paused. Tiger Claw is with them. Yellowfang doesn't stand a chance. He'll kill her before we can explain. Yellowfang looked at him in alert and determined again. There's peat this way. It'll be wet after the rain. Our scents will be disguised there, she told them. She leapt up into a clump of ferns, and Firepaw and Greypaw quickly followed after her. They could hear the rustling of undergrowth in the distance now. It was no longer the wind that disturbed the bushes, but an approaching patrol, no doubt hungry for revenge, and fired up by Tiger Claw's lies. An eerie stillness settled over the woods, and a thin fog was beginning to gather between the tree trunks. Firepaw shook the droplets off his coat and impatiently pulled a burr off his chest. Yellowfang led them onward. The ground grew soggier, and their paws began to sink into the soft peat. The musty smell choked Firepaw's nostrils. But at least it would mask their own trail behind them. The noise of cats grew louder. Quick, under here, Yellowfang urged, ducking under a broadleaf bush. Three cats crouched beneath it, drawing in their tails. Firepaw kept as still as he could, trying to ignore the rank wetness of the ground seeping into his belly fur, and listening to the rustling of the ThunderClan patrol as it came nearer and... Chapter 23. Firepaw could tell that there were several cats in the patrol, traveling fast. He couldn't recognize the individual scents of the cats through the earthly bog odors, but he knew it was ThunderClan. He held his breath as his paw steps raced past and away. Are we really going to rescue kits from ShadowClan alone? Whispered Greypaw. Yellowfang answered before him. I might be able to find us some help inside the ShadowClan. Not all the cats support Broken Star. Firepaw pricked up his ears and Greypaw flicked his tail in surprise. When he became leader, Yellowfang explained, Broken Star forced the elders to leave security of the inner camp. They had to live on the boundary and hunt for themselves. These are cats who have grown up with the warrior code. Some of them might help us. Firepaw stared into her old eyes, thinking quickly. And I might be able to persuade the ThunderClan hunting party to help us too, he meowed. If I can speak to them before they see Yellowfang, I might be able to make them believe her story. Greypaw, you wait at the dead ash, where we smelt the kit blood till one of us returns. Greypaw looked worried. Do you really trust Yellowfang to bring back help? He murmured to Firepaw. You must trust me, growled Yellowfang. I will return. Greypaw looked at Firepaw, who nodded. Without another word, Yellowfang sprang past the two apprentices and disappeared into the bushes. Have we done the right thing? Asked Greypaw. No, Firepaw admitted. If we have, we are heroes and the kids are safe. If we are wrong, then we are as good as dead. In book. Firepaw sprinted after the patrol around the brambles, past gorse, and through the nettles. The trail was easy to follow. The angry ThunderClan cats weren't even trying to disguise their presence in the ShadowClan territory. Overhead, a thick layer of cloud had finally rolled away. In book? Yeah, well, it's book. The moon was just rising, but its cold light couldn't pierce the mist that clung to the shadowy undergrowth. Firepaw concentrated on the scent from up ahead. He could smell Whitestorm. He sniffed again. Tiger Claw wasn't with them. He raced to catch up and skidded to a halt behind the band of ThunderClan cats. I haven't fucked that up in a while. Warriors turned and glared at him, fur bristling, ears flattening aggressively. Darkstripe was with them, and the young she-cat Mousefur, as well as the tabby warrior Running Wind. Mousefur wasn't the only she-cat in the patrol. Willowpelt was here too. Firepaw, growled Whitestorm. What are you doing here? Firepaw grasped for breath. Blue Star sent me, he panted. He wanted me to find Yellowfang before... Whitestorm interrupted him. Ah, he mewed. Blue Star told me I might find a friend out here. Now I understand what she meant. He looked thoughtfully toward Firepaw. Is Tiger Claw nearby? Firepaw asked, a tingle of pride at the shared gaze. Whitestorm looked at him curious. Blue Star insisted she needed him to remain in camp and protect the remaining kits. Firepaw nodded quickly and relieved. He meowed urgently. Whitestorm, I need your help. I can lead the way to the kits. Greypaw is waiting for me. We plan to rescue them tonight. Will you come? Of course we'll come, the warriors flicked their tails with excitement. It will mean raiding the Shadow Clan camp, Firepaw warned. Can you lead us there? Asked Running Wind eagerly. No, but a fellow Yellowfang can't. But Yellowfang can. She's promised to bring us the help from old allies. Mousefair glared at him and thrashed angrily. You found Yellowfang? She hissed. I don't understand, meowed Whitestorm puzzled. The traitor's going to help rescue the kid she stole? Firepaw took a deep breath and calmed himself, and then looked steadily into Whitestorm's eyes. Yellowfang didn't take them, he meowed. Nor did she murder Spotted Leaf. He wants us to help rescue our kits. Whitestorm stared at him back and then blinked slowly. Lead the way, Firepaw, he ordered. No! I hope Whitestorm's actually good. I can't take it. The stress. It's killing me. Greypaw was waiting by the ash tree, pacing restlessly around its rotten trunk. He stopped as soon as he saw the patrol emerge from the mist and twitched his whiskers in greeting. Any sign of Yellowfang? Firepaw asked. Yet, answered Greypaw. We don't know how far it is to the Shadow Clan camp, Firepaw pointed out, quickly feeling Whitestorm stiffen beside him. She may be on her way back right now. Or she might have happily been sharing tongues with the Shadow Clan comrades while we sit here like fools waiting to be ambushed, meowed Greypaw. Whitestorm watched the two apprentices, his ears flicked uneasily. Firepaw, he prompted. He'll come back, Firepaw promised. Well said, young Firepaw. Yellowfang stalked out from behind the ash tree and sat down. You're not the only one who can sneak up on someone, she mounted Firepaw. Remember the day we met? You were looking in the wrong direction that time, too. Yay! She came back. The other Shadow Clan cats appeared behind the tree and settled themselves calmly on the other side of Yellowfang. Thunder Clan cats bristled, alert and suspicious. Both clans stared silently at each other. Firepaw fidgeted uncomfortably, unsure of what to do now. Eventually, one of the Shadow Clan cats had a Grey Tom spoke. His body was skinny and his fur looked dull. We've come to help you, not to harm you. You have come for your kits. We will help you rescue them. What's in it for you? Whitestorm. We want to help get rid of Brokenstar. He has broken the warrior code, and Shadow Clan is suffering. So it's that simple, is it? Growled Running Wind. We just drop into your camp, snatch the kits, kill your leader, and go home? You never know. It could just work out. Good. You will not meet as much resistance as you think, murmured the Grey Tom. Yellowfang stood up. Let me introduce you to my old friends, she meowed as she weaving her way around the Shadow Clan cats. He brushed past the Grey Tom. This is Ashfur. He is one of the clan elders. This is Nightpelt, a senior warrior before Radigstar was killed. He circled battered Tom, who nodded at them. And this is one of our elder queens, Dawncloud. 2 of her kits died driving out WindClan. Dawncloud, a small tabby, mute in greeting. No! Oh no, is that little apprentice okay? Because the little apprentice said, yeah, my mom's small too. And Dawncloud's small. No! Maybe he's okay. Maybe the small kid is okay. I don't know. I can hope so. I do not wish to lose any more of my kits, she told them. Whitestorm gave his chest a quick lick and a smooth down of his fur. You are clearly skilled warriors if you manage to creep out on us like that. But are there enough of you? We need to know what we'll face when we raid the Shadow Clan camp. The old and sick of Shadow Clan are slowly starving, meowed Ashfur. Casualties among our kits are more than we can cope with. But if Shadow Clan is a mess, burst out Darkstripe, how come you have shown so much strength lately? And why is Brokenstar still your leader? Brokenstar is surrounded by a small group of elite warriors, answered. They are the only ones to fear because they would die for him without question. The other warriors obey his orders only because they are frightened. They will fight by his side as long as they think Brokenstar is going to win. If they thought they would lose, they would fight against him, not for him. Darkstripe finished the elder's words in disgust. What sort of loyalty is that? The hackles of the Shadow Clan cats began to rise. Our clan was not always like this, Yellowfang interrupted. When Radigstar led the Shadow Clan, we were feared for our strength. But in those days, our strength came from the warrior code and clan loyalty, not from fear and bloodlust, the old medicine cat sighed. Only Radigstar had lived longer. How did Radigstar die? Asked Whitestorm. So many rumors at the gatherings, but no one seems to know. Yellowfang's eyes clouded with sorrow. He was ambushed by a warrior patrol from another clan. Whitestorm nodded thoughtfully. Yes, that is what most cats seem to think. These are bad times indeed. and leaders are picked off in the dark instead of open in an honorable battle. Firepaw frowned, his mind racing over different battle plans. Is there any way to take the kits without alerting the whole clan, he asked. Dawncloud answered him. They are very closely guarded. Broken Star will be expecting ThunderClan to try to take them. You won't be able to steal them in secret. Your only open attack is your only hope. Then we must concentrate our attack on Broken Star and his inner guard, meowed Whitestorm. Yellowfang had a suggestion. The Shadow Clan warriors should lead me into the Shadow Clan camp. They should say they had captured me. We have to make sure Broken Star and his warriors are out of their dens. News of my capture will bring them into the clearing. Once they're all out in the open, I'll give the signal for you to attack. Whitestorm was silent for a moment. Then he nodded, his face grave as he committed his warriors to the attack. Very well, Yellowfang, he meowed. Please, lead the way to the Shadow Clan. Chapter 24, second last chapter, here we go! Alright. Chapter 24. Yellowfang turned and pushed her way into the bracken. Whitestorm and the others followed her. Firepaw was tingling with excitement. He didn't feel the damp chill in the air, his weariness long forgotten. Yellowfang guided them to a small hollow surrounded by thick undergrowth pointed at the entrance of the Shadow Clan camp. The tangled mass of brambles looked very different from the neat gorse tunnel that led into the ThunderClan camp. The camp boundary was full of holes and gaps, and the stench of rotting meat wafted toward them. You eat crow food? Whispered Greypaw, curling his lip. Our warriors are used for attacking, not hunting, replied Ashfur. We eat whatever we find. ThunderClan, hide in that clump of bracken over there, hissed Yellowfang. Full of toadstools and will disguise your scent. Wait here till you hear me call. She stepped back and let the other Shadow Clan cats lead the way, tucking herself into the center of their group as though she were their prisoner. They headed silently into camp. ThunderClan cats settled themselves among the toadstools, tense and alert. Firepaw could feel his coat prickling. He looked at Greypaw beside him. The thick fur on the back of his friend's neck was standing on end. Firepaw could hear him panting with a suppressed excitement. Suddenly, yowling erupted from the Shadow Clan camp. Without hesitating, the ThunderClan cats sprang from their hiding places and raced to the entrance. Yellowfang, Ashfur, and Dawncloud and Nightpelt were all in well-trodden, muddy clearing, wrestling with 6 vicious-looking warriors. Firepaw recognized Broken Star and his deputy, Blackfoot, among them. The warriors looked hungry and battle-scarred, but Firepaw could see the hard muscles pounding beneath each of their But Firepaw could see the hard muscles pounding beneath their patchy fur. I'm glad that's the sense I found. Around the edge of their clearing, groups of scrawny cats stared uncertainly into the mayhem. Their skinny bodies seemed to recoil at violence, while their dull eyes looked on, shocked and confused. Out of the corner of his eye, Firepaw saw a running nose back away and hide beneath a bush. At Whitestorm's nodded signal, the ThunderClan cats leapt into battle. Firepaw grasped a silver tabby with his claws, but was shaken loose. He was tumbled over. The Shadow Clan warrior turned on him and gripped him with the claws sharp as black thorns. Firepaw managed to twist and sink his teeth deep into the cat's flesh. The warrior's yowl told him that he found a tender spot, and he bit harder. The warrior screeched again, ripping himself free, and ran off into the bushes. Firepaw stood up. A young Shadow Clan apprentice leaped on him from the edges of the camp, its soft kitten fur fluffled up with fear. Firepaw sheathed his claws and batted him away easily. This is not your battle, he. Whitestorm had already had Blackfoot pinned to the ground. He gave him a vicious bite and injured the deputy, and the injured deputy raced away into the camp entrance out to the safety of the forest. Firepaw! Firepaw heard the Dawncloud screeches. Watch out, Clawface! He didn't hear the rest. The heavy-built brown cat crashed into him. Clawface. Firepaw dug his claws into the ground and whirled around to fight. The warrior that killed Spotted Leaf. Rage surged through him and flung himself onto the brown tom. Firepaw rushed the warrior to the ground and pressed his head into the dirt. Blinded by fury, he prepared to sink his teeth in Clawface's neck. Before he could deal his death blow, Whitestorm knocked him to the side and grasped the Shadow Clan warrior. ThunderClan warriors do not kill unless they have to, he growled in Firepaw's ears. We just need to let them know that we will not see their faces here again. He gave Clawface a fierce bite that sent him screaming out into the camp. Still raging, Firepaw looked around wildly. Broken Star's warriors had gone. An angry screech sounded from behind Greypaw. Greypaw leaped out of the way, and Firepaw saw Yellowfang gripping Broken Star with muddy, blood-stained paws. His body bled from several wounds. His ears were flattened against his head, his whiskers drawn back as he crouched, flattened beneath Yellowfang's powerful grasp. I never thought you'd be harder to kill than my father, he snarled up at her. Yellowfang recoiled as if she had been stung by a bee. Her face twisted suddenly by shock and grief. She loosened her grip on Broken Star. Instantly he threw her aside with a twist of his powerful body. You killed Ragged Star? Ow. Yellowfang wailed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Broken Star eyed her coldly. You found his body. Didn't you recognize my fur between his claws? Yellowfang stared in horror as he continued. He was a soft and foolish leader. He deserved to die. No! hissed Yellowfang, her head dropping. Then she gave herself a shake. She looked up at Broken Star, arching his back. And Bright Flower's kits. Did they deserve to die too? Oh man, these last 10 pages, they might make me fucking take a break. Ooh boy, here we go. Broken Star, Black Star. From the hit show Soul Eater. Anyway, Broken Star growled and hurled himself at Yellowfang, forcing her onto her belly. Yellowfang didn't even attempt to struggle against his thorn-sharp claws. Firepaw saw with alarm that her eyes were glazed with sadness. Those kits were weak, Broken Star hissed, bending his face toward Yellowfang's ears. It would have been no use to the Shadowclad. If I hadn't killed them, some other warrior would have. A wail of grief went up from the black and white Shadowclan queen. Broken Star ignored her. I should have killed you when I had the chance, he spat at Yellowfang. It seems I must have some of my father's softness. I was a fool to let you leave the Shadowclan alive. He lunged, teeth bared, ready to sink into her neck. Firepaw was quicker. He jumped onto Broken Star's back before he could clamp his jaws shut. Firepaw dug his claws into the matted tabby fur and pulled him off the exhausted queen, flinging him to the edge of the clearing. Broken Star twisted around in midair and landed on his feet and looked Firepaw in his eyes, spitting viciously. Oh. Oh shit. Guys, there's only 5 more pages. It's not 10. Let's go. Spitting viciously. Don't waste your time, apprentice. I have shared dreams with StarClan. You will have to kill me 9 times over before I join them. You really think you're strong enough for that? His eyes glowed with confidence and defiance. Firepaw stared back at him, his belly tightened. Broken Star was clan leader. How on earth could he be expected to defeat him? But watching the ShadowClan cats had begun to pad slowly toward their defeated leader, snarling and hissing with hatred. They were battered and half-starved, but Broken Star was outnumbered. He had seemed to realize that in a nervous flick of his tail. He crouched and backed away through the bushes. His eyes glittered menacingly from the shadows, his gaze finding Firepaw through the crowd. This isn't over, apprentice. He hissed before he turned and vanished into the forest as broken warriors. Firepaw looked to Whitestorm. Should we go after them? He meowed. The warrior shook his head. I think they got the message. They are not welcome here. Nightpelt, the ShadowClan warrior, nodded in agreement. Leave them. If they dare show their faces here again, the ShadowClan will be strong enough by then to tackle them alone. The rest of the ShadowClan was huddled together in the ruins of the camp, and as if numbed by the realization that their leader had gone. It will take time to rebuild this clan, Firepaw thought. Kits! Firepaw heard gray meows from the far corner of the clearing. He rushed over to his friend, Mousefur and Whitestorm bounding at his heels. As they approached, they could hear the pitiful mewing of Kits from beneath the pile of leaves and twigs. Quickly, Greypaw and Mousefur dug through the foliage until they uncovered the missing ThunderClan Kits at the bottom of a small pit. Are they okay? Demanded Whitestorm, his tail twitching with anxiety. They're fine, replied Greypaw. Most have only a few scratches, but that little tabby has a pretty nasty wound on his ear. Can you take a look, Yellowfang? The old she-cat was licking her wounds, but at Greypaw's call, she raced to the side of the pit where Greypaw had carefully deposited the tabby kit. Firepaw helped Greypaw lift out the rest. The last one was gray, like the embers of an old fire. She mewed and squirmed as Firepaw placed her on the ground. Mousefog gathered all the kits to her and comforted them with licks and caresses. Yellowfang looked closely at the torn ear. We need to stop the bleeding, she mewed. Running no step from the shadows, his forepaw coated with layers of cobweb, which he silently passed to Yellowfang. She nodded her thanks and began to treat the kit's wound. Come on. You can make it through this. Come on. Ow. I'm dying. Slowly. Fastly. In-game. In-book. Nightpelt approached the group of ThunderClan cats. You helped ShadowClan rid itself of a brutal and dangerous leader, and we are grateful. But it is time you left our camp and returned to your own. I promise your hunting grounds will be free of ShadowClan warriors as long as we find enough food in our own territory. Whitestorm nodded. Hunt in peace for 1 moon, Nightpelt. ThunderClan knows you need time to rebuild your clan. Turn to Yellowfang. And you, Yellowfang? You wish to return with us, or stay here with your old comrade? Yellowfang looked up at him. I will make my journey back with you. Glanced at the deep gash on Whitestorm's hind leg. You will need medicine cat for yourself as well as your kits. She's the new medicine cat, but Spotted Leaf died. No. Damn, I like Spotted Leaf. I was like, love interest, and then they killed her off, and I'm like, oh, never mind. Damn, brutal. And I'll have a happy ending, I suppose. Thank you, Bird Whitestorm. He signaled the ThunderClan cats with a sweep of his tail and led them out of the clearing. Mousefur and Willowpelt helped the kids who stumbled along, exhausted and bewildered. Yellowfang walked close to the wounded tabby kit, lifting him by the scruff of his neck every time he slipped. Firepaw and Greypaw followed them through the brambles, past the camp scent line, and out into the forest. The moon was still rising in the quiet sky as the ThunderClan party began to the long trudge home, while around them showers of brown leaves began to flutter the forest floor. Hey, how much you want to bet that Chapter 25 is horrible? Here we go! Chapter 25. Spotted Leaf. Banana salute. Buoyed up with relief at being home again, Firepaw and Greypaw sprinted ahead of the patrol into the ThunderClan camp. Frostfur was lying in the middle of the clearing, her head resting sadly on her paws. As the 2 apprentices bounded in, she lifted her nose and sniffed the air. My kits! She screamed. She leaped up and raced past Firepaw and Greypaw to meet the rest of the party she emerged from the tunnel. The kits rushed over to Frostfur and nuzzled her side. She curled her soft body around them and licked each of them in turn, purring loudly. Yellowfang hung back at the camp entrance and looked on silently. Bluestar strung up to the returning patrol. She glanced fondly at Frostfur and her kits, then turned to Whitestorm. Are they all right? They're fine. Meowed Whitestorm. Well done, Whitestorm. ThunderClan honors you. Whitestorm bent his head to accept praise and added, It was thanks to this apprentice that we found them. Firepaw lifted his head and tail proudly about to speak, but Tigerclaw's accusing snarl sounded from across the clearing. Why did you bring back the traitor? The dark warriors stalked up to the patrol and stood beside his leader. She is no traitor, Firepaw insisted. He looked around the camp, and the rest of the cats quickly gathered in the clearing to see that the kits congratulate the hunting party. Some of them had spotted Yellowfang and were eyeing her with looks of pure hatred. She killed Spotted Leaf, spat Longtail. Look between Spotted Leaf's claws, Greypaw suggested. You will find the brown fur of Clawface, not Yellowfang's gray fur. Bluestar nodded at Mousefur, who darted away through the crowd toward the spot where Spotted Leaf's body lay, waiting for its dawn burial. Clan waited in tense silence when she returned. Greypaw is right. Mousefur panted, rushing back to the clearing. Spotted Leaf was not attacked by a gray cat. A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd. But that doesn't mean she didn't help take the kits, hissed Tigerclaw. Come on. Without Yellowfang, we would never have recovered the kits, Firepaw spat, his exhaustion making him impatient. She knew that a ShadowClan warrior had taken them. She was hunting for them when I found her. She risked her life returning to the ShadowClan camp. It was Yellowfang who thought up the battle plan to get us into the ShadowClan camp and gave us a chance to defeat Broken Star. The cats listened to Firepaw's words, astonished. He's right, Whitestar meowed. Yellowfang is a friend. I'm glad to hear it, murmured Bluestar, catching Firepaw's eyes. Frostfur's anxious meow sounded through the crowd. Is Broken Star dead? She asked. No, he escaped, Whitestorm told her. But he will never lead the ShadowClan again. Frostfur sighed in relief and returned to nuzzling her kids. Whitestorm looked at Bluestar. I promised ShadowClan we would leave them in peace until the next full moon. He explained to the Broken Star's leadership Broken Star's leadership has left their clan in chaos. Bluestar nodded. That's a wise and generous offer. He meowed approvingly. The ThunderClan leader walked past Whitestorm to the rest of the patrol and approached Yellowfang. Yellowfang lowered her eyes as Bluestar touched the Grey Cat's rough coat with her nose. Yellowfang, I wish you to replace Spotted Leaf as medicine cat to the ThunderClan, Bluestar meowed. I'm sure you'll find all of her supplies as she left them. The other cats began to murmur to each other, tails flicking with excitement. Yellowfang looked around and then anxiously said nothing. Frostfur glanced at the other queens before she met Yellowfang's gaze and slowly nodded to her approval. Oh. Yes. Sorry, continuing. Yellowfang bent her head respectfully to the white cat before addressing her new leader. Thank you, Bluestar. ShadowClan is not the clan I once knew. ThunderClan is my clan now. Firepaw felt a surge of satisfaction. But the old she-cat that he had come to love would be his clan's medicine cat from now on. Then his tail dropped as he realized something he would never find again. Spotted Leaf in her clearing, the sunlight gleaming on her soft fur, her amber eyes shining in welcome. Where's Ravenpaw? Meowed Bluestar suddenly, jolting Firepaw out of his bittersweet remembrances. Yeah, Tigerclaw chimed in. Where is my apprentice? Strange that he should disappear along with Broken Star. He looked meaningfully around the clan. If you think he might have been helping Broken Star, Firepaw meowed boldly, then you are wrong. Tigerclaw stiffened menacingly in the gleam in his yellow eyes. Ravenpaw is dead, Firepaw went on, dropping his head as he weighed down by grief. We found his body in ShadowClan territory. From the scents around him, he must have been slain by a ShadowClan patrol. He looked at Bluestar. I will tell you everything later, he promised. Yellowfang shot Firepaw a questioning look. Firepaw returned a gaze with a silent plea to hold her tongue. She twitched her ears briefly and understood and looked away. I never said that Ravenpaw was the traitor, hissed Tigerclaw. He paused and allowed an expression of sorrow to caught his eyes before he turned to address the rest of Claw. Ravenpaw might have made a fine warrior. His death has come too soon, and his loss will have been felt by many of us for a long time. Empty words, thought Firepaw bitterly. What would Tigerclaw say if he knew that Ravenpaw was safe and far beyond the forest, catching rats with barley? Bluestar broke the silence. We will miss Ravenpaw, but we shall mourn him tomorrow. But there is another ritual that must be performed. One I know that Ravenpaw would have taken great pleasure in. She turned to Firepaw and Greypaw. You have shown great courage tonight. Did they fight well, Whitestorm? She asked. Like warriors, Whitestorm replied solemnly. Bluestar met his yellow-eyed gaze and gave a slight nod. She then lifted her chin and fixed her eyes on Silverpelt's swath of stars. Her voice rang out clear, measured and hushed words. I, Bluestar, leader of the ThunderClan, call upon my warrior ancestors to look down upon these two apprentices. They have trained hard to understand the ways of your noble code, and I commend them to you as warriors in their turn. She looked down at Firepaw and Greypaw, narrowing her eyes. Firepaw, Greypaw, do you promise to uphold the warrior code and protect and defend this clan even at the cost of your own lives? Firepaw felt something stir within him, a fire that had burned in his belly and rang in his ears. Suddenly he felt everything that he had done for the clan so far, all the prey he had stalked, all the enemy warriors he had fought, had all been for the sake of this single moment. I do, he replied steadily. I do, echoed Grape, his fur bristling with excitement. Then, by the power of the Star Clan, I give you your warrior names. Greypaw, from this moment on you will be known as Greystripe. Star Clan honors your bravery and your strength. We will welcome you as a full warrior of the ThunderClan. Bluestar stepped forward and rested her muscle on top of Greystripe's bowed head. Greystripe, let's go! Oh no, I read the next paragraph. What have I done to myself? Okay. He bent lower to give her shoulder a respectful lick, and then straightened up and walked over to join the other warriors. You ain't ready for this. You weren't ready for this. I mean, y'all probably are. You probably have seen this before. I wasn't ready for this. Bluestar stood and studied Firepaw for a long moment before speaking. Firepaw, from this moment forward, you will be known as Fireheart. StarClan honors your bravery and your strength, and we welcome you as part of a full warrior of the ThunderClan. Or as a full warrior of the ThunderClan. She touched her muzzle and nuzzled his head. Fireheart, I am so proud to have you as my warrior. Serve your clan well, young one. That's so good! I love it! Fireheart! Yes! Why didn't Greystripe get it, though? Like, it's obviously it's gonna be Firestar by the end of this shit, right? Like, obviously, but like, why is it not Greyheart? Why is it Gray Stripe? He was so like, that would have been perfect. Why? Anyway, sorry. Continuing. Fireheart's muscles were trembling so much he could hardly stoop to lick Bluestar's shoulder. He purred hoarsely to show his thanks, then slipped away to stand beside Graystripe. Meows of tribute sounded from the crowd, and the voices of the clan rose in the still night air to chant their new names. Fireheart, Graystripe, Fireheart, Graystripe, Fireheart, Graystripe. Fireheart looked around the clan, seeing faces that had grown so familiar over the last few moons. He listened to them and he called his name, and he felt overwhelmed by the kindness and respect he saw shining in their eyes. It's almost moon high, meowed Bluestar. In the tradition of our ancestors, Fireheart and Graystripe must sit in silent vigil until dawn, and guard the camp alone while we sleep. Fireheart and Graystripe, solemnly. What the hell is... Oh. I only saw, like, the top part of it. I was like, what the fuck? That makes more sense now that there's the rest of it. I was like, what fucking capture shit did you just put up? Okay. I want to try and finish this here. Last page, guys. Last page. As the rest of the... Oops. Pick the wheel of the PC there a little bit. As the rest of the clan began to melt away back to their dens, Tigerclaw pushed past Fireheart. The ThunderClan deputy slowed as he passed and hissed quietly in the ears. Don't think you can outwit me, kitty pet. Be careful what you tell Bluestar. A cold shiver ran down Fireheart's spine. Bluestar had to know about Tigerclaw's treachery. As Tigerclaw headed back to the warrior's den, Fireheart left Graystripe sitting alone in the clearing and bounded after Bluestar. He caught up with her outside her den. Bluestar, I know I'm breaking the vow of silence, but I must speak with you before my vigil. Bluestar looked at Fireheart and shook her head. This is an important ritual, Fireheart. You can speak with me in the morning. Fireheart dipped his head in acceptance. Tigerclaw was not a problem that could be solved overnight anyway. He returned to Graystripe's side in the middle of the clearing. The two friends exchanged glances. Fireheart looked at the moon over his head. His orange coat glowed silver in the cold light. Around him, the bushes and trees were draped in the mist that brushed damply against his fur. Fireheart closed his eyes and recalled the dreams of his kittenhood. The cool forest scents of his nostrils were real now, and the life of a warrior stretched ahead of him. He felt the unrestrained joy flood up from his paws and surge through his body. Then he opened his eyes with a jolt. Another pair of eyes was shining back at him from the warrior's den. Tigerclaw. Fireheart stared back without blinking. He was a warrior now. He'd made an enemy of the clan's deputy, but Tigerclaw had made an enemy of him. Fireheart was not the same naive young cat who had joined the clan all those moons ago. He was bigger, stronger, faster, and wiser. If he was destined to oppose Tigerclaw, then so be it. Fireheart was ready for the challenge. And that's it. I kind of feel bad ending it there, but we've been reading for 7.5 hours and my throat is on fire. So I'm going to end it there. I hope y'all enjoyed. That was a long fucking read. That was 155 pages, 156 pages. My voice is gone. If the next time I read a book, I am for sure going to split that up into different parts. We're going to read a little bit here and a little bit there because, oh my God. That being said, thank you for the hydrate. Let's take a look-see. Let's see who's rateable. Let's see who's streaming. And send y'all over to them. Again, I hope you guys enjoyed. This was a lot of fun. I am definitely doing more of these. I haven't rated Mina in a hot minute, though. Let's see here. Let me just make sure. Last time I rated somebody and then I was like, oh no, they're online. No, I fucked up. Be aware of his... Okay. Bonnie's live, but we won't. We're going to raid Mina. All right. Well, this was a lot of fun. I hope you guys had a lot of fun watching it. I'm going to pause the Ender Lilies music because we have other music coming up here. yeah, this was cool. I liked the thought of doing this. I hope it wasn't too boring for you guys. I hope you guys had a good time and you were vibing with it and chilling with it. And then it was something that I can do again later. Hopefully it wasn't horrible. Next time we'll come up with some different music. Oh, more specifically, I will, and we'll actually have like music in the background that'll like play, and won't be just more Ender Lilies. Although Ender Lilies is pretty good to be in the background. So, anyways, thanks so much for watching. YouTube. Hey, did you guys enjoy the book? Should I do the second one? Right? Let me know in the comments. Thanks so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Again, everybody, thanks you so much for being here, for chilling, for vibing. Thanks so much for the raid from Luna. I believe that was the only one. Yes, Luna was the only one that raided. Okay. You know what? I'll know by later. If there was another raid, I'm not forgetting you. I'm just brain dead. So, thanks so much for the raid. Thanks so much for the just the chill vibes and everything like that. You guys, I hope it was a fun time for you guys. But anyways, with that being said, let's go ahead and raid out to Mina. They're playing some Dead by Daylight. Hopefully you guys have some fun over there. Mean to start that raid. Anyways, use the top message if you're not subscribed. Use one of the bottom two if you aren't. Again, if you guys missed it, this will be up on YouTube after a bunch of Dragon's Dogmas videos. But other than that, I'll catch you all later. Thanks so much for watching. And hey, maybe we read the second one? Who knows? All right. Catch y'all later. See you on Saturday.